Down in the basement, the radio struggled out its final words. Citizens, Capitol Headquarters Radio is about to go offline. This is our last broadcast. The government has done everything it can. Save yourselves. Don't wait for rescue anymore. We apologize to all citizens. We're sorry. We did our best. Then came a burst of static, and it cut out. I stared at the communicator for 2 seconds, then reached over and switched it off. Second month of the apocalypse, and even the nation couldn't hold on anymore. Time to go. I grabbed my compound bow and pushed open the door beside me. The generator hummed, and a wave of rotting stench slammed into my face. I didn't flinch. I just flipped on the light. 3 zombies, chained tight to the load-bearing pillar. HRRGH, HRRGH, ah. They caught the scent of a living person and lunged forward like madmen, chains rattling. Bluish-black faces, half-rotted flesh, eyes gone milky white. But these 3 things, they were my mom, my stepfather, and my stepbrother. In the first few days after it all began, my mom and stepdad got bitten one after another, and they turned. Then the 2 of them bit my brother to death. I trained. My 6-foot frame managed to pin down the 2 of them right after they turned, and I locked the chains on. My brother was dead less than half an hour before he started convulsing and changing, so I tied him up too. At first they moved slowly, but by the 2nd month, they'd gotten terrifyingly vicious, and the flesh on their bodies had actually stopped rotting. Nothing made sense anymore. These 2 months, I'd already gotten used to that. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. I'm sorry. My eyes went red as I kowtowed hard, again and again, toward the 2 zombies. My stepfather had treated me well. He was worth these blows. My feelings for my brother were fainter. He was 10 when my mom married in, and I was away at school back then, so we barely spent any time together. I picked up the gasoline can I'd prepared long ago and poured the whole thing over them. I flicked the lighter. The instant the fire caught, I turned and walked out, pulling the door shut behind me. The shrieking from behind the door drilled into my ears. I shut my eyes, both fists clenched white, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't push that lump in my chest back down. It burned for over half an hour. The sound stopped, and the fire died out. I went back in and dug a gray crystal, each the size of a fingernail, out of the skulls of all 3 charred bodies. Then I covered them with white cloth. I lit incense, burned paper offerings, and kowtowed. Then I sealed that door for good. This place, it was their grave. I threw on my pack, grabbed my cookery, pushed open the steel door, and left the basement. Upstairs was my family's little general store, a tiny place, the goods long since cleared out, leaving only empty shelves. The roller shutter had been ripped open in several spots, dried blood still crusted on it. I scanned the room warily, walked to the very back, and pulled off a tarp. A sharp-edged, rugged off-road RV was revealed. It was custom-modified, about 7 meters long, with 6 big wheels. Seeing it, the grief in my heart finally faded a little, and I couldn't help but smile. I didn't pull out a key. The moment my hand touched the door, it opened, and I climbed in and sat down. Primary grade super crystal detected. Absorb? A line of text popped up on the windshield. I was used to it by now. This vehicle was the mount bound to my superpower. Absorb. The 3 gray crystals in my pocket vanished instantly. Vehicle, off-road RV, durability 100%. Level, primary, 24 out of 100. Super points, 28. 3 zombie crystals only got me 3 super points. Still no real progress. I frowned and pulled up my own stats. Owner, Chinmion. Tier 1 Evolver, 85%. Strength 14. Agility 14. Constitution 18. Spirit 24. Ability, Super Vehicle. An ordinary person's limit was 10. My 3 base stats were decent, and my spirit stat was absurdly high. Out there, people who survived and developed beneficial mutations were called evolvers. A small handful of them who awakened true superpowers were called ability users. I'd scraped all this together from the radio. But now even the capital station had gone dark, and my line to the outside world was cut. My thing wasn't the same as other people's powers. Rather than a superpower, it was more like a system. It was only by binding to this vehicle that I got a stats panel at all. As for how the apocalypse started, the official line was that some kind of unknown energy particle had swept across the globe, forcing all life to mutate. It wasn't a virus. Yet somehow it spread through zombies, so fast it gave humanity no time to react. The world's defenses collapsed overnight. Bang! A loud crash yanked me out of my daze. Outside the windshield, 2 zombies were forcing their way through the torn roller shutter. The jagged metal scraped huge chunks of flesh off them, but they didn't even blink, their white eyes locked dead on me. Mutated long enough, they were fast and fierce, with no awareness and no sense of pain. I shoved the door open and jumped out, snatched up my kukri, and charged. Swish, swish. 2 strokes, and I split open the skulls of the 2 stuck in the gap. But the moment I dug out the crystals, my expression changed. I whipped around and ran. Bang, bang, bang. The broken roller shutter collapsed almost entirely. Roar. 7 or 8 zombies came pouring in all at once, lunging at me, insanely fast. Damn it. I dodged the bite of the fastest one with a quick sidestep and shoved a few empty shelves over to block them. 10 meters, or so, the fastest I'd ever run in my life. I bolted into the driver's seat and slammed the door. Bang, bang, bang. The multi-ton vehicle rocked from the impacts. I hit the ignition, threw it in gear, and floored the gas. The vehicle shot forward, sending several zombies flying, and blasted toward the exit. With a roar, the vehicle smashed through the door, plowed over a bunch of them, and tore out onto the street. Rotten flesh and blood splattered across the glass, wiped clean with one pass of the wipers. I gripped the wheel, man and machine as one, the roaring engine like my own heartbeat. Where'd all these zombies come from? A dozen more rushed out ahead of me, quickly left behind at the rear of the vehicle, merging into a small pack that kept chasing desperately. Something was off. My home was in a remote little county town. There was no way this many could appear all at once. I stomped the gas and raced down the empty streets, the roar of the engine stirring up even more wandering zombies. Super crystal detected. Absorb? As I drifted around a corner into the pedestrian street, a thought flickered and I absorbed the 2 crystals from before. Super points, 30. Conditions met. You may upgrade or unlock vehicle functions. My heart leapt. I adjusted the panel while driving. Bang. Before I could see clearly, dozens of zombies came flooding out of an alley up ahead, jamming the already narrow pedestrian street solid. Several slammed straight into the vehicle. I cranked the wheel hard to dodge, but when I reached the end of the street, my face fell. The exit was blocked by several cars piled up in a rear-end collision. Son of a... I cursed, threw it in reverse, spun around, and dove into the alley beside me. The alley was just barely wide enough for the vehicle. Once I went in, there'd be no turning around. All I could do was pray there was an exit ahead and not a dead end. HRRGH. HRRGH. Ah. The zombie horde came flooding into the alley after me, seemingly without end. Sweat broke out across my back in layer after layer. If I really got surrounded by 100 of them, even if this vehicle was carbon steel, I could forget about getting out alive. The few hundred-meter alley was over in a dozen breaths. In the end, it wasn't an exit. It was the iron gate of a large compound. My heart sank halfway. Functions available to unlock. Silent cloaking, fuel compatibility. Just then, a string of new prompts popped up on the glass. Silent cloaking? What was that? The system immediately gave an explanation. Silent cloaking allows an inactive vehicle to enter silent mode, sealing off the scent of any living beings inside. Good stuff. I floored the gas, smashed through the iron gate into the compound, and at the same moment, a thought flashed. Execute. Consuming 30 super points, 100 carbon steel, 10 rare metal, 100 organic material. Unlocked. Primary silent cloaking. Activate. Activate. I roared, tore into the yard, whipped the vehicle around, wedged it into a corner against the wall, and killed the engine instantly. The moment it shut off, the vehicle gave a faint shudder. All the heat, all the residual sound, gone. The once transparent windows dimmed slightly, like a privacy film had been applied. I stared hard at the outside, holding even my breath. HRRGH. HRRGH. Ah. The zombie horde poured into the yard, but they darted around aimlessly, like headless flies. Incredible. Several of them searched right up to the vehicle without sensing a living person inside, then turned and headed toward the building in the yard. Phew. Only then did I let out half a breath, though I still didn't dare move. Before long, the horde, having lost its target, quieted down and went back to wandering aimlessly. 1 or 2 lingered outside the vehicle, clawing at the windows, tapping and scratching. Through the one-way glass, I watched that one for a long while. No danger. I finally relaxed completely. For now, I was safe. Where on earth did all these zombies come from? I gulped down some water, my mind full of questions. Since sounds inside the vehicle couldn't escape in silent mode, I went ahead and turned on the radio, hoping to scrape together some news from the outside. Cell phones were useless now. The moment the apocalypse hit, the communication satellites were wrecked. Everything relied on radio now. Short range, easily interfered with, but it was the most reliable thing left. This is the Equation Underground Shelter. I'm Director Lu Hongtian. We have ample supplies and can house 10,000 people. Capable survivors are welcome to join us. The Skybearer train convoy is recruiting heavily. Evolvers and ability users are welcome to join us in seeking an uncontaminated Pure Land. The Deep Sulfur City semi-official base is taking in those with ambition to rebuild civilization together. Help! Survivors at Clearwater College are trapped in the library. Requesting rescue. Requesting rescue. Somebody please save us. We haven't eaten in 2 days. The address is. The channels were a total mess, but there was no reaching anything official. 2 months into the apocalypse, and every kind of shady character had crawled out of the woodwork. Irritated, I switched it off and pulled up a vehicle prompt. Apocalypse progress. Viral mutation, 91%, transitioning to extreme cold. I stared at those last 2 words. In just 2 short months, the mutation stage was almost complete. And next, really extreme cold? What came after that? The prompt didn't show. Clearly the time hadn't come yet. Extreme cold. A single virus had nearly wiped out human civilization, and now an extreme cold was coming right on its heels. Could people really survive that? Whatever. I have to stay alive. Extreme cold meant super low temperatures. The vehicle couldn't handle that kind of cold right now. It needed upgrading. I made a note of all this, point by point. I'd thought about digging an underground base, or throwing in with some shelter to ride it out. But I had a super vehicle. Why shouldn't I live easier than everyone else? Besides, in a world like this, I couldn't trust a single soul. To upgrade the vehicle, aside from gathering materials, the most crucial thing was accumulating super points. And right now, there was only one way to get them. Kill zombies and dig out gray crystals. I stared at the few zombies swaying outside the window, my eyes slowly turning cold. I waited patiently for 3 days. Silent cloaking had burned through 20 units of fuel. I'd observed just about enough. There should only be 3 left in the yard now, and I was confident I could deal with them silently. As for how many were still hiding in the alley and the building, I couldn't see. But I figured at most 5 to 7. I took a few deep breaths, slid the kukri into my pack strap, picked up the compound bow, and pushed open the door. The instant I opened the door, silent cloaking deactivated. A zombie 7 or 8 meters away suddenly whipped its head around, locking onto me. Whip. The arrow flew out, the alloy tip punching clean through its skull, the fletching lodging into bone. It went down without a sound, but the scent of a living person still alerted the other 2. I knocked an arrow, drew the bow, locked onto the second one in a single second, and released. Thunk. Headshot. HRRGH. The third one came charging in, screaming. Too fast. No time to knock an arrow. I drew my kukri and met it head on. 14 points of strength poured into that single stroke, splitting its skull wide open. A faceful of rotten black blood splattered across me. Start to finish, 1 minute. 3 in the yard, cleared. But I didn't ease up. I didn't even bother digging out the crystals. First I crept to the gate to observe. No zombies wandering in the alley outside. Only then did I slip into the 3-story villa in the yard, searching my way up from the first floor. It was only on the 3rd floor that I ran into a female zombie in a little dress. From her build, she'd been a girl, not yet grown, probably the young mistress of the house. 1 stroke. Done. No matter how rich or beautiful in life, once you turn into a zombie, you're just a lump of rotten flesh. While searching the building, I found plenty of leftover supplies, worth a thorough sweep. But before that, I went back to the vehicle and started the engine, blocking it across the middle of the gate with the front facing out. That way, even if zombies wandered over from outside, they couldn't get into the yard. Then I crawled out through the backup door at the rear. First I dug out 4 gray crystals, went back to the vehicle to absorb them into super points, and then got to work. This villa was over 200 square meters, black blood and rot everywhere, but you could tell it had once been exquisite. Anyone who could own such a large standalone compound on the pedestrian street was either rich or powerful. A shame. Not one of them escaped the apocalypse. In the first-floor kitchen, expensive solid wood tables and chairs were overturned all across the floor. My eyes locked immediately onto the wine cabinet. More than 10 bottles of good stuff were still standing on it. TSK, a 90 red wine, an 85 aged liquor, and a whole case of medicinal wine. I grinned. I didn't smoke, but I'd have a drink now and then. Foreign liquor, Baijio, medicinal wine, beer, I wasn't picky. It was about the mood. When the apocalypse came, I'd stocked up on everything except liquor, so this was a nice find. I found a big plastic basket and loaded all the good wine into it. In the 3-door fridge, I also dug out a few bottles of soda. The meat and vegetables had long rotted with the power out. There were quite a few unopened snacks, though. Unfortunately, the rice was moldy, and the tap water was contaminated. Turn on the faucet, and you got a whiff of rotten, fishy stench. When the apocalypse hit, the water and soil were the first things to go. That was one of the reasons order collapsed so fast. Let me check the storage room. I hauled the roughly 100-pound basket onto the vehicle first, then went into the garage on the right. 2 cars were parked inside. I couldn't find the keys, so I just pried open the fuel caps, grabbed the pump from my own vehicle, and drained both cars dry. Over 50 liters of gasoline mine. I carried it back to the vehicle, and a prompt jumped up right away. Collectible fuel detected. Store. A thought, and the weight left my hands. The gasoline in the cans vanished into thin air. I was pretty pleased with this storage space. The only pity was it could only store materials related to the vehicle. The survival supplies inside the vehicle were nearly packed to the brim. Wonder if upgrading can unlock other storage space. I muttered. Next, I stripped the storage room of every bit of metal and organic material I could dismantle, not even sparing the good knife set in the kitchen. Pluck a feather from every goose that passes. The first floor living room was a poorer hall, all calligraphy, paintings, and decorative pieces, useless. There were a few packs of good cigarettes, though. I didn't smoke, but I could trade them for things. The second and third floors were private rooms. Game consoles, computers, mahjong tiles, nothing useful, but I dug up some gold and silver jewelry and precious metals. Cash. A pile of scrap paper. Too stiff even to wipe your butt with. I picked out a few pieces of warm clothing that fit. Extreme cold was coming, so I had no choice but to stock up. Material storage. Carbon steel 844. Aluminum alloy 326. Rare metal 21. Organic material 1050. Fuel 158. After most of a day, the whole building picked clean, I slumped back into the driver's seat. Most of the time had gone into dismantling metal, pure manual labor. I laid the seat flat, lay down, grabbed a can of soda from the mini fridge, and took a nice long swig. Refreshing. Staring at the ceiling, I started planning. Extreme cold was coming, definitely super low temperatures, so the vehicle had to be upgraded. Upgrading took super points and a lot of materials. But I couldn't keep scraping together supplies bit by bit like this. Too dangerous and too slow. I needed a place with a fast supply of materials. A factory or a hardware market. I sat up, pulled up the offline map on the central console screen, and quickly found a place called Highway Hardware Market in the next town over. I didn't pick the town's main roads, which were already jammed solid. Instead, I mapped out a country road, about 10 kilometers, and prepared 2 backup routes as well. That's the one. I glanced at the time. 11:12. Seatbelt on, ignition, and go. The moment the engine roared, the nearby wandering zombies were drawn in immediately. I didn't even glance at the things lunging at me. I cranked the wheel and blasted out of the alley. Onto the pedestrian street. There weren't many zombies, so I just sped up and quickly threw off the town. 10-odd minutes, and the town behind me and all my pursuers were gone. As long as I didn't get surrounded by a horde, shaking off zombies at 100 miles an hour was easy. I turned onto the country road. No zombies, so I rolled the window halfway down to catch the breeze. It was midday, but the sky was gray and murky, not a bit of sunlight coming through. Ever since the day the apocalypse began, I hadn't seen a single clear day. One hand on the wheel, I fiddled with the radio with the other, trying to scrape up something useful. But no matter how I flipped through, it was all either recruiting or crying for help. Not one thing worth a damn. Beep, beep. A private channel suddenly lit up. Someone had specifically tuned to my frequency. ZZZT. Cheen me on, cheen me on. If you copy, please respond. A hoarse voice, wrapped in the static of the current. I froze. I never had many friends to begin with, and most of them were probably dead by now. Who would still recognize me? Still be able to find me at a time like this? Who is this? I sent back. Over 200 kilometers away, in a lab at Guangqing College, a big, heavy-set guy covered in grime received the reply and nearly jumped up. He wiped away his sweat, stretched the antenna as far as he could toward the narrow ventilation opening, and lowered his voice, which trembled. Bro me on. It's me, Junjia. I finally got through to you. I knew I could find you using your birthday as the channel. Junjia? How Junjia? I was stunned for a moment before it came back to me. A childhood friend. We'd been close for 12 years. Then he went off to the big city. We'd barely kept in touch these past 10-odd years. Only met a few times, the most recent being 3 years ago. All I knew was that he taught at a university in Guangqing. I never imagined this guy still remembered my birthday. That's right. My channel was my birthday, blank, 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 0303. How Junjia, are you okay? 5 minutes later, the other side came back frantic. Bro me on, bro me on. I'm trapped in the Guangqing College lab. There are 35 survivors here, and we can't reach the outside world. Can you call for rescue for us? I'm begging you. I fell silent for a moment, then replied, I'm sorry. The moment the apocalypse hit, the satellites went down. I can't reach the outside world either. The other side went quiet all at once. In the lab, Hao Junjie stared at that faint sliver of light from the vent, unable to speak for a long time. The thing he feared most had come to pass. Fatty, can you get rescue or not? Say something. The dozens of students surrounding him wore looks of terror. 2 months ago, a large batch of students had suddenly collapsed convulsing, spewing black blood from their mouths, and turned into monsters. He'd led a few dozen teachers and students into hiding in the cafeteria, and after much difficulty had relocated to the better protected lab. But by now, more and more people had died, food and water were nearly gone, and rescue had never come. Cell phones had long since died. Luckily, the lab had an ancient relic of a radio. But official headquarters had just announced it was going offline 2 days ago. The government disbanded. They refused to accept their fate, sending out distress calls over and over, and no one answered. In their despair, Hao Junjie finally thought of that childhood friend back in his hometown county. He remembered Qin Mian as steady and cautious, someone who'd surely be prepared for an apocalypse, who'd surely have an old relic like a radio. Assuming he was still alive, that is. He tried every method he could think of, and in the end he remembered a scene of the two of them celebrating a birthday together. He used the guy's birthday as the channel, sent out a call, and it actually connected. But what he learned from Qin Mian's mouth was this. The apocalypse had swept across the entire globe, the government had collapsed, there was no rescue, and no one was coming for small groups of survivors like them. Teacher Hao, is rescue coming or not? A girl with short hair and a lean, agile build asked with a frown. A guy beside her with bleached hair and an earring immediately sneered. Look at that fat pig blubbering like he's at a funeral. That crappy friend of his is probably useless too. Right? My dad's a district chief, and even he was helpless. And we're supposed to count on some country bumpkin from a backwater county? Hilarious. A few of the other guys joined in the mocking laughter. A guy standing behind the short-haired girl scoffed coldly. You're all so impressive. Why don't you figure something out? Yi Liangwei, you got a death wish. The district chief's son glared at him, knuckles cracking, the muscles on his arms bulging high. An evolver. Yi Lianghui's expression changed, and he snorted coldly. So you're an evolver, big deal. You piece of trash, say one more word. I dare you. Yi Lianghui opened his mouth, but didn't dare make another sound. The speed and strength of an evolver were simply beyond what an ordinary person could match. Besides, this group, led by the bleached-haired guy, were all evolvers. Nobody would answer for it if they beat someone to death now, so who'd dare provoke them? Everybody knock it off. The short-haired girl stepped in to smooth things over, her eyes fixed on Hao Junjie. Teacher Hao, how's it looking? Bleach Hair chewed his gum and smirked coldly. Fat pig, you're our beloved teacher. You've got an obligation to get us out of here. Otherwise, when we go crazy with hunger, all that lard on you won't be safe. Ha! The whole group laughed without a shred of restraint. But those words sent a chill down Hao Junjie's spine. The food was all gone. Who could guarantee these hunger-crazed things wouldn't eat people? Hao Jianan, can you and your buddy shut up? The short-haired girl folded her arms, a fierce edge on her pretty face. Bleach Hair's face darkened. Wei Yin, none of your damn business. You share the same surname Hao. How can you be so despicable? You're asking for it. Hao Jianan spat out his gum and yanked out a steel pipe, ready to move on her. He hated anyone bringing that up the most. Hao Junjie's fat appearance made him feel humiliated. Everybody shut the hell up. Hao Junjie finally blew up, all that fat trembling, his aura anything but ordinary. An ability user. No wonder he could keep these few dozen people in line. Everyone calm down. I'll try to get Bro Mian to come rescue us. Damn it. I'm just a few years older than you. I'm not your damn father. After cursing, he suppressed his anger and kept transmitting. Bro Mian, can you get in touch with a rescue team? Besides the few dozen of us here, we've also got a batch of precious metal materials and a big pile of research results. They can serve as payment. Precious metals? Be more specific. I perked up instantly. Guangqing College was doing joint new materials research with a military contractor. The lab has a batch of rare metals left behind. Osmium, thallium, rhodium, dozens of kinds. Altogether, the stockpile is close to a ton. I stared at the communicator, my heart skipping a beat. A ton of rare metals? This lab was that loaded? Rare metals, the key material for vehicle upgrades. I was tempted. Go or not. Go. But not now. I had to plan first. First, I sent a message to reassure him. Hao Junjie, don't run around recklessly. Find a way to get food and hold on. A week at most, and I'll definitely make it over there to figure something out. to rescue that batch of materials in your lab. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, bro me on. How Junjie was overjoyed and turned to tell everyone. The students breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was hope now. Better actually show up. How Jiannan snorted coldly and walked off with his people. Wei Yin frowned and asked in a low voice. Teacher How, what does this friend of yours do? How Junjie wiped away his sweat. Relax. If this childhood friend of mine says he's coming, he'll definitely come. They hadn't hung out together in 10-odd years, but from what he knew of Qin Mian, the guy was reliable. Wei Yin wasn't so optimistic, but she didn't say more. Yi Lianghui, on the other hand, muttered, how many people can he even bring? It's all zombies out there, plus mutated monsters. How Junjie couldn't be bothered with him. Truthfully, his own heart was pounding too. Nearly 10,000 teachers and students at Guangxin College had been almost entirely infected. Otherwise, they'd have gotten out long ago. Even a provincial capital university on the outskirts had a population density no small county town could compare to. That much, I understood. So I had to upgrade the vehicle at least once first, then head to Guangxin College. 40 minutes later, I was almost at Highway Hardware Market. There were 20-odd zombies on the road, all drawn over by the roar of the vehicle. Their movements were agile, exposed gums dripping black blood, upper and lower jaws clacking mindlessly, throats letting out a HRRGH. Bang! The front of the vehicle jolted, bouncing. A zombie's head was crushed. The 6 or 7-ton off-road RV charging at high speed, in this moment, finally revealed its truly terrifying killing power. Outside Highway Hardware Market, I rammed and crushed 6 zombies in a row, then hit the brakes, drifted into a U-turn, and plowed back through at high speed. Bang, bang. These things didn't know how to dodge. They rushed head-on and got their skulls crushed on the spot. I charged back and forth around the hardware market for over half an hour, until not a single one on the road could stand up, and only then did I stop the vehicle. I got out with my kukri, finished off the few that weren't fully dead, still shrieking as they sprawled on the ground, then dug the gray crystals out of each of them and tossed them into the vehicle. 24 super points, mine. The hardware market had never had many people to begin with, and now it was dead silent. Black blood everywhere, abandoned cars and junk, not even a ghost in sight. Nothing but corpses. I slowly drove the vehicle in and picked a steel supply shop at random to stop at. I got out and scanned the area. Only 3 trapped zombies. 2 strokes to deal with them, and I harvested the crystals. Then I started hauling steel. 6-meter rebar, square tubing, and semi-finished products. I hauled them all by myself, exhausted to death. Luckily, with material this long, I only had to shove one end into the vehicle and it'd get absorbed. Otherwise, I'd have to cut it into segments. Material storage, metal 5066, non-metal 3021, polymer 714, composite 590, rare metal 57, fuel 455. This time there was a lot of material, and the storage categories had gotten more detailed. Metals were divided into 3 main types: steel, copper alloy, and aluminum alloy, plus a small amount of titanium tungsten alloy. Rare metals were pulled out on their own, which showed how precious they were. Conditions met. You may upgrade or unlock vehicle functions. Available to unlock: external collection, fuel compatibility, body armor. External collection consumes 300 metal, 300 non-metal, 200 composite, 40 rare metal, 30 super points to unlock primary grade. Once unlocked, allows remote collection within a 5-meter radius of the vehicle. Unusable while moving. Good stuff. I didn't even glance at the other 2 options and unlocked it straight away. KKK. The vehicle gave a light shudder. Done. I just set external collection to stay on permanently. As long as something was within 5 meters outside the vehicle, it'd be automatically pulled in any time. Unfortunately, like silent cloaking, it only worked while parked. Looked like I'd still need to upgrade. To upgrade further, both materials and super points would burn at multiplied rates. Ordinary material was easy to come by. It was the rare metals that were hard. That last unlock had eaten more than half of mine right there. That was exactly why I had no choice but to go to Guangxin College. But for now, first I'd pick the hardware market clean. I enjoyed 2 boxes of self-heating rice, then drove into each shop one after another. With external collection, I could just nose the front of the vehicle into a store and easily absorb the material, totally safe, crushing a few wandering zombies to death along the way. For anything out of range, I just had to drag it within 5 meters. I worked for over 3 hours, and the sky gradually darkened. I checked the time. Only 5 o'clock. These things got fiercer after nightfall, so I didn't dare risk it. I parked the vehicle at the mouth of an alley, wedged between 2 walls. Safe. The cost was that the left and right doors couldn't open, but it was worth it. 5:30. The sky went fully dark, and the temperature plunged to the low 50s. I switched on silent cloaking, and once the vehicle's independent power kicked in, the lights and heating came on. I climbed out through the sunroof to check. Not a bit of light leaked out, and only then did I relax and crawl back in. Silent cloaking really was powerful. I took out a self-heating hot pot, added 2 flatbread cakes, opened a bottle of 92 red wine, and ate with great relish. Outside, the vehicle was pitch black and dead silent, cold to the bone, while I sat in the warm cab drinking wine. My sense of security was maxed out. Full and content, I took care of business in the cramped bathroom, gave myself a quick wipe down, then lay down on the folding single bed and turned off the light. Tired from a full day, best to sleep early. Once I've got the resources someday, I'll upgrade the bathroom, get one where I can shower, ideally with a tub to soak in. Haha. I pillowed my head on my hands and drifted into a sweet daydream. The heating flowed gently, the world outside dead silent, my eyelids growing heavier and heavier, my breathing slowing down. Phew. In the dead silent night, a shrill, miserable howl jolted me awake. What the hell is that? Doesn't sound like a zombie. I immediately scrambled to the driver's seat and stared outside. Walls on both sides of the vehicle meant I only had a view straight ahead. That howl grew from far to near, like a wolf's cry from vocal cords torn to shreds. I glanced at the time. 3 in the morning. In my narrow field of view, a few crimson dots appeared. Looking closer, they were several pairs of savage eyes. I grabbed the night vision scope for a look and sucked in a cold breath. It was a pack of skin zombie dogs. Their mouths split into 4 flaps, exposed fangs dripping blood, crimson eyes searching everywhere for prey. I didn't dare breathe too loud, and even lowered my body a little. I even saw one of the zombie dogs hunting a zombie. In a flash, it bit off the limbs, dug open the skull, and swallowed the gray crystal. They were eating their own kind? And after eating, they could evolve? 2 months into the apocalypse, and human understanding of zombie mutation was still a total blank. I swallowed and recorded everything I saw, point by point. Thud. The front of the vehicle jolted. I looked up, my breath catching. At some point, one of the zombie dogs had jumped onto the hood, head lowered, sniffing at the windshield. It had kept a dog's sense of smell. I broke out in a cold sweat and nearly started the engine to flee. Luckily, primary silent cloaking was solid enough. The thing sniffed for a good while but couldn't be sure, and finally just crouched down. I held my breath for dear life. It was crouched right there on the hood, close enough for me to make out every detail. Stripped of fur, its raw red muscles crawling with squirming black veins, the foreflaps split dripping viscous bloody fluid, and inside was a tongue covered in backward-facing barbs. Through the glass, I felt like I could even smell that rank stench. This thing was clearly far fiercer than a zombie. How on earth did it mutate? I didn't move a muscle, and even after it jumped off the vehicle and left, I still didn't dare sleep. I just stood watching the driver's seat, ready to start the engine and bolt at any moment, holding out until daybreak. I could only hope these beasts came out at night only. The moment day broke, I gulped down a quick breakfast and started the vehicle. Knowing there were zombie dogs nearby, I absolutely couldn't get out easily anymore. So I nosed the vehicle into each shop one by one, sweeping up goods with external collection. However much I could gather, I'd take. Point being, I wasn't getting out. This method was much faster. In one whole morning, I swept every shop in the hardware market clean, materials piled into a mountain. Then I pulled out immediately. The vehicle raced along the country road, and now and then I'd hit a straggler zombie, flooring the gas to ram it straight on. Screech. I hit the brakes hard and stopped steadily beside a corpse with its head crushed open. Super points +2. External collection had automatically absorbed the gray crystal from its brain. This one's crystals seemed a hair higher than the earlier ones. As for gray crystals, all I knew was they were the strange crystals inside mutated monsters, carrying a special energy. The authorities had studied them before collapsing, saying they were crystallized viral energy, though they hadn't figured out a use yet. Some people thought swallowing one would let them evolve, and ended up turning into zombies on the spot. So far, it seemed only I could absorb them into energy through the vehicle. I even suspected that this viral energy sweeping across the globe was the very key to upgrading the vehicle. Bang! Just as I was shifting into gear to pull off, I suddenly heard a crisp gunshot. Right after, a pickup truck swung around the intersection ahead and came charging over for all it was worth. There's someone? What's going on? My heart tightened. I immediately turned around, dropped my speed, and got ready to swerve into the side fork at any moment. The pickup quickly closed in, and I checked the rearview mirror. My expression changed. Behind the pickup, 2 zombie dogs were chasing. Damn it. Just what I was afraid of. I floored the gas to speed up. The country road was narrow, so the pickup behind couldn't overtake anytime soon. It just laid on the horn desperately. Phew. The zombie dogs were no slower than the vehicles. One leapt up into the pickup's cargo bed. Bang. Another gunshot, accompanied by shattering glass. In the rearview mirror, the dog had half its face blown off. But it didn't die. The flesh at the wound squirmed and grew back, visibly, before my eyes. How on earth did these monsters mutate? An ordinary zombie was finished the second you blasted its head. Bang. Another shot a few seconds later. This one clearly missed, dodged by the nimble dog. A privately stashed hunting rifle. You couldn't get proper firearms domestically. Before the apocalypse, I'd been something of a gun enthusiast, so I could tell just from the sound. Seeing the fork up ahead, I decisively turned right. The pickup went with the flow and turned left. The 2 vehicles split apart, but the other zombie dog, it caught up to me. Screw you. I had half a mind to kill that pickup driver. That trick of diverting disaster onto someone else had screwed me over hard. Thud, thud. The dog was insanely fast. It jumped straight onto the roof, claws scraping out a screech that set my teeth on edge. The country road was narrow and full of curves. I couldn't get the vehicle past 50, and there was no shaking it off. A sharp turn ahead. I suddenly accelerated and threw the vehicle into a drift. Screech. The tires scraped the ground with an ear-piercing shriek, and the massive centrifugal force flung the dog on the roof clean off, hurling it into a field by the roadside. It really was a bound vehicle. Handling it was as smooth as using my own hands and feet. Having shaken it off, I immediately straightened out and picked up speed, flooring it. Roar. Somehow it caught up again, without a scratch. At the end of this road was a large village. I could already see the clusters of self-built houses. No retreat. I could only grit my teeth and charge in, sending 3 wandering villager zombies flying head-on. Thud. The moment my speed dropped, it caught up again and leapt onto the roof once more. Looks like there's no getting out of this without killing this beast. My eyes turned cold, and I slammed the brakes. Screech. Inertia flung the dog on the roof forward. Right after, I mashed the gas to the floor. The engine roared. The tires spun in place for a few turns before gripping the ground and surging forward. Die. The dog had just landed, thrown into a daze, and as it climbed up shaking its head, it took the front of the vehicle full on. Splat. A mass of flesh and blood burst against the front, splattering across the windshield. The wheels bounced, rolling over its body, dragging a gruesome streak of blood along the ground. I wasn't sure I'd killed it in one hit, so I shifted into reverse and ran it over 3 more times before stopping beside the smear of shattered dog. Looking through the window, the once ferocious zombie dog was reduced to a stump of shattered spine, its head long since burst. Second tier, crystal absorbed. Super points plus 20. I was stunned, then wild with joy. Now I could confirm it. Mutated monsters had clear tiers of ranking. The ordinary zombies from before mostly gave just 1 super point per crystal. This one zombie dog gave 20 outright. An absurd difference. Beep beep. Just as I was recording the information, a car horn sounded in the distance. I looked up. It was that pickup from before, the one chased by the zombie dog, coming toward the village, with no dog following behind now. I didn't dare relax. I grabbed the compound bow from the passenger seat. The other party had a hunting rifle. The pickup came, limping, over, and only up close could I see clearly. One rear tire was flat, and black smoke was rising from the hood. What had this person been through? The car was nearly wrecked. The pickup stopped about 10 meters away, and the door opened. A young girl jumped down. I was a bit surprised and looked her over carefully. Grubby jeans paired with a hoodie, a head of purple-gray two-tone hair pulled up high into a ponytail, walking with a little bounce. Her small face was smeared with bloodstains and mud, but her gaze was sharp. She was empty-handed and stopped only 2 meters from the vehicle, staring. The windows were one way. From outside you couldn't see in. But I didn't dare relax in the slightest, the compound bow ready to draw at any moment. Though she carried no gun, anyone who could drive that recklessly in the apocalypse, even if she looked underage, was definitely no simple case. Hey, I know you can hear me. Can we talk? She called out across the gap, her voice crisp, with a hint of childishness. Pretty nice to listen to. But that very tone stirred a bit of murderous intent in me, already fuming as I was. Still, I wasn't so far gone as to raise a hand against a minor. I replied coldly, "We've got nothing to talk about. Get lost. That business earlier where you used me to lure off the zombie dog, I'll let it slide." What? Her cheeks puffed up. What do you mean used you? That was prey I worked so hard to lure out. Huh. Are you kidding me? I nearly laughed out loud. Your prey? Sure. The dog's meat is right there on the road. Go pick it up yourself. Take your time. Who wants that rotten meat? The only valuable thing on these monsters is the brain crystal. She frowned. Brain crystal? That was the gray crystal. My face darkened. What? You want to take the brain crystal back from me? If she really dared ask, I wouldn't mind making a move, minor or not. But she shook her head. You killed the monster, so the stuff's yours. I'm here to hitch a ride. My first reaction was that she had her eye on my vehicle. But looking at that pickup over there, tire barely hanging on and belching smoke, she genuinely did have that need. But a stranger, I wouldn't let aboard easily. I refused. Sorry, I don't carry strangers. She grinned. My name's Nene. There, now we know each other, so we're not strangers anymore. Besides, it's the apocalypse. Shouldn't survivors help each other out all the more? Do you even believe that yourself? I shot back with disdain, started the engine, and got ready to shift into gear and leave. Wait. She darted in front of the vehicle at once, irritated. I won't ride for free. Just drop me off at Baishui Town. Not interested. Blocking the road won't help either. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. I shifted into gear and pulled off. Hey. Do you have any humanity? Nene gritted her teeth in anger, and seeing me actually barreling toward her, she quickly dodged to the side and shouted, You won't even take the brain crystal I'm offering. So how about I tell you a secret about the mutations, huh? Screech. I slammed to a stop, rolled the window down a crack, revealing half my face. What secret? What could you possibly know? I'd been collecting and recording all this apocalypse information, but I'd never compared notes with anyone. Oh, and he's a handsome one too. Nene stared at me curiously, and seeing me grow more impatient, she gave a soft huff. I know plenty. Just watch. With that, she turned and rushed toward a zombie that had just wandered over nearby. I raised an eyebrow, my interest piqued. I watched her close in on the zombie, and facing its frenzied lunging bite, the thing seemed to be frozen in place by some invisible force. The next instant, its 4 limbs were wrenched clean off. My pupils shrank, my scalp tingling. What kind of superpower was this? If she'd used this move on me just now, wouldn't I have been done for? Thinking of that, I panicked even more and nearly turned around to flee. But she didn't do anything. Either she had no such intent, or that ability had limits and was still weak. Hey, Nene came back quickly, dragging half a zombie in her hand. Just the torso and head were left, still alive, its mouth still clacking in a frenzied bite. I suppressed my racing heart and asked, What kind of ability user are you? Explain clearly, or forget about getting in the vehicle. Nene puffed her cheeks and answered testily. Counts as a type of psychic power, I guess. It's still weak right now, can't threaten you for the time being, relax. If she weren't in a hurry to get back to Baishui Town, she genuinely wouldn't have wanted to hitch a ride with anyone at all. Oh, of course I couldn't fully believe her. My gaze shifted to that half a zombie. You caught it. What do you want to tell me? That was the real point. Nene countered with a question. How much do you understand about low-tier monsters like this? I shrugged. Not much. She didn't mind, and just tore open the zombie's tattered, filth-caked clothes, exposing its withered, blackened chest. Look, the chest had been bitten and torn, heart and lungs gone, leaving only a rotted black windpipe and a few broken ribs. Just a heap of rotting tissue. What's different about it? I frowned. Before the apocalypse, did you ever see a corpse that could still run around this nimbly after being dead for 2 months? She didn't wait for my answer and continued. By natural decomposition, this corpse should have rotted beyond recognition long ago, but it decays to a certain point and then stops, precisely because the viral energy is sustaining it. That's it. I raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised. The authorities had announced this hypothesis long ago, and I'd figured it out myself by combining it with the gray crystals. Sure enough, she went on. Any life needs a driving force. Humans have to eat to live, and these monsters are the same. What they rely on is the brain crystal. You've surely seen it. I nodded, unsurprised. But her next sentence sharpened my gaze 3 degrees in an instant. I know how to use the energy of the brain crystal. Nene dug out the zombie's gray crystal while staring at me. Her meaning was clear. Want to hear the rest? Open the door and give me a ride. The authorities hadn't figured out what use the gray crystals had, right up until they collapsed. And this girl actually knew how to use them? All along. All I knew was that the vehicle could absorb gray crystals into super points. Others out there had tried using gray crystals too, calling them the key to human evolution, but I'd never heard of anyone succeeding. True or false aside, it was worth a gamble. I opened the passenger door. Get in. Nene grinned. Thanks, mister. What, mister? I was only 30 by the nominal count. The corner of my mouth twitched. Just as I was about to remind her to buckle up, the vehicle popped up a line of prompts. Passenger detected. Passenger system activating. Passenger, Nene. First tier ability user. Strength 14. Agility 18. Constitution 17. Spirit 22. Ability, mental conception. Trust, wary. Reaching trusted allows binding as a team member. Passenger detected carrying 2 second-tier gray crystals and 13 first-tier gray crystals. Absorb? I was slightly taken aback. This vehicle even dug out a passenger's information, trust level, and their whole wallet for me? Should I secretly absorb them? Also, what kind of ability was mental conception? Hey mister, let's go already. What are you spacing out for? Nene urged me. I came back to myself and swept her a startled glance. You don't want your car? And you're not taking the stuff on it. Though I coveted this girl's wallet, I still had a shred of scruples. But that hunting rifle, I hadn't forgotten about that. Nene waved a hand. That car's about to blow a cylinder. I'll just find another one. There's nothing on it. The good stuff's all on me. As she spoke, she patted the little leather pouch at her waist. Her entire net worth. You don't want the gun either? I couldn't help asking. A firearm. If she didn't want it, I'd pick it up. That thing's too shoddy. It blew up in the chamber just now, and it's out of ammo, she said carelessly, then looked around the cab curiously. You've done a nice job modifying this vehicle. The doors are blast-rated police issue spec. You couldn't even get a gun. I shook my head. The doors and windows came from upgrades. Firearms were controlled so tightly domestically, where would I get one? Nene rapped on the window. You want a gun? I started the vehicle and picked up speed. With a firearm, dealing with zombie dogs would be so much easier. 10 first-tier brain crystals, I'll get you a police pistol. 5 second-tier ones, for an automatic submachine gun. Interested? Her eyes rolled. My heart stirred. You have a channel for that. 1 first-tier brain crystal, and I'll tell you. Screech. I slammed to a stop, expressionless. Don't tell me, and you get out now. Her little face fell. Fine, fine. You win. Let's go. Let's go. I'll tell you right now. Only then did I step on the gas, satisfied. There's a faction in Baishui Town, all evolvers and ability users, calling themselves the Apocalypse Knights. They cleaned out several police stations and got their hands on a lot of firearms and ammunition. You can trade brain crystals for them. Nene fished a lollipop out of her little waist pouch and spoke around it. What do they want brain crystals for? I was startled and asked the most crucial question. It was also what I most wanted to know after agreeing to carry her. I knew Baishui Town. It was only 40-some kilometers from Highway Hardware Market. I hadn't expected someone had already formed a faction. That's the second piece of info. Nene sucked on the candy. You know Nanyan City? There's a mysterious research institute there. Before the apocalypse, it was already a famous private research organization. Right after the first month ended, word got out that they'd cracked the secret of the brain crystals, and even used brain crystals to make an evolution serum. This was heavy. I jolted. I knew Nanyan City, and had even been there once before the apocalypse. As for the research institute, that was the first I'd heard of it. A private organization actually more impressive than the authorities? Brain crystals into serum? What's the use? Haha, that's the third piece of info. Nene raised her eyebrows, her expression turning serious. I hear they purify the brain crystal's viral energy, make it harmless, and turn it into a serum. Not many side effects. Ordinary people who inject it can actively become evolvers. Success rate around 60%. People scramble for it. And serum made from second-tier brain crystals can let first-tier evolvers and ability users advance. Success rate 50%. As long as you've got enough brain crystals, they've got it all. Firearms, serums, food, exoskeleton power gear. They're spreading the word that the apocalypse is an opportunity for life to make a leap, and only the weak get eliminated. I couldn't get over it for a long while. I'd been holed up in a basement for 2 months, and people outside had adapted this fast, cracking the gray crystals, making serums, in how little time. A 50 to 60% success rate was already remarkable. As for the remaining 40 to 50% that failed, no need to guess, they'd turned into monsters. What's that research institute called? Nene spat out her lollipop. Apocalypse Manifesto. I silently noted it down, turned onto the town highway, and sped up. Take Shatong Road. That one's not blocked off. After her reminder, she gazed out the window in a daze again. I turned onto the other road as she said. The town roads were narrow, 2 lanes, littered everywhere with crashed cars, mangled corpses, and blackened blood. Once we entered the residential district, it got worse, more and more zombies. I ran over a swath of them, driving and stopping, absorbing over 20 super points. Nene didn't say anything. She'd have done the same. She was only puzzled about why this guy didn't get out to dig out the brain crystals. She'd secretly observed, even used her ability to flip open the heads of those zombies, and found the brain crystals inside had vanished into thin air. Clearly, this guy had taken them with some kind of strange ability. The sky grew darker and darker, until raindrops smacked the windows and the two of us realized it was raining. The rain grew heavier and heavier, until it finally hammered down so hard the road ahead became impossible to see. I drove with total focus, but no matter how desperately the wipers worked, I couldn't make out the obstacles ahead. Too dangerous. I could only pull the vehicle over beside a roadside green strip, taking shelter under a tree to dampen the noise of the raindrops. You actually didn't redo the interior of this vehicle? The noise is this loud, and the insulation's probably bad too. Nene wrapped her hoodie tighter. A wisp of cold air seeped into the cab, and she couldn't help complaining. It's only August. How is it this cold? I could hear the hint of anxiety in her tone, and said flatly, because the extreme cold is coming. What extreme cold? Winter's coming early? She looked baffled. I didn't respond, and picked up my notebook to start recording. The information she'd given me earlier was valuable, worth writing down. The small items to add to the vehicle, like soundproofing and insulation, I listed those together too. I wrote at times, and thought at times. You're recording all this. Don't tell me you're planning to keep modifying it. Nene stared at me curiously. I set down the notebook, didn't answer, and looked at the sky growing ever darker outside. After a while I glanced at the time again. 3:30 in the afternoon. Only then did I slowly speak. We can't leave today. Settle up the fare first. 5 first-tier brain crystals. What? Nene nearly jumped up. You're robbing me. 5 brain crystals weren't much to her, but getting fleeced out of nowhere was genuinely infuriating. I explained very fairly. 2 for the road fare, 3 for the overnight fee. What overnight fee? She puffed her cheeks and glared at me furiously. When did I ever say I'd sleep in your car? Fine, I'll charge you 2. You can get out now and leave tomorrow morning after the rain stops. Ignoring her glare, I considerately pressed the door switch. Where am I supposed to sleep? In rain this heavy, I'll freeze to death. Nene was beside herself, glaring at me for a good while before gritting out through her teeth. You win. Profiteer. She pulled out 5 first-tier brain crystals and slapped them hard onto the armrest. I gave a little smile and swept them away with quick hands and sharp eyes. Super points plus 5. Super points, 77. The vehicle had long since indicated it could be upgraded, but I held off for now, didn't move on it. There was a stranger aboard, and it wasn't convenient. Once the secret that this vehicle could be upgraded leaked out, even if others couldn't use it, it'd invite a whole crowd of people coveting it. Hey, since you took my money, I've got usage rights on the vehicle, right? I want a shower. Nene folded her arms and asserted her rights. I nodded. Aside from food, you can use all the living facilities on the vehicle, but you can't shower. Conditions only allow a simple wash right now. There are fresh towels in the storage cabinet above the bathroom. Take someone's money, you've got to provide the service. It's not like I'm some glutton. Nene gave a soft snort, turned, and ducked into the rear compartment. The rear compartment showed few signs of modification. A corridor down the middle, behind the passenger seat a cramped standalone bathroom, behind the driver's seat a fridge and a set of folding table and chairs. Past the bathroom were 2 folding bunk beds, and across from them a small kitchen, microwave, oven, induction cooktop, and the rest all storage cabinets. Strange, how come I don't see a power box on the vehicle? This guy's pretty clever, leaving all the space for stockpiling food and drink. Nene nodded, grabbed a towel, and squeezed into the bathroom. As I'd said, inside there was nothing but a toilet, a sink, and a washer-dryer, no bathing amenities. She didn't mind, took off her dirty clothes and washed them carefully, and even luxuriously washed her hair. 10 minutes later, she came out having changed back into her freshly washed clothes. This vehicle's pretty convenient, just small. If it were me, I'd modify a bus or a truck straight up. She grumbled, though she knew a big vehicle made too obvious a target and couldn't match this kind of small off-roader for maneuverability. Having blow-dried her hair, the refreshed girl returned to the passenger seat and reclined the chair flat. Only then did she notice the sky outside had dimmed another shade. With the grime washed off, her face was revealed, full of collagen, unexpectedly pretty. I couldn't help glancing over once, then lowered my head to my own work. The rain poured, and outside the vehicle was a vast white blur. Boom! A bolt of lightning startled us both. It came so abruptly. Right after, the thunderstorm broke like floodgates opening, the sky as though in a rage. Neither of us spoke, one studying what the vehicle could upgrade, the other staring blankly out the window. At exactly 5 in the afternoon, the sky went fully dark. Seeing her hugging her arms tight, shivering from the cold, I came to and switched on the heating. Then I got up and headed to the back. I needed to relieve myself too and wash up. "You're not afraid I'll drive off with your car?" Nene felt a wave of warmth, her brows relaxing, though her mouth showed no mercy. "Aside from me, no one can drive this vehicle away." My voice carried over, my person already inside the bathroom. "Cocky." Nene pursed her lips. Then the corner of her mouth curved up slightly. This guy was pretty considerate, actually. With the heating on, the cab was no longer bone cold. Much more comfortable. After washing up, I felt hungry and started making dinner. I turned my head and asked, "You want some noodles?" "Not hungry, no money, thanks." The girl talked tough, but her growling stomach thoroughly betrayed her. Heavens, she hadn't eaten all day. All right. I gave a little smile, said nothing, took out the ingredients, and got busy. The induction cooktop boiled the noodles through. I added some dehydrated vegetables and frozen meat slices, sprinkled in seasoning and dehydrated scallions and cilantro, and in under 10 minutes, 2 big steaming bowls. "Come eat. It's free." I set out the folding table and chairs. "Really?" The girl, who'd long been swallowing her drool, was there in one bound, but then asked warily, "You didn't drug it, did you?" "I'm a minor. Don't eat it, and I'll take it away." Hey, kidding, kidding." Nene quickly shielded her noodles, blowing on them. I smiled and picked up my chopsticks. Probably because both our bodies had evolved, the two of us had similar appetites. A big bowl of noodles, cleaned out in under 10 minutes. Nene even drank the broth dry, patting her little belly with a look of contentment. "Haven't had anything hot in over a month. Don't you have a shelter?" I asked. "I do. I go out hunting zombies during the day, but at night I don't dare light a fire. It easily draws zombie dogs." Bringing this up, she was full of grievance. Then her pretty face suddenly changed. "Oh no, kill the lights quick." I calmly cleared the bowls. "Relax. When my vehicle's cloaked, it's perfectly safe. Even zombie dogs can't detect it." "What cloaked?" "Hey, I'm serious." Nene got frantic, reaching out to grab the light switch. Prue. Outside, the zombie dog's howls mixed into the downpour, growing from far to near. Nene's expression changed, and just as she was about to urge me to drive off and flee, a flash of lightning let her make out, hazily, a dozen-odd zombie dogs sprinting past not far away. She froze on the spot. Were those dogs really blind? Or had their sense of smell degenerated? They didn't detect us even this close? "Relax, my vehicle has silent cloaking. Zombies and zombie dogs can't detect it. But to be safe, we'll turn off the lights and sleep in a bit." I finished tidying the bowls and chopsticks, put down the folding bed, then pointed at the top bunk. "You sleep up there." Not waiting for her response, I lay straight down and used the vehicle's voice command to turn off all the lights. However strong silent cloaking was, it couldn't guarantee some even more terrifying mutated creature wouldn't show up. Better to err on the side of caution. What kind of function is this? It can actually block zombies and monsters' perception. Only now did Nene come to her senses, her eyes full of disbelief. "So you see, your money was well spent." I smiled smugly, pulled out the radio and tuned the frequency, wanting to dig up some information. Old habit. Unfortunately, whether because of the downpour or not, the communicator was all chaotic static, couldn't pick up a single channel. Nene lay pressed against the window observing for over an hour, seeing 5 or 6 waves of zombie dogs prowling back and forth. There was even one that sniffed by the wheel, then just ran off, and only then did she fully relax. By the faint light of the lightning, she glanced at me, and a trace of curiosity rose in her heart. This guy had something to him. Actually, mastering technology this impressive. And he was a decent person, too, turning on the heating for me and treating me to free noodles. Passenger Nene trust increased, friendly. A prompt suddenly popped up before my eyes. I paused and let down my guard a little inside, too. It was precisely because she had no ill intent that I dared let her spend the night aboard. Now that we'd reached the friendly tier, I could actually relax quite a bit. "Mister, I'm sleeping up top. You'd better not get any funny ideas." Nene grinned and climbed up to the top bunk. Having a bed to sleep in was better than curling up in a car seat. Listening to the assorted shrieks mixed now and then into the thunderstorm, she instead felt a kind of thrilling sense of security. The cab was warm and safe, so comfortable, and holding on to her last shred of wariness, she still drifted off to sleep before she knew it. Early the next morning, the sky was still gray, but the downpour had stopped. Sizzle, sizzle. Oil sputtered and crackled in the cab, and an aroma wafted out. Nene, still in her dreams, twitched her nose, snapped her eyes open, flipped over, and sat up, her pretty face taut with wariness. Then she remembered her situation and silently cursed in annoyance. She'd actually slept this deeply in a strange place. But honestly, she'd slept genuinely comfortably last night, inexplicably at ease. Awake? Wash up. We'll set off after we eat. Breakfast's free too. My voice came from the side, emotion indiscernible. Nene blinked, checked herself over carefully, and only then relaxed and grinned. Mister, you're a pretty decent guy. With that, she ducked into the bathroom. Coming out holding breakfast, I wore a baffled look. What was she checking herself for? But I didn't dwell on it. In under 2 minutes, Nene was seated at the table, and her eyes lit up the moment she saw breakfast. Hot steamed buns, fried ham, and canned fruit. The portions weren't small either. She was practically drooling and dug in without the slightest reservation. I smiled and said nothing more. 5 minutes, and the two of us cleared out breakfast. Time to set off. After last night's downpour, the road was flooded a dozen-odd centimeters deep, and in low-lying spots where it couldn't drain, it could be half a meter. I started the vehicle and headed for Baishui town. Now that we were familiar, Nene loosened up too, one hand resting on the window, the other toying with a butterfly knife, making idle conversation here and there. With someone to pass the time, my mood was good too, and we sped along the whole way. But passing through that village beside Baishui town, the two of us sensed something was wrong at the same time. There wasn't a single zombie. This was too abnormal. Strange, I've been to this place several times. No matter what, there should be over 1,000 zombies inside. Nene looked all around, her pretty face full of alarm and doubt. This village was called Dashi Village, quite large, over 3,000 people, all 2- and 3-story self-built houses. After the apocalypse, the corpse horde here was no small scale, over 1,000 for sure. There was no way they'd just vanish. Look at those footprints in the farm fields. I spoke, easing off the speed at the same time. Nene followed my gaze, her pretty brows knitting. The mutated, deformed crops were flattened in great swaths, stretching continuously into the distance. That's from a corpse horde passing through. Her pupils shrank. Not just a corpse horde, there are zombie dog prints too. I pointed at a clearly trampled trail. And these two kinds of things, they're moving in the same direction. Could this be the corpse tide from the rumors? Where are they headed? Nene suddenly shuddered, a trace of unease in her eyes. Corpse tide. That thing all survivors defined as a horde of tens of thousands of zombies moving in a regular pattern. A single one was nothing. In small-scale hordes most groups could still handle to some degree. But once you ran into a corpse tide, that was a catastrophe. I pulled up the offline map, compared it against the marks in the farm fields, and my gaze hardened. The place up ahead is the Baishui town you mentioned. Oh no. Nene's face changed abruptly. Hurry to Baishui town. I was unmoved. Go there now and get myself killed. Go, hurry. You can have all of this. Nene slapped her little waist pouch onto me, frantic beyond words. You don't have to drive into the town. Just drop me at the outskirts. Sanma Road, Red Star Factory. Fine. I gave her a long, deep look and picked up speed. With the zombies moving so abnormally, I actually wanted to see it for myself too. The speed quickly shot up to 100, and if not for the complex road conditions, it'd have been more. Neither of us spoke. I drove with focus, and Nene gripped her butterfly knife, her expression growing more and more panicked. Half an hour later, the buildings of Baishui town were already in sight, along with gunfire so fierce it couldn't let up. It's a corpse horde, at least 2,000. From several kilometers off, I spotted at a glance the countless zombies pouring into the town center, with even fiercer zombie dogs mixed among them. The strange thing was, those zombie dogs weren't eating the zombies, but instead were fixated on the survivors trapped upstairs in the buildings, as though the flesh and blood of the living lured them more. That's every group large and small in Baishui town. They're surrounded. Nene stared ahead, then pointed at an intersection. Turn in there, and it's Sanma Road. Without a word, I whipped into a drift and turned in, running over a stray zombie along the way. The gunfire at the town center was fierce, and quite a few scattered zombies wandered the outskirts a few kilometers out too. I barreled through and crushed a swath of them, but had no time to absorb the gray crystals. Now wasn't the moment. The closer we got to the Red Star factory, the more frantic Nene grew, because the zombies grew more and more numerous. We're here. Ram in, and you can drop me, she suddenly cried, pointing at a large iron factory gate by the roadside. That iron gate was blocked by a good many zombies, and had already half collapsed. Boom! I floored the gas. The engine roared, and the entire vehicle plowed into the factory. Grandma. The moment we entered, before the vehicle had even slowed, Nene shoved the door open and rushed out. I was startled. I saw a flash of silver light in her eyes, her whole body wrapped in a strange, rippling energy, and she actually landed safely and even knocked several zombies aside. So this girl was rushing back to save someone. But the zombies had all charged into the factory building. Even if there were living people inside, the odds were grim. Grandma. A shrill scream came from within the factory building. Right after, a violent surge of psychic power exploded outward with a thunderous crash. The girl, her aura astonishing, charged out of the factory building, silver light bursting from both eyes, her face full of hatred. Centered on her, every zombie within a 20-meter radius was, inexplicably, smashed into a meat paste. I watched stupefied. I could clearly feel a violent tremor in the air above. Looking up carefully, I saw the sky had actually condensed blocks of shadowless giant boulders, nearly invisible to the naked eye. That ground full of meat paste had been crushed by these boulders. Mental conception, was this heaven-defying? The girl was still in a frenzy, and the zombies that had charged in following the horde were hammered into meat pulp one after another, rotting blood bursting and splattering, gorily terrifying. I quickly shifted into gear and backed out of the factory, stopped a few dozen meters off, activated silent cloaking, and watched her rampage from afar. I sure didn't want to take a few of those hits. Peru. Several blood-colored figures came sprinting from a distance. Zombie dogs. Very fast, clearly drawn by the commotion here. Bam! Bam! But the moment they charged into the factory, they were viciously smashed dead on the ground, flesh and blood flying. My face was full of horror. This girl was too ferocious. If I could team up with her, the apocalypse would surely be far safer. In that instant, the thought of forming a team stirred in me. Being alone was just too dreary. What's more, with the vehicle's team trust panel as a safety net, I didn't have to fear betrayal. The only thing to weigh was whether our temperaments matched. Die? You all have to die. The girl raged for nearly 10 minutes, the entire factory strewn with shredded flesh and broken bone. But she finally ran out of strength, her little face deathly pale, and after hammering the last zombie dog to death, she toppled over rigid. I immediately drove back into the factory, stopped by her side, and before the zombies that had just swarmed over could get close, scooped her into the vehicle in one motion. Bang! Bang! Before the zombies even arrived, a zombie dog had already started ramming the door, rocking the whole vehicle, its force frightful. My face changed, and I immediately activated silent cloaking. The instant the scent of the living vanished, the dog stopped and circled the vehicle. I let out a breath, only then freeing up a hand to check on Nene. She was already unconscious, her pretty face ghastly pale. I hurriedly pulled up her attribute panel. Passenger, Nene. First tier ability user. Strength 14. Agility 18. Constitution 17. Spirit. Ability. Mental conception, advancing. Trust, friendly. Life status. Mental collapse in progress. Secondary evolution in progress. Requires super energy replenishment. The situation was bad. Even the spirit attribute had become unstable. The value couldn't even be displayed. I laid her on the folding bed, returned to the driver's seat, and prepared to withdraw. The commotion had been too great. More and more zombies were squeezing into the factory, and those few zombie dogs by the vehicle circled unwillingly, searching all around for the scent of the living and clawing at the vehicle now and then. If this kept up, it'd be even harder to get away. I pulled up the upgrade menu. Super points, 125. The brain crystals within a 5-meter range just now had all been automatically collected, and they'd added up to quite a bit. Upgrades: chassis, tires, doors, windows, interior, headlights, powertrain. Unlocked. Ram guard. The previous fuel compatibility was gone, probably because some kind of material was insufficient. But a ram guard had been added. That's the one. And boost the power a bit too. At a stir of thought, the originally damaged front of the vehicle instantly refreshed, and a savage, heavy ram guard appeared on the bumper. Engine upgraded. Power plus 50%. The commotion of the upgrade gave the surrounding zombie dogs a fright, and they rammed the vehicle even more violently. These things clearly still retained a sliver of intelligence, and even if they couldn't sense the living, they wanted to smash apart the vehicle that had just startled them. Virum. I threw it into reverse and took the chance to drag a zombie dog gnawing at the rear under the vehicle. Peru. At this, the zombie dogs and zombies went completely mad. Die. I floored the gas. The power was 50% more than before, and the 6 tires clawed at the sticky flesh on the ground, spun a few times, then suddenly shot forward. The zombie dogs nimbly dodged aside, but the zombies were fiercely rammed away by the ram guard, crushed to pieces on the spot. Right after, a wave of G-force pressed me back. I could feel that violent power crystal clear. Boom! The battered iron gate suffered again, thoroughly rammed away, and the off-road RV dragged out two blood-colored tire trails as it vanished into the distance. Once on the highway, the vehicle broke 100 in a few seconds. The lunging, biting zombies were shaken off immediately, and even the faster zombie dogs gradually fell behind, eventually all giving up and turning to rush toward the town center where the gunfire never stopped. Having shaken them off, I drove 20-some kilometers straight out of Baishui town in one breath, and seeing no pursuers behind, only then stopped at an intersection and freed up a hand to check on Nene. She was still unconscious, her face even paler, her head covered in fine sweat, and she'd even begun to convulse. The situation was worsening. I was at a loss. The bit of medicine I'd stockpiled was mostly antibiotics and hemostatics, completely useless here. Super energy replenishment should be that evolution energy inside the gray crystals. My mind raced, but I couldn't just stuff a zombie brain crystal into her mouth. That would turn her into a zombie 100%. I need the evolution serum purified from brain crystals, and the tier can't be lower than first tier. Looks like I've got to make a trip to Nanyan City and find that research institute. Girl, count this as me playing the saint for once. If I can pull you back from this, then let's team up. After muttering to myself for a while, I quickly made up my mind. I used straps to secure Nene to the folding bed, turned around, and drove toward Nanyan City. Along the way, I plotted out what I reckoned was the safest, shortest route, and floored it. From Baishui town to Nanyan City was nearly 200 kilometers, in exactly the opposite direction from Guangqing Academy, normally a bit over 2 hours. But under the apocalypse, where was there ever a smooth route? I drove all the way until 3:30 in the afternoon before reaching the outskirts of Nanyan City. Before the apocalypse, Nanyan City had been a third-tier city with a permanent population upward of 1.3 million. Now the city center had long become a zombie playground, impossible to enter. I'd thought the research institute would be hard to find, but I hadn't expected that as soon as I reached the outskirts, I'd see a manor with reinforced fencing. On the wall was a conspicuous golden inverted triangle, exactly the emblem of the Apocalypse Manifesto that Nene had mentioned. Only, quite a few Apocalypse-modified vehicles were parked outside the manor, and a fair number of survivors were coming and going at the gate. The walls had clearly been raised and reinforced, with auto-targeting large-caliber machine guns mounted on top. The gate was 2 blast doors over 3 meters wide, one of which was open, letting in survivors of all kinds. 4 armed personnel in exoskeleton power armor guarded either side of the gate, their sharp gazes sweeping the surroundings. I was a bit puzzled. The Nanyan City Center was right beside it, and the threat of a corpse tidescale event was no joke. This bit of armed force couldn't hold it off at all. Yet these people were sitting here perfectly fine, and had even started doing business with the surrounding groups. It was baffling. Only after observing for a good while did I catch on to something. Drones flew out of the manor from time to time, carrying something as they circled the manor, scattering a yellow powder. Is that a drug to guard against large-scale zombie attacks? Seeing that it was getting late, I decided to go in and take a look and drove over. Stop the vehicle, enter on foot. The moment my vehicle drew near the gate, a guard raised a hand. I'd seen the vehicles parked all around before coming, so it wasn't hard to guess the rule. I didn't force my way in and parked the vehicle off to the side. My distinctive off-road RV drew quite a few glances, some sizing it up with ill intent. Who knows what they were scheming? I slung my compound bow and machete on my back, tucked away Nene's leather pouch, shouldered a backpack, and got out, heading straight for the gate. The guard only swept me a glance and warned me sternly, 1 hour till dark. Make it quick. Something stirred in me, and I lowered my voice. Big bro, I want to buy a second-tier evolution serum. Is there any in stock today? As I spoke, I slipped him a pack of cigarettes. The guard took it without a flicker, his gaze picking up a hint of something, and he curled his lip. I don't know if there is. Go in and ask yourself. Leave before dark. Okay, thank you, big bro. As I thanked him, my gaze inadvertently swept his chest plate. Beside that golden inverted triangle was an extra red symbol. I felt a twinge of unease inside and, without showing it, entered the manor. There were a fair number of people inside, but few were here to buy serum. Most had come with the intent to defect and pledge allegiance, crowded in a queue at a window. I asked a young man in the queue curiously, "The Research Institute recruits people too? You mean the Apocalypse Manifesto?" Not a chance. This is a subordinate faction of the Apocalypse Manifesto, the Blood Corps. Join and you get one free evolution serum. The young man, bored from queuing, first said a couple of words excitedly. Then his eyes locked greedily onto my pocket. He could tell my clothes were clean, unlike his filthy state, and he'd even lost a shoe 2 days ago. If I hadn't had a blade on my back, and if trouble weren't off limits here, he'd have made a move long ago. Blood Corps? A subordinate of the Apocalypse Manifesto? No wonder there was an extra blood-red symbol on the guard's chest plate. I narrowed my eyes, pulled a chocolate energy bar out of my pocket, and tossed it over. Tell me what you know. Haha, an energy bar. Haven't had one in over a month. The young man quickly tore it open and devoured half, wrapped up the other half, and stuffed it in his pocket, then lowered his voice. As far as I know, the Apocalypse Manifesto's headquarters isn't in Nanyun. There's only the one subordinate faction here, the Blood Corps. But don't you underestimate them. They've been into Nanyun City and hunted down a third-tier gluttony. Saying this, he even shot a fearful glance at 2 armed personnel patrolling past in the distance, likewise clad in exoskeleton power armor, hoisting large-caliber firearms, one of them even carrying a man-portable rocket launcher on his back. Who dare underestimate them? A faction that could hunt down Tier 3 monsters, no less. I was secretly alarmed and drew out a good deal more information. I asked, "You said the Blood Corps got a lot of serum from the Apocalypse Manifesto. They don't use it themselves. Who knows? I'll find out once I'm recruited, haha." The young man smiled and said no more. It was nearly his turn. I turned and left. I had a rough idea of the role the Blood Corps played, and there was a considerable discrepancy from what Nene had said. It seemed this Apocalypse Manifesto was no ordinary kind of mysterious. Shaking my head, I gave it no more thought and walked to the serum trading window, a warehouse set up in the manor. There were few people around now. With nightfall approaching, trading was near its close. I said to a woman in a white coat handling the transactions, "I want to trade for a second-tier serum." The woman gave me a startled glance and said coldly, 5 second-tier brain crystals. Second-tier brain crystals. The ones in zombie dogs' heads were exactly that, a shade deeper in color than first tier. 1 second-tier serum for 5 second-tier brain crystals. That was really cutthroat. Brain crystals were super points, the very lifeline of upgrading the vehicle. I wanted to avoid trading them away as much as possible, so I asked, "Can I trade with something else? What have you got?" The woman stared at me. I opened my backpack, revealing several intact cartons of cigarettes, scavenged from that Western-style building in the county town. The woman swept them a glance. "Worth 2 brain crystals. Anything else?" I frowned. It seemed I'd have to dip into the girl's assets after all. "But this compound bow of yours, it can be worth another 3. The woman suddenly looked at the bow on my back. "Only 3? My face darkened slightly. The initiative in this trade was entirely in her hands. But their faction already had firearms, so how did a compound bow still catch their eye? The woman seemed to see through my confusion and rarely offered an explanation. "Firearms are loud. They draw zombies, and even with a suppressor you can't escape a zombie dog's ears. Bows and arrows don't. If you've got more gear of this kind, next time it'll be worth 4. So that was it. I hesitated a moment, took off the compound bow, and decisively traded it, along with all the arrowheads, for 1 second-tier serum. Getting a powerful teammate without touching my brain crystals, that was worth it. As for whether this compound bow could really serve any great use for silent hunting, I had my doubts, since I'd carried it this long with basically no chance to use it. Stray, lone zombies I could now slash to death fast in one strike. For hordes, I just ran when I met them. As for zombie dogs, too fast, and a bow was even harder to wield against them, so I simply gave it up. Making myself stronger was the true path. I carried the portable cooler holding the serum and returned to the vehicle right away, with no intention of lingering. Taking advantage of the little time left before dark, I drove off at once. "Boss, that guy took Songbei Road, heading south. Follow him." The moment my vehicle left, several modified vans tailed after it. My vehicle was fast to begin with, precisely as a guard against anyone tailing and cutting me off. I ran at 130 until dark, then pulled into some roadside bushes and activated silent cloaking. This caution of mine sent the tailors on a fool's errand, and with darkness fallen, they had no choice but to turn back. Sure enough, someone was after me. I lowered the binoculars, my face slightly dark. The bushes, over 2 meters tall, hid the vehicle snugly, and with the darkness, it was impossible to make out from a few dozen meters off. 5:12, fully dark. I hadn't even eaten. I carried the serum over to Nene's side. The girl's face was paler still, convulsing more and more frequently. I opened the cooler, took out a purple serum, and said in a low voice, "Girl, this cost me no small price. It comes down to whether your life's tough enough." The needle sank into her neck, and the serum was pushed in. The girl, who'd been convulsing, suddenly went rigid, then slowly slackened, motionless. I got a fright and felt for her pulse. Still there, and her breathing had returned to normal too. Only then did I let out a breath. But afraid she wouldn't make it through the side effects and would mutate, I hurried to find an iron chain and bound her round and round before I felt at ease. The serum had only a 50% success rate. I had to take precautions. Busy all day, dead tired. I could finally rest a while. I made a bowl of noodles and finished it, then dragged my exhausted body back to the driver's cabin, sealed the partition door to the rear compartment tight, and lay down flat. In the damp, cold night, I slept away inside the warm vehicle. At 5 the next day, I got up bright and early, washed up, and casually pulled up my own panel. Vehicle owner, Sheen me on. First tier, 97%, Evolver. Strength 28. Agility 17. Constitution 26. Spirit 35. Ability, Super Vehicle. These past few days I'd felt my attributes rising across the board, and sure enough a look confirmed they'd climbed quite a bit. When the vehicle upgraded, I grew stronger along with it. This was my unique ability. In a good mood, I converted the brain crystals and metallites saved yesterday into super points and pulled up the vehicle panel to see what could be upgraded. Unfortunately, the materials were insufficient, no unlock prompts appeared, and the upgrade options were sparse. Still too few rare metals, and hard to come by too. A bit dispirited, I closed the panel, held off on upgrading for now, and went into the rear compartment to check on the girl. The girl had clearly taken a turn for the better, just still unconscious. Most importantly, there wasn't the slightest sign of mutation. I simply pulled up her panel. Passenger, Nene. First tier ability user. Strength 14. Agility 18. Constitution 17. Spirit. Ability, mental conception, advancing. Trust, friendly. Life status, advancement nearing completion. Except for the spirit still being invisible, everything else was recovering. There was no telling how strong she'd be once the advancement finished. Looks like she's out of danger. I undid the chain and straps, and the girl instinctively curled up at once. A bit awkward, I hurried to fetch a blanket and cover her with it. After bolting down a few bites of breakfast, I started the vehicle and got back on the road. I rolled down the window, and cold, crisp air rushed in. The temperature had dropped again. The sense of urgency grew a notch heavier. Driving while adjusting the map, I was already dozens of kilometers from Baishui town. I set the destination as Guangqing Academy and marked a few scavenging points along the way. The first point, the building materials trading market, Yangzhou. Not close, 60-some kilometers, and that was the distance by highway. I didn't take the highway, deliberately picking out remote back roads and country lanes, killing stray zombies I met along the way to accumulate super points. Driving and stopping, I only reached the Yangzhou building materials market by midday. As the largest trading market in the surrounding area, this place had over 100 large warehouses alone, several hundred storefronts, and several open-air sand yards. I wasn't here for cement and mortar. What I wanted were upgrade materials like rebar and plastics. With a bam, I knocked over and crushed a zombie, then rammed the vehicle through a warehouse's rolling shutter door, and all the zombies trapped inside came charging over. I didn't get out, just rammed back and forth, crushing clean those hard hat-wearing zombies. Super points plus 11. I parked, and the vehicle's exterior collection automatically absorbed the brain crystals. I got down blade in hand, dealt with the ones the vehicle couldn't hit, trapped in corners, one by one, dug out the brain crystals, and only then checked the supplies at ease. The rebar stacked in bundles was basically all deformed bar. I'd come to the right place. Overjoyed, I got back in and drove inside, pulling up close to that mountain of piled rebar. Metal material plus 1,000. Metal material plus 1,000. Watching the numbers climb steadily, I felt just wonderful inside. Too bad the exterior collection was too low-grade, small in range, absorbing at most 1,000 units at a time. I reckoned this warehouse held a few hundred tons of rebar, enough to keep me busy. Sure enough, it took a full 2+ hours before I'd scraped one large warehouse clean. Fortunately, the vehicle's storage space was 100,000 cubic meters, easily holding it all. I rushed nonstop to the second large warehouse, drove straight in, and cleared zombies and searched for materials as before, absorbed in the work. It wasn't until my stomach growled that I suddenly realized noon had passed. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Let's eat first. I parked the vehicle outside the warehouse, activated silent cloaking, and got up to go into the rear compartment. only to discover Nene was awake. Except her eyes brimmed with tears, dazed, clearly still mired in grief. The blow was no small one. The pain of losing a loved one, I understood it. I didn't speak to comfort her, only took out ingredients and made 2 lavish lunches. The aroma of food filled the cab, whetting the appetite. I set out the folding table and chairs, brought over the food, sat right down and ate, and even opened a bottle of red wine. The girl's stomach growled, but she just lay there without moving, her gaze hollow. Only after I'd finished did I speak flatly. It's the apocalypse. Best not to spend too much time on sad things, or you won't survive past 3 episodes. The girl didn't stir. My condolences. Your grandma's up in heaven, and she surely wouldn't want to see you like this. She'd want you to live well. If circumstances allow, to live happily in this damned apocalypse. My tone softened a bit, and after speaking I sat quietly, as though keeping her company. I don't know how long passed before Nene slowly sat up, wiped her tears, walked to the table, sat down, and ate silently. She couldn't taste the flavor, just mechanically stuffed it into her mouth, then grabbed the remaining half-bottle plus of red wine and poured it down her throat. I didn't stop her, just watched quietly. Cough, cough. The red wine choked her into dry heaves, but she still poured it down until the bottle was empty. She set down the bottle and murmured, "Isn't drinking supposed to drown 1,000 sorrows? Clearly, it can't." I handed her a tissue. Feeling any better, Nene curled up hugging her knees and said in a low voice, "My grandma was the person who treated me best. Those 2 only knew how to make money all year round, never cared about me. Only grandma always stayed with me." Later I found out those 2 had divorced long ago, each with their own family and kids elsewhere. So I was just cast aside. Good thing grandma wanted me. I said nothing, just listened quietly. I could tell that this girl, fierce as she looked, was in fact desperately short on security. Her grandma had been her only support, her spiritual pillar, and losing her suddenly, the blow was easy to imagine. I wasn't good at comforting people, so I could only be a listener. I know grandma wanted me to live well, but I just hurt so much. I can't hurt anymore. I have to pull myself together and live well in this damned apocalypse. Nene said a great deal, in fits and starts, then wiped away the last drop of tears, looked up, and smiled at me. "Thank you, mister, for doing so much for me. Can I go with you?" Passenger Nene trusted, can be bound as a vehicle team member. I paused slightly and gave a gentle smile. "Of course, welcome. Bind Nene as a vehicle member. Once bound, the member's attributes will rise with the vehicle's upgrades and evolution. With the owner's authorization, the member can gain vehicle control permissions." A string of new prompts popped up in my mind, and I was greatly astonished. Why did it feel like my ability was getting more and more systematized? At a stir of thought, the binding succeeded. Nene has been bound as a vehicle member. Attributes have gained a base increase. Panel updated. Passenger, Nene. Second-tier ability user. Strength, 25. Agility, 26. Constitution, 23. Spirit, 37. Ability, mental conception. Trust, trusted. Life status, active. After binding, everything had risen by 3 or 4 points, which was already quite a lot. Except for spirit, all her combined attributes now exceeded mine. I felt a bit sour about it. Nene had clearly sensed her own change, alarmed and uncertain. "I bound you as a vehicle member. From now on, the 2 of us are teammates. You've got vehicle control permissions too, and can use anything on board freely." I smiled gently, then took out a bottle of low-alcohol sparkling wine from the storage cabinet and poured a glass for each of us. "Welcome aboard. Bound as a vehicle member? What does that mean? Is this the reason for the change in my body just now?" Nene stared at me with folded arms. My expression turned serious. A proper self-introduction. "My name is Chin Mian, an evolver with the super vehicle ability. Our strength grows as the vehicle upgrades." What? What ability?" Nene was stunned, and before she could speak, she saw me pull up her own panel. A blue glowing attribute frame hovered before her out of thin air, sci-fi as a holographic projection. Once bound, one could see the panels within the vehicle. This was something I'd only just learned too. Nene was dumbstruck. Before the apocalypse, Blue Star's technology had approached a Type 1 civilization, and holographic projection had long been achieved, but that still required equipment. Something like a game interface stepping into reality was genuinely astonishing. She accepted it quickly, so excited she forgot her grief. "You mean, this vehicle can upgrade infinitely? And we'll evolve along with it? That's totally heaven-defying." I smiled faintly. "Strictly speaking, it's this vehicle of ours. A car isn't its fixed form. Maybe it'll become a spaceship down the line, Who knows? Speaking of these visions, even I got a little excited myself. This counts as a conceptual ability, right? Nene stared blankly, her little mouth forming an O. Then she asked the crucial part. There must be conditions for the upgrades, right? I'm guessing you need large amounts of raw materials, plus some kind of thing that only exists under the apocalypse. You really are clever. I gave her a thumbs up and explained the upgrade conditions in detail. A trusted, bound teammate, I had no need to hide it. One more person putting in the effort meant the vehicle upgraded faster. Nene nodded again and again, pouting. No wonder you acted like a profiteer earlier, fleecing even a minor like me. Then she raised her glass high. Come, cheers. Cheers. I smiled. I could tell her mood had improved a lot. Huh, sparkling wine. So good. Nene squinted, a bit pleasantly surprised. She hadn't looked at the bottle earlier and wanted more after finishing. Sparkling wine is still alcohol. Minors can't drink. I took the bottle away right off, put it back in the storage cabinet, and locked it tight. Humph, cheapskate. In another month, I'll turn 16, which counts as of age on Blue Star. Nene rolled her eyes at me, then turned and ducked into the bathroom. I'll go wash up. Mr. Captain, you can go dutifully drive now. I rubbed my nose, gave a helpless smile, and returned to the driver's cabin. I couldn't tell whether she wanted to hide in there and secretly cry, deliberately sending me off. But few of those who survived under the apocalypse were mentally fragile. I turned the ignition and continued gathering rebar and plastics. In under 10 minutes, Nene, her hair in a bun, came to the passenger seat, watched the exterior collection swallow the rebar within 5 meters, an eye-opener, and then saw the material count rising on the panel, endlessly curious. Huh. Only then did she notice the little leather pouch on the seat, her waist pouch, obviously placed here by me on purpose. She picked it up and opened it. Everything inside was accounted for, and her heart warmed. She then poured out all the brain crystals and softly intoned, "Convert to super points." Super points plus 84. The brain crystals all vanished, turning into a number. Nene smiled contentedly, pushed the door open, and hopped down. I was moving metal ingots in a corner of the warehouse and shouted the moment I saw her. Nene, once the exterior collection finishes with the rebar, drive the vehicle in a bit. But she walked over. You're just moving them one block at a time? The exterior collection range is only 5 meters, and there's too much junk in this corner, so it can only be done by hand. I unloaded a batch of metal ingots and said helplessly, I'd found these copper and silver ingots, along with titanium alloy, in the storeroom at the very back of the warehouse. A genuine pleasant surprise, a good 5 tons or so, but unfortunately the vehicle couldn't drive in. Mr. Captain, your efficiency's way too slow. Watch me. Nene gave me a scornful once-over, walked outside the storeroom, and gave a soft cry. Rise. Silver light flashed in both eyes, and with a lift and pull of her small hand, the metal ingots inside lined up and conveyed themselves out as though on an assembly line. I widened my eyes and cried out in admiration. I could clearly feel the surge of the ability. Looking closely, there was something holding each metal ingot as it moved. Mr. Captain, are you faster, or is it faster? Nene winked mischievously, laced with innuendo. Dark lines ran down my face, and I cut down a zombie that had just wandered in with one blow. I had to say, mental conception was truly heaven-defying. Spend just a bit of mental power, and you could do great work, like conjuring a tool out of thin air. For the scavenging that followed, with Nene's help, I acted as overseer plus guard the whole time, cutting down zombies until I was covered in blood, and mocked by her too. After entering the second tier, her ability had surged. Killing zombies didn't require getting close at all. She'd just conjure a meteor hammer and flatten a head in one blow, frightfully efficient, without dirtying herself. The two of us kept at it in tandem until dark before getting on board to rest. Nene had used her ability without restraint all day, and had long since collapsed at the dining table, incessantly calling out that she was hungry. Over the half-day her technique had improved fast, and her mental power had been drained dry too. For a meritorious contributor, naturally I wasn't stingy and made her a feast. Wow, there's even fresh ham and cheese. Looking at the big bowl set before her, Nene's eyes shone, and she dug right in. With one more person, this mobile shelter was a lot livelier. I felt pretty good about it, and sat down to eat too. In a bit I planned to upgrade the vehicle once. After finishing dinner, I even luxuriously fished 2 cans of iced carbonated drink from the little fridge, which drew another round of cheers from Nene. She loved these best. Full and content. Nene leaned comfortably back in her seat, studying the panel, while I carried the bowls off to wash. Outside the vehicle, it was fully dark, so black you couldn't see your hand, the gloomy cold spreading fast, with occasional zombie howls carrying from far off. The cab's heating was on automatically, warm and comfortable. I first jotted down some information in my notebook, then turned on the radio to pick up outside channels. Recruiting factions still made up the majority, followed by calls for help and little else. How Junji's channel occasionally sent messages asking about rescue, and I replied with one line whenever I saw them. Mr. Captain, since we're going to Guangqing Academy, I think this silent cloaking had best be upgraded once more. That's a first-tier city, and even the outskirts have a larger population than a third-tier city. Nene stared at the panel and said seriously, after working together for a day, the two of us basically had a read on each other, and she knew my itinerary too. I nodded. After upgrading, silent cloaking would allow low-speed driving. Exactly what I'd prioritized upgrading. Today's materials were gathered in sufficient quantity, enough to upgrade this. Once done, I ought to advance too. So I opened the panel and directly upgraded silent cloaking. Only the owner could upgrade the vehicle. Consume: metal 2000, polymer 500, composite material 500, rare metal 100, super points 100. Basic silent cloaking upgrading. Half an hour later. Intermediate silent cloaking upgrade complete. I hadn't expected that the upgrade would not only sharply increase consumption, but drag on this long in time too. I knew different contents consumed differently, and unlocks were generally the fastest. Just upgrading a function, and it eats this much material. Where does it all go? Having witnessed the vehicle's marvels with her own eyes, Nene's excitement carried grumbling. She couldn't figure it out no matter what, and could only chalk it up to Mr.'s ability being too extraordinary. Under the apocalypse, even the most bizarre things happen. I shrugged, found I could upgrade once more, and sought out Nene's opinion. Nene stroked her smooth, delicate chin. Right now the armament function isn't unlocked, so armament can't be prioritized for the time being. Then it should focus on mobility or protection. Power is sufficient for now, so I suggest upgrading the tires to increase off-road capability. There are too many uncertainties on the highways. Who knows when we might have to go through the wilderness someday. Makes sense. I nodded. The benefits of having someone to discuss with were obvious. I decided on the spot. Then let's upgrade the tires first. The moment the thought settled, the vehicle upgraded again. Consume: metal 1000, polymer 500, composite material 500, rare metal 50, super points 80. Blast-proof tires upgrading. This time in under 20 minutes. The vehicle body shuddered slightly, seeming to rise up a tiny bit, and the prompt popped up accordingly. All-terrain blast-proof tires upgrade complete. At this point, the rare metals were basically bottomed out. Pair it with all-terrain suspension, and it'll be a bona fide all-terrain off-roader. Seeing that I'd adopted her suggestion, Nene squinted her eyes in delight, then opened them wide again. She seemed to have gotten stronger again, and hurriedly pulled up her panel. Sure enough, all four values had risen. So amazing, her eyes shone. And I, the vehicle owner, having upgraded twice in a row, had the largest increase. Vehicle owner, Chin Mian. Second tier, 94%, Evolver. Strength, 33. Agility, 26. Constitution, 35. Spirit, 41. Ability, Super Vehicle. I'd already stepped into the second tier, just a bit of agility short of the third, and my spirit had even crossed into the fourth stage. My body flushed with heat, forcing out a thin layer of sweat, and the most direct sensation was that my flesh had grown stronger and more powerful. Congratulations, Mr. Captain. You seem to have gotten a bit more handsome again. Nene unwrapped a lollipop and popped it in her mouth, offering congratulations. I wasn't bad looking to begin with, and now my aura had changed somewhat, and she'd caught it after all. I'll take a shower first. You get some sleep. I clenched my fist in satisfaction, turned, and went into the bathroom. There wasn't much entertainment in the cab at night, and Nene lay bored on the top bunk, listening to the sounds outside, and actually felt especially at ease. Only, the moment she thought of her grandma, her eyes still couldn't help reddening. She wondered too whether Mr. Captain's family was still around. In any case, she was the only one left of hers. Now, this counted as having a home too, she supposed. Before she knew it, Nene fell asleep. Today had been too painful, too exhausting. It took me 20 minutes to wash off all the blood, and I came out refreshed. Seeing that she was asleep, I tucked the blanket around her, turned off the lights, and lay down. Listening to the distant zombie howls, I actually slept all the sweeter. Guangqing Academy, Materials Research Laboratory. How Junjie glared furiously at the dozen-odd students before him. His body of fat stood out glaringly among this group of starvelings, and it was still jiggling slightly, as if to say, Come and taste this flesh of mine. Fat pig, you're the teacher, so contribute a leg, or we'll all starve to death. Hao Jiannan stared at that fatty flesh of his, licking his cracked, dry lips, and said ferociously, it was the 5th day without food. Everything edible had been eaten, and the several of them had even shared and eaten 2 girls who'd stayed by their side. If Wei Yin hadn't taken the rest and hidden in the materials storeroom, they wouldn't have been left without even a living person to eat. Hao Junjia's peripheral vision swept the skeletal remains in the corner of the lab, both alarmed and furious, his whole body of fat surging with the ripple of ability, and he warned sharply, you've got your own hands and feet. Can't you go out and find food? Oomph. Easy for you to say. A male student sneered, then hollered viciously. There's a giant zombie standing guard outside. It's already eaten several of us. Who dares go and throw their life away? Just hold out a little longer, and we can wait for the rescue you spoke of. Teacher Hao, you're a teacher, after all. Damn, a pack of perverts. Anyone who doesn't want to die? Come over here. Hao Junjie cursed loudly, but inside his guts were green with regret. Had he known, he'd have hidden in the materials storeroom with Wei Yin's group. Fat pig, since you won't give up a leg, then we'll just have to help ourselves. Green light shone in Hao Jiannan's eyes, like a starving beast gone mad. And he wasn't the only one. His companions beside him all wore savage faces, having already begun to lose their reason. Get him! With one sharp cry, Hao Jiannan led the charge and pounced. Damn! Hao Junjia's fatty flesh quivered and abruptly turned tough, his whole body rising up a few notches. This was his ability, fat hardening. Bam! Bam! A crowd of people tangled into a melee, screams unceasing, and a few teeth even flew out. Eat him, and we'll survive, Hao Jiannan roared, and having just bitten a mouthful of hair, he pricked the root of his tongue sore. Get lost! Hao Junjie bellowed again and again, slapping one man flying. But he soon fell into peril. There were too many people, and however strange his ability, it could protect him for a moment, but not for long. This crowd of people gone mad with hunger were truly deranged, more terrifying than zombies. Clang! A great crash, and a fire extinguisher was smashed in, bursting into a sky full of dry powder that choked Hao Jiannan and the others until their eyes streamed and their vision blurred. Teacher Hao, hurry, run! A cool, clear voice carried over. Hao Junjie forced down his discomfort, recognized it as Wei Yin, and scrambled over on all fours. A crack had opened in the materials storeroom door, and Wei Yin stood there waiting for him. Don't let him get away. Heedless of his coughing, Hao Jiannan gave furious chase. But Hao Junjie had already ducked inside, and the heavy storeroom door slammed shut tight. On a winding national highway, I cruised at 80. Nene, taking in the wind, a lollipop in her mouth, reclined her seat flat, staring at her feet, humming a pop tune comfortably. The crisp cold wind outside the window kept blowing her bangs into disarray, but she didn't mind in the least. I drove along, in a good mood too. Hey, Mr. Captain, why didn't you stock some music, movies, or whatever? So boring. Nene grumbled. She'd familiarized herself with the vehicle first thing in the morning, only to find there wasn't even anything to pass the time. I was speechless. The apocalypse had crashed down suddenly, and being able to stock this much in supplies was already good. Even the vehicle she was sitting on was the best one I'd picked off the road and modified some 10-odd days after the apocalypse. By the way, are you all on your own? She soon changed the subject, clearly having held it in for a long while. Right when the apocalypse began, my stepfather turned into a zombie, bit my stepbrother to death, and clawed my mom. I tied them up in the basement, until a few days ago when I left that place and burned it down with a fire. I said calmly, grief no longer visible in my eyes. I'm sorry. Nene's pretty face shifted slightly, and after apologizing she fell silent. She'd probably thought of her grandma, eaten by zombies, again. I shook my head. It's fine. Under the apocalypse, all we can do is live well. If they know in the afterlife, they'll surely be gratified. His whole family nearly wiped out. The pain back then was easy to imagine. Hee, Mr. Captain. Then from now on I'm relying on you to keep me fed. She recovered quickly, then pointed at an electronic city on the map. Stop here for a bit. I want to scavenge something fun. Fine. I gave in, helpless. After the silent cloaking upgrade to intermediate, the engine left only a low, thin thread of sound, basically not disturbing zombies the whole way. It was precisely because of this that the two of us dared to sneak into the electronic city so boldly. The electronic city was Hui City's largest electronics mall, densely populated, with an extreme abundance of wandering zombies. I even saw a second-tier giant zombie of astonishing bulk. That thing's called a rammer, not slow, thick-skinned, and tough-fleshed. An ordinary rifle can't kill it at all unless you shoot the head. Nene had clearly seen one before and pointed as she explained. I looked over. A giant zombie was buried in feeding, fresh blood dripping down from its full mouth, though I couldn't tell what it was eating. This thing stood a full 4 meters tall, corpulent and bloated, its limbs thick and stout, its joints covered in bony spurs, its head nearly sunk into its chest cavity. Naturally, I had no intention of provoking it. There were plenty of zombies here. I kept the speed down, maintaining the best effect of silent cloaking, and drove slowly in. The electronic city was a scene of utter chaos, blackened bloodstains and skeletal remains everywhere, eerie as could be. "Mr. Captain, give me 30 minutes. The vehicle stopped at the entrance, and Nene tossed out that line before hopping down first. The scent of the living quickly drew zombies, but before they could even react, they were inexplicably hammered into a spread of blood paste on the ground. The brain crystals were picked up in passing by the tools she conjured. Such a violent girl. Who'd dare provoke her in the future? My scalp went numb. The moment she got out, the surrounding zombies were cleared out 70–80% in the blink of an eye. I shook my head, picked up the machete, got out too, and felt my way toward another shop street in the electronic city. Shops stood in dense rows, all selling electronics. I wanted to find something useful, like those expensive electronic components, which had a high rare metal content. Hurrah! Several zombies charged in, and I split their heads open with a few strokes. I was now a second-tier evolver on the cusp of the third, far stronger than before, and handling these was a breeze. I searched out a big pile of semiconductors and other valuable components and returned. The vehicle collected them immediately. Metal material plus 67, gold plus 4, indium plus 1, rhenium plus 1, gallium plus 1, polymer material plus 100, composite material plus 59. Toiling half a day for this little bit, I lost all motivation at once. Aya, don't waste time on these. Hurry, let's go. A corpse horde's coming. Nene came back, dragging a pile of stuff with her ability. Her expression rushed. Behind her, a great teeming swath of a corpse horde was in pursuit, with 5 or 6 rammers mixed in. I got a fright, leapt into the vehicle with her, and we vanished into the distance. What did you scavenge? I asked on the road. Loads. A portable player, a handheld console, a TV game console, and a holographic projector, and I grabbed a bunch of game USB drives in passing, at least 100 titles. I even found you a few dirty little films. As Nene reached the end, she grinned wickedly. Dark lines ran down my face. It's obviously you who wants to watch them. Don't do it under my name. Besides, you're still young. I'm almost 16. Before the apocalypse, plenty of my classmates had already done that. All right. The more she said, the more outrageous it got, and in the end she flushed her own face bright red. Kids these days really mature early, especially rebellious girls. I grumbled inwardly, cut the wheel, left the national highway, jolted along a long stretch of wild rocky road, rammed through the guardrail, and got straight onto the expressway. You're going to refuel? Nene, fiddling with the handheld console, asked. For the next 300 kilometers, the gas stations aren't quite on the route. I nodded. Oh. She gave one response and stopped caring, hugged the console, and started around first. Along the way, we rarely saw zombies. If not for the occasional wrecked vehicles and corpses by the roadside, it really wouldn't have looked much like the apocalypse. Except, of course, for that dim sky. The vehicle drove onto the service road, and just before reaching the gas station, several wrecked large trucks and cars had completely blocked the entrance to the station. Observing the deep ditches on both sides and confirming we couldn't get through, I patted Nene's head. Time to work, pretty girl. Aya died again. Not fun. Nene angrily tossed down the console and irritably chugged a mouthful of carbonated drink. Truly bad at it, yet loving to play. She glanced at the blocked entrance and frowned. Let me give it a try. Then she activated her ability, and those trucks were lifted and pulled by something, creaking and clacking. But the toppled large trucks had smashed into a heap, genuinely too heavy, and even conjuring at full strength, expending Herculean effort, she only managed to clear a passage, worn out and panting. Too heavy, too messy. She grumbled feebly. Even with her second-tier strength greatly increased, it wasn't inexhaustible. Thinking of this, she rolled her eyes hugely. Can't you just drive close and collect it directly? It's all metal material anyway. You think the storage space is infinitely large. I shook my head and drove the vehicle into the gas station. After the building materials market, the material storage was nearly full, and I had to leave some space to collect rare metals and fuel. Besides, all that miscellaneous stuff took more time to collect, not worth it. Quite a few zombies wandered about the gas station, and there were even 2 mutants crawling on all fours. This should be the liquor from the legends. Nene thought about it and said, "I'll handle it, you rest." I hadn't planned to ram it with the vehicle. The liquor wasn't slow, and besides, having driven this long, I ought to stretch my limbs and hone my skills. Just a few dozen zombies, after all. Machete in hand, my strength of over 30 was already at 3rd-tier standard, and cleaving open zombie heads was effortless. My agility of over 20 made my speed no less than the liquor's attacks. Wish, a tongue coated in viral slime, came splitting the air. I twisted my waist, dodging while slicing it clean off with one stroke. The liquor had clearly evolved a sense of pain, letting out a wretched scream, opening its mouth to lunge and bite, only for me to dodge aside and disembowel it with one stroke, its organs spilling all over the ground. But it was a viral mutant after all, its vitality tenacious. Even with its viscera hollowed out, it wouldn't die, thrashing about violently in a frenzy while shrieking, catching quite a few surrounding zombies in the crossfire. The other liquor, meanwhile, avoided the edge of my attack, circling around me, waiting for a chance to ambush. I dodged continuously, then suddenly caught an opening and severed one of its legs with one stroke. The liquor screamed and lost its balance, and I followed up with another stroke, splitting its head open. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Just as I'd succeeded, the fine hairs on my body suddenly stood up, and I ducked and hit the ground first thing. Swoosh! A slimy tongue skimmed past my scalp, kicking up a rank stench. It was the other one making its move. My gaze sharpened, and I drew my blade and charged. Seeing its prey deliver itself, the liquor opened its mouth and pounced, ferocious in the extreme. Bam! A great crash, and it bit at empty air, slamming hard into the fuel dispenser, gasoline splashing out. Now I was in a bind of fearing to strike the rat for the vase around it, dreading that the iron blade might strike a spark and ignite the gasoline. So I simply flung down the machete, leapt onto its back, and rained down fists. Alo! The liquor howled in pain, but its sharp claws couldn't reach me on its shoulders, and it grew violently agitated. I plunged one hand into the back of its head, kept hammering with the other, and forcibly beat its head into a bloody pulp. It fell to the ground twitching. Digging out the brain crystal offhand, I immediately moved away from the leaking station entrance, lured the remaining zombies to one side, and cleared them out one by one. This round netted a total of 2 second-tier brain crystals and 29 first-tier brain crystals. Mister, you're way too pathetic, covered in blood all over. Slaughtering pigs for New Year's. Nene drove the vehicle over, one hand on the window, the other on the wheel, eyeing me sidelong, mockery at full blast. I couldn't be bothered with her, grabbed the fuel nozzle, and started refueling. The exterior collection range was too small, unable to reach the fuel tanks buried deep underground, so I could only store it via the nozzle. Letting the vehicle stockpile fuel by the sea, I carried my somewhat chipped machete into the convenience store to scavenge. Snacks, biscuits, instant noodles, drinks, cigarettes, daily necessities, I took whatever I could, as long as the vehicle could cram it in. Unfortunately, the storage cabinets were limited, so Nene and I could only pick and choose, taking away a portion. Nene muttered a bit unwillingly. When will the vehicle unlock storage space? Why is there only material storage? In another hour, it'll be dark. Let's spend the night here tonight. As for the convenience store stuff, eat as much as you want. I smiled, then went into the convenience store bathroom, only to find the tap water was contaminated too, yellowed and foul, unusable. So I hauled over a heap of mineral water I couldn't take with me and luxuriously took a cold shower. Nene watched enviously, but didn't dare wash like that. She was afraid of the cold, so she first wiped herself down and washed her hair with plenty of hot water in the vehicle, then refilled the water tank with mineral water, both time-consuming and laborious. Tonight, the two of us for once didn't huddle in the vehicle to eat, but borrowed a cassette stove dug up in the convenience store to enjoy a fine hot pot. After the meal, it was already fully dark, and considering safety, only then did we board to rest. With a game console, how would Nene be willing to sleep early? She got straight into a match, and in the end, being genuinely so bad at it, she forcibly dragged me into co-op. So the two of us played together into the dead of night. Guangqing Academy, Laboratory Materials Storeroom. Hao Junjia fiddled with the radio communicator, his face grim. Teacher Hao, still can't send it out? Wei Yin, arms folded, wrapped in a filthy blanket, leaned against the cold wall and asked. She'd grown much thinner, her cheeks even slightly sunken. Hao Junjie stopped his hands and sighed. The materials storeroom is blast-rated, the shielding's too heavy, the signal can't get out. Wei Yin fell silent for a long while before asking faintly, "That friend of yours, can he really bring rescue?" In the past, Hao Junjie would have staked his word on it. But now he hesitated. His childhood friend was reliable, but unreachable under the apocalypse. And who could say for sure? Xiao Yuan just told me the remaining food, at half a meal a day, can last 2 more days. If rescue still hasn't come after 2 days, we plan to charge out. Wei Yin's tone was calm, no emotion discernible. Hearing this, Hao Junjie's fatty flesh quivered, and he hurriedly urged, "Hao Jiannan and the others are guarding outside. That bunch has already gone mad, just waiting for us to come out and be their meal. So we're supposed to stay here and wait for death?" Wei Yin's one rhetorical question shut the conversation down. Everyone charges out, and whoever can escape, escapes. When she turned to leave, her tone carried an indescribable desolation. Hao Junjie opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. This girl, once the Academy's renowned student council president and campus belle, he'd heard something of her temperament. Strong-willed, with a sense of responsibility, exceptional in ability. Without Wei Yin, how many of the students in here would have lived until now? This damned apocalypse. This lousy ability. Hao Junjie cursed, and found a corner to sulk. Everyone else had starved thin, and yet this body of fat of his drew people's attention, while he couldn't beat that bunch of hunger-crazed students. What trash game. Ruining my youth. Not playing anymore. In the cold night, in the warm cab, Nene slammed the handheld down, so angry her cheeks puffed out. Truly bad at it, yet loving to play, so bad that even I couldn't carry her. I set down my own console, pinched the bridge of my nose, and said testily, "If you're bad, then practice more. Even if you pull the battery, it won't change the fact that you got wrecked by the AI. You're not allowed to say that. Sleep." Nene kicked the bedboard, pulled over the blanket, and buried her head to sleep. Her little face was in fact hot with vexation. I shrugged, set down the console, and turned off the lights. But not long after, the girl's voice came from the top bunk. "Mr. Captain, are you asleep yet?" "Asleep? Hee hee, you're talking in your sleep?" The bottom bunk made no sound. The top bunk went on finding topics of its own accord. "Mister, say we get to Guangqing Academy, where do we go next? North, west, or east? I wonder if zombies are running rampant in other places. I really want to go see. If not, then you're overthinking. The apocalypse is global. Whether it's in space, that I don't know. How do you know it's global? Oh, the government's collapsed. Hey, you still haven't said where we're going." "Don't know for now. We'll see when the time comes. But it'll still be gathering materials mainly. The extreme cold is coming. We've got to prepare early." "True too. By the way, mister, you're getting on in years. Have you ever dated? What kind of girl do you like? I know several men about your age whose kids are already old enough to run errands." What kind of chatterbox teammate was this? The bottom bunk felt deeply helpless and simply played dead. "Mister? Captain? Hey, stop faking sleep. I'm asking you something." "Oomph, no fun. Serves you right for being single." At dawn, fine rain suddenly drifted down from the gloomy sky, the temperature dropping again, seemingly about to fall below zero any moment. Having eaten breakfast, Nene and I left the gas station with reluctance. The expressway was badly jammed, so we could only get off-road through the wilderness for 10 kilometers, then get onto a country road and head straight for Guangqing. Before the apocalypse, Guangqing was a super first-tier city with a permanent population of 30 million. After the apocalypse, it had utterly become a playground for zombies and monsters, shrouded in a layer of an eerie life magnetic field like smoke and mist. On the vehicle's roof, Nene raised the binoculars and looked carefully for a few minutes before saying helplessly, "This road's impassable too. There's gray mist spreading. I sense there are mutant monsters above the 4th tier inside." I flipped through the offline map, brows slightly knit. Guangqing Academy is 50-60 kilometers from the city center, and it's actually caught right on the edge of this eerie magnetic field. This was trouble. That eerie life magnetic field was a product born when zombies were extremely densely concentrated, manifesting in the form of gray mist, as though the viral energy had made concrete the negative, deteriorating things. In fact, every life had a life magnetic field of varying size. Normal life forms were positive, while zombie mutants were the manifestation of a negative field. I stared at the map, lowered my head, and pondered. We'd already detoured along several roads, none of which could avoid the gray mist and reach the academy. Put plainly, The negative field condensed by the corpse horde in Guangqing city center had already spread to the outskirts. Though the academy hadn't been swallowed yet, it was basically surrounded by the gray mist, and every road leading to it was either blocked or happened to be covered by the gray mist. Nene observed for a while before withdrawing from the sunroof, closing it in passing, and said seriously, "Unless we detour in through that valley, the only option is to risk charging through the gray mist." I calculated it, and the gray mist route is at least 3 kilometers. I nodded, and gazing through the window at that eerie stretch of gray mist ahead, I felt faintly uneasy inside. We couldn't take this risk. I pulled up that mountain she mentioned, zoomed in on the section, and studied it carefully. "Mr. Captain, if we could upgrade the suspension to all-terrain suspension, paired with all-terrain tires, getting over this little mountain wouldn't be much of a problem." Nene offered ideas from the side, but I shook my head. "Not enough rare metals, can't upgrade." True too. She slumped back into her seat and began to rack her brains. Rare metals had been outrageously expensive even before the apocalypse, even listed as national strategic resources, utterly beyond an ordinary person's reach. And civilian products had low content, like those components I'd scavenged in the electronic city, a whole heap refining out only a tiny bit, genuinely too hard. After studying for over half an hour, I plotted a route through the valley. Nene leaned in, lay on the map, and looked for a good while, and simply couldn't make heads or tails of it. "You sure? Where's a road here? Look carefully here." I patiently pointed out a winding, meandering goat trail that led all the way to Guangqing Academy's east gate. Nene looked baffled. "This looks like a footpath people walked out, right? And after all this time, who knows if it's even still there? As long as people have walked it, it's relatively flat ground. Let's try." I smiled and shifted into gear to set off. Hao Junjie had said the Academy's materials lab had stockpiled quite a few rare metals, and I sure didn't want to miss that. Nene had not the slightest objection to this decision of mine, and was instead quite excited. An off-road RV taking mountain paths, just thinking about it was thrilling. Guangqing Academy was located in the outskirts, a full 60 kilometers from the city center, nestled against the mountains. I drove in at a low speed, proceeding along the valley. At first there was still cement road, lined all the way with rural farmstay resorts. Gradually the cement road came to an end, turning into a dirt road, growing bumpy. 2.5 hours later, we'd only covered half the way, and the dirt road turned utterly into mountain path, jolting even worse. Though neither of us got carsick, and with all-terrain tires, we were still shaken uncomfortably. Seeing that it was a bit over an hour till dark, I simply stopped the vehicle to rest. My God, not even 30 kilometers, and we've actually only covered half. Nene grumbled exaggeratedly, hopping down to stretch. I got down too. The mountain path's jolting was genuinely unbearable. It seemed the vehicle's comfort urgently needed improving too. "Mr. Captain, I want grilled sausage." Nene climbed onto the roof to gaze into the distance, then turned her head and called out, "Extra spicy, insanely spicy." "Thanks." Those vacuum-packed meat sausages scavenged from the gas station convenience store. She'd been fixated on them all along. Naturally, I had no objection, and while it wasn't dark yet, I took the grill out from the vehicle's exterior attachments, lit smokeless charcoal, and got busy. Frozen kidney, frozen beef, plus dried squid and sausage, and the aroma soon spread out. Nene hopped down nimbly, fished out 2 cans of carbonated drink, and grinning, leaned in close. Once it was about grilled, I sprinkled on chili seasoning, and the two of us dug in. SSSS, so good. Nene, her little face flushed red from the spice, chugged a mouthful of iced drink, sucking in air comfortably. She actually couldn't handle spice all that well, yet loved it dearly. I, on the other hand, could still manage a bit. If I'd really listened to the girl and gone insanely spicy, neither of us would have gotten to eat. Grilling and eating, one barbecue lasted until dark before we tidied it all up and got back into the vehicle. Outside was cold and dangerous, no match for the warmth and safety inside. Howl howl. In the mountains, zombies were basically nowhere to be seen, but mutant animals were plenty. Before entering the mountains, the two of us had run into some. Now, at nightfall, these zombified animals became abnormally frenzied, utterly unlike human zombies. Most zombie animals retained the instinct to hide by day and emerge by night, and had begun to hunt and devour one another. Otherwise, there'd be far more than this many zombie beasts in the mountains. Nene watched outside with night vision goggles and said in astonishment, "These zombie animals are so crazy. They've started devouring even their own kind. They seem to mutate further by eating each other." Bam! The vehicle body suddenly shook, and a zombie python over 15 meters long rammed the door, startling the two of us. Zombie python. Nene's little face went ghastly pale, so frightened she didn't dare move. She feared snakes most. Don't make a sound. I covered her mouth, my expression grave in the extreme. The zombie python rammed the door again, letting out a hiss sound. It seemed to have caught a wisp of the living scent, its enormous serpentine body even coiling onto the roof, its razor blade-like flaring scales scraping against the vehicle body with an ear-piercing screech. This was definitely a zombie mutant beast above the third tier, even the fourth. My heart pounded like a drum as I stared fixedly at that giant python outside. It must have sensed the residual scent of the living outside the vehicle. Hiss hiss. The zombie python searched from the door all the way to the rear, and finally its savage head pressed against the windshield, a pair of crimson eyes seemingly glowing. The skin of the snake's head had entirely sloughed off, exposing a skull covered in bony spurs. Its black tongue flicked out from time to time, studded with dense rows of barbs, dripping black slime that corroded the blast-proof glass with a sizzling sound. The ribs of its torso were completely everted, turned into sharp bone knives, able to cut a person like the flaring scales. Facing a monster above the third tier, even the fourth, at such close range, neither of us dared even breathe hard. Nene was trembling faintly, her small hand gripping her butterfly dagger for dear life. Time passed bit by bit, and the residual scent of the living gradually dissipated. Only then did that empty-handed zombie python finally leave, plowing a passage through the deformed underbrush. The moment the python left, that terrifying oppressive presence receded like a tide. Nene panted in great gulps. Let's not get out of the vehicle after all. She feared snakes to begin with, and this time she'd been badly frightened. Not just her, I had lingering fear too. It wasn't that I feared the serpent's body, but that the thing was a monster above the third tier, even the fourth. This was the instinctive dread of life itself, not cowardice on my part. After that episode, Nene grew a good deal more obedient, not daring to play games anymore, and burrowed under the covers head and all early. Uneasy, I kept watch until midnight before daring to rest. Because of the zombie python business, neither of us slept soundly, holding out until daybreak. Taking advantage of many zombie beasts lying dormant, I immediately started the vehicle and set off. Too scary. It seems the sparsely populated wilderness is actually more dangerous. Nene patted her flat chest, still with lingering fear. I deeply agreed, gnawing bread while driving with focus. The mountain path grew ever more rugged, and the speed dropped again and again, until a mountain gully blocked the way, and Nene suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Leave it to me. She activated her ability, erecting a small bridge over the gully out of thin air. Try driving across. I nodded and drove onto the bridge she'd conjured at low speed, and it was actually perfectly steady. When the front wheels pressed onto it, seeing that she was still relaxed, I drove the whole, nearly 9-ton vehicle across with peace of mind. A bit heavy, but no problem. Nene was thrilled, as though she'd found a new way to play with her ability, and constantly created all sorts of aids for the moving vehicle along the way. Slope too steep? Then conjure a big ramp. A cliff on one side of the mountain path. Then conjure a widening. What? The tires are hanging in the air. Then fill in the gap. I could only say, this ability was truly useful. Along the way the vehicle's speed picked up quite a bit, and it grew a lot steadier too. Near noon, the vehicle finally drove out of the valley. Guangxing Academy, we'd arrived. At a single glance, wandering zombies were everywhere. You rest a bit first. I stopped the vehicle on the peripheral highway of the academy and began studying the map. Nene, worn out all morning, yawned non-stop and simply returned to the rear compartment to catch up on sleep, without even eating. As Guangxing's premier institution, a key university ranked in the nation's top 5, Guangxing Academy was naturally no small scale, situated in the outskirts against the mountains, divided into north and south campuses. I didn't know where the materials lab was, so I sent Hao Junjie a message by radio. But there was no reply from the other end all along. Could it be he was dead? Looks like I'll have to figure out how to find it myself. I put away the communicator and sighed dispiritedly. I'd originally planned to drive into the academy, rely on silent cloaking to head straight for the materials lab, grab the rare metals and leave. Now it seemed, the difficulty had shot up. The academy had nearly become a zombie playground, and I was even mulling over whether to give up. Mr. Captain, I'm rested. Nene, having slept and had a little something to eat, came to the driver's cabin brimming with energy. By now it was already 2 in the afternoon. Take a look at the route I planned. I pointed out the route to her, marking a few key points. The map was only a pre-apocalypse satellite image, a floor plan the Academy had once posted online, and there'd surely be discrepancies from the present. Nene was just a high schooler who'd only heard of universities. When had she ever paid attention to such things? She shook her head. You just go barging and leave the rest to this pretty girl. Look at you showing off. I was speechless and drove to sneak into the academy. How Junjia had mentioned entering through the east gate, and I looked around for a while before making out a small campus gate. The vehicle drove at low speed, not disturbing the wandering zombies in the slightest. These zombies were basically enrolled students. They'd once been fashionably dressed, youthful in appearance, but now they'd become rotting, mindless monsters. The two of us saw several mangled corpses lying in the bloodstained security booth, and there was even a zombie with only half a body left, gnawing at its own spilled intestines, its mouth full of blackened, filthy blood. Nene, look over there. Get one of those posters over here. It should have the academy floor plan on it. Just after entering the campus gate, I pointed at a promotional office and said, after all, I'd attended university, so I knew a thing or two. Nene responded and activated her ability, conjuring what looked like a tentacle, and rolled over a big heap of posters, quickly opening the window to drag them into the vehicle, without disturbing the nearby zombies at all. She rummaged for a while and sure enough found a floor plan. The teaching experiment building where the materials lab is, it's here. Go straight, past the dormitory zone, then turn left, around behind the library. She said in pleasant surprise, then compared it with the offline map once more, and sure enough they didn't match. I proceeded along the route she said, at a very slow speed, keeping around 30. In a place this big, there were surely high-tier zombies, so caution was best. The vast academy had long since become a place of blood and gore. Except for the howls of wandering zombies, it was abnormally quiet. Yashin Court, the academy's premier apartments. Right now the door of a lounge on the third floor was tightly barricaded with junk. A dozen odd people hid here. 5 teachers, 8 students. Every one of them was gaunt, their faces marked with terror. Someone's come. A student by the window suddenly cried out in delighted surprise, drawing everyone's gaze. Where? Is it rescue? Boo-hoo, 2 months. Finally someone's come to save us. Someone finally cried out, weeping for joy. But someone poured cold water on it. Only one vehicle. It's probably not rescue. What? There's no rescue. Are we really just going to wait for death? No. I want to go home. The originally quiet room grew agitated. Several people's composure collapsed, and they sobbed in low voices. Stop the noise. They've left. An older teacher barked in a low voice, then slumped to the floor in disappointment. Everyone strained to keep their voices down, terrified of drawing zombies. They'd rather starve or die of thirst than face being gnawed to death alive by zombies. In the vehicle, Nene withdrew her gaze, turned her head, and asked, not saving them? Not saving them. I didn't even think about it. I wasn't a savior. Besides, I couldn't save them either. Hee. And here I thought you planned to save people. Nene grinned, seeming quite satisfied with my approach. It was easy to imagine that after the apocalypse fell, she'd been through a lot. No. A shrill scream suddenly rang out. As the vehicle passed the library, Nene and I saw dozens of zombies surrounding and killing a few students who'd just charged out of the library. One of the girls was knocked to the ground, and in the blink of an eye several zombies swarmed over her, blood spraying, dyeing a patch of ground red. She was torn and gnawed alive, her flesh split open, her organs dug out, even her scalp ripped off, dead a wretched death on the spot in a few seconds. Nene curled her lip, courting death. The words had barely fallen when another scream rang out. There's a vehicle. The 2 deaths had drawn the zombies' attention, and the remaining 4 came scrambling toward the off-road RV. I frowned and began to speed up, wanting to leave quickly. But those 4 had already blocked the front of the vehicle, 2 of them frantically banging on the windows and yelling, "Let us in the vehicle, hurry." Nene said angrily, "Do they think not enough zombies have come?" The louder they yelled, the more wandering zombies they'd inevitably draw. My brows knit tight, and I gently pressed the gas, ignoring the people blocking the way. You goddamn. The 2 blocking the way cursed loudly, not expecting that I'd really dare ram over, and hurriedly dodged aside. Damn. Stop the vehicle or you're not leaving. They grabbed stones and smashed the windows, and someone even climbed onto the hood. Nene's and my faces sank at once. Nene was about to activate her ability, but I stopped her. No need for us to act. I simply stopped the vehicle, a trace of pity surfacing at the corner of my mouth. Seeing this, the 4 thought I was going to open the door and let them in, and were overjoyed at once, but pulled at the doors for ages and simply couldn't get them open, then grew frantic again. Hurrah! The zombies had already swarmed over, not slow. The flesh and blood of those two earlier clearly hadn't sated them. Open the door, you bastards. I beg you, let me in. Damn you. If we die together. Someone knelt and pleaded, someone cursed furiously, and someone else grabbed a stone and smashed the windows like a madman. But the blast-proof glass didn't budge, unbreakable no matter how bloody their hands got. The zombies lunged and bit, and someone's windpipe was bitten through in one bite, blood spraying as they gave a final wretched scream. Nene and I sat in the vehicle watching coldly, without the slightest pity. In the apocalypse, few people could live up to being a saint. Of these several students, only one was an evolver, that boy desperately smashing the windows. But even an evolver was only a bit more agile than an ordinary person, and surrounded by a dozen or 20 zombies, without the guts to resist, there was no escaping at all. He was soon knocked to the ground by several zombies, screaming again and again. Before dying, he probably couldn't figure it out. Why weren't the zombies attacking that vehicle? Truly a pack of idiots. Nene folded her arms and gave a disdainful scoff. The sound of the zombies gnawing was unnerving. I had no interest in watching them feed, and signaled Nene to act, clearing the zombies around the vehicle. Try my new move. She gave a wicked little laugh and unleashed her ability. Centered on her, the heads of every zombie within a 50-meter radius forcibly split open in unison, as though bored through and burst from the top by some kind of drill, exploding like watermelons. The scene was still gory, but compared to being smashed into meat paste, at least these zombies were intact from the neck down. Super points plus 28. Having cleared a wave, I brought the brain crystals into the exterior collection range, and 28 points went into the account at once. There really are a lot of zombies here. How about we save up some brain crystals first? Nene, not yet satisfied, rubbed her fists eagerly. I shook my head. Save your mental power. The real business comes first. Fine. She toyed with her butterfly knife regretfully. The vehicle continued forward at low speed, gradually driving into the research zone, exactly where Guangqing Academy's various research labs clustered. This area was very large, its greenery originally excellent, but now more than half had withered and died, and the surviving plants had all mutated into strange forms, no longer holding that greenery of before. Mr. Captain, look. Just entering the research zone, the two of us spotted several abandoned military vehicles, off-roaders, military trucks, and even a wheeled infantry fighting vehicle. Military personnel have been here. My face turned grave, and I drove toward that heap of scrapped military vehicles. Half of these vehicles had been flipped over, their bodies severely damaged. Especially that infantry fighting vehicle, its compartment torn open by some terrifying monster, the bloodstains inside long since dried, shattered bones scattered everywhere. Nene also found mangled firearms and shell casings all over the ground. It could be concluded that soldiers and monsters had fiercely exchanged fire here, but all had died heroically. As for their purpose in coming here, and whether anyone ultimately survived, that was unknown. An infantry fighting vehicle is fitted with light armor, and it was actually torn open. At least a third-tier zombie. Nene's face grew slightly grave. Watch the surroundings. I nodded slightly, drew the vehicle close to those abandoned military vehicles, and began collecting high-value materials. Metal material plus 850. Composite material plus 710. Polymer material plus 544. Rare metal plus 110. Sure enough, military-grade materials were solid. I smiled with satisfaction. The metal I'd just collected was extremely high quality, containing tungsten alloy, titanium alloy, and various other precious materials. Beyond that, I also unexpectedly picked up 3 high-explosive grenades. Mr. Captain, turn right at the next intersection and go in 200 meters, and that should be the materials lab. Nene pointed at the floor plan and reminded me. I nodded and picked up the speed a bit. There were relatively far fewer wandering zombies in the research zone. After turning right and going 100-some meters, I suddenly slammed on the brakes. Dozens of meters away, a modernized laboratory building stood imposingly. The large words Materials Laboratory on the plaque above the entrance were smeared all over with blackened blood, eerie in the extreme. The originally tightly sealed doors had been violently broken open, exposing a dim entrance, like the mouth of a cave leading to a monster's lair. What truly made both our hearts tighten was that beside those doors was actually piled a countless number of human skulls. This didn't look at all like something zombies had done. At least not something the Tier 2 sort like liquors and rammers would do. Mr. Captain, I sense there's a big thing inside. It might be exactly what destroyed those military vehicles. Nene lightly bit her lower lip, staring fixedly at the pitch-black entrance. There was a strong negative field there, and she instinctively smelled the danger. That field was so dense that I felt it too, and my heart was struck with horror. Should we withdraw now? But having reached here with such difficulty, giving up the precious rare metals was genuinely galling. My face was grim, my gaze flickering uncertainly. The extreme cold was approaching, and the vehicle urgently needed large amounts of rare metals to upgrade. I really couldn't bear to leave. Mister. Nene looked over, her eyes questioning. I paused, then told her what was on my mind. Nene thought about it and said softly, I have an idea, it might risk my life a bit. How so? I'll go lure it out. The scent of the living is sure to draw it out. Then once we see clearly what kind of monster it is, if we can beat it we fight head on, and if we can't we find a way to ambush it. She said earnestly. This could count as a clumsy method. But I shook my head. Too dangerous, you can't go. Nene's heart warmed, but she still insisted. You're not suited for it. Only I can go. Relax, I won't go be the bait either, and you especially can't go. I've got a way. Let's leave first. I smiled and drove the vehicle around. She was puzzled but didn't ask more, wanting to see what medicine I was selling in my gourd. When I drove the vehicle back to the dormitory building we'd passed earlier, Nene understood at once. Mister was going to catch a living person to use as bait. Don't overthink it. I'm a good person. I won't force anyone to go throw their life away. You clear the zombies around first. I couldn't help explaining a line, and having said it, pushed the door open, leapt several meters, and quickly scaled to the third floor. Bam! One violent punch, and the aluminum alloy window was ripped off whole, giving the people in the lounge a great fright. I flipped inside and grinned. Hello, everyone. Are you the one who was driving just now? Are you here to save us? Wonderful. Hello, sir. I'm Lu Dequan, director of Guangxing Academy's admissions office. First, thank you for the rescue. On behalf of the Academy leadership, I express. Seeing that it wasn't a zombie, everyone let out a breath at once and crowded around in delighted surprise. There were those weeping with gratitude, those trying to get chummy, and there was even a director already putting on official airs. Seeing this bunch clearly treating me as their life-saving straw, I drew my machete with a clang, and the clamor stopped abruptly. The blade was covered in nicks, with residual bloodstains that couldn't be wiped clean, a shocking sight. Even in the apocalypse, when had Director Liu and these people ever seen such a fearsome weapon? They couldn't help retreating several steps. Sir, have you killed zombies? A woman teacher in her 40s asked with terror, yet hope burned in her eyes. Only then did this bunch suddenly realize that this young man, able to walk freely outside, was by no means an ordinary person. Zombies, what terrifying man-eating monsters those were. They'd rather hide here and starve to death than go face them. It's been over 2 months since the apocalypse, and you haven't killed any zombies? Just hiding here all along. I couldn't help being a bit surprised and no longer in a hurry to invite someone. Director Liu explained as if it were a matter of course. We're just ordinary teachers and students, only concerned with teaching and educating. How would we have weapons and the skill to kill zombies? Besides, they were once colleagues and students. We couldn't bring ourselves to do it. That's right. They eat people. Last month, a good many soldiers came, and even with guns they couldn't deal with them, let alone ordinary people like us. The survivors chattered all at once, so terrified they couldn't speak. I frowned slightly. It was a genuine miracle this bunch had lived until now. So I asked, what happened to those soldiers afterward? What did they come to do? Did they withdraw in the end? Under the apocalypse, though the government had announced its dissolution not long ago, its foundations were still there, and it had surely split into quite a few powerful factions. And the military was an armed force to begin with, impossible to be struck down by the apocalypse all at once. Since the military had come, it meant there was something important here they had no choice but to come for. Was it people, research data, or valuable items? I suddenly recalled the rare metal storage Hao Junja had mentioned, but that surely wasn't worth a special trip by the military? Young comrade, how are things outside now? When will the nation send rescue? Director Liu suppressed the crowd, answering with a question instead, his face serious. Answer my question first. I stared at him, my gaze sharp. Director Liu was displeased. No young punk had ever dared speak to him like this, and he scolded in a stern tone. Young comrade, the pressing matter is to get us out of here. Our academy will, as appropriate. Slap. Before he could finish, he ate a big backhand from me first. You dare hit me. Slap. Another one on the return swing, and Director Liu fell silent at once, his face grim and venomous. The others were stunned by this sudden turn, instinctively growing afraid of this abruptly ferocious young man. I was going to pick a lucky one, but now it's you. I grinned, stepped forward, grabbed him by the back of the collar, and dragged him off. What do you want to do? Director Liu was terrified, utterly unable to withstand that fearsome strength, exactly like a rag doll being yanked along. Take you away from here. I smiled faintly, hauled him, and leapt down from the window. Ah! Jumping from the third floor, he was so scared he wailed like a ghost. But the pain and fractures were slow to come. He opened his eyes to look, and had actually landed without a scratch. What was going on? A Superman? I carried him into the vehicle and handed him to Nene. Keep an eye on him. He's our carefully chosen lucky one. Hee. Nene was delighted, looking like she was in for a good show. Director Liu heard something was off and hurriedly asked, "What on earth do you two want to do?" I started the vehicle. Take you away. Really? Only then did he come around, overjoyed. Thank you. On behalf of the Academy, I thank you two chivalrous souls. Once we're out, I'll definitely petition the president to grant you two a commendation. Oh, shut up. Nene genuinely couldn't stand listening anymore, and with a stir of her ability, plugged his mouth. Director Liu was scared half to death. Just tell me what you know, what the deal is with those military vehicles. I said. Feeling he could speak, he hurriedly poured out everything he knew. It turned out that after the apocalypse erupted, he hadn't initially hidden in the apartment lounge, but had followed several senior leaders. After the first month, the president had contacted the military and said some important things, and the military soon sent people. A full 10 military vehicles, with drone support, a 100-man combat team charging into the academy armed to the teeth. Yet they were still surrounded and killed by zombies, and apart from the few who broke out and escaped, the rest all perished in the zombies' maws. Did you see any special zombies? I asked. Director Liu hurriedly shook his head, his face showing terror. I'd hidden away early. I only heard lots of gunfire and screams. Those drones seemed to have been shot down by a flying monster. Truly useless. Nene couldn't be bothered to listen and plugged his mouth again. I frowned, and seeing that I couldn't get more out of him, couldn't be bothered to speak either. But one point could be confirmed. A 100-man combat team back then couldn't even handle an ordinary corpse horde, which showed their strength was mediocre. It wasn't that I was belittling soldiers' combat power, but rather the evolver-level strength they displayed when facing zombies. There probably hadn't been many evolvers or ability users among them. A group of well-trained soldiers with firearms, how could they hold off tens of thousands of zombies? The vehicle soon returned to the front of the lab building, the pitch-black entrance right before our eyes. Pulling over to the side, I nodded at Nene. Nene gave a wicked little smile, her ability turning into an invisible great hand that grabbed Director Liu, pushed open the vehicle door, and delivered him out, even considerately arranging those 3 high-explosive grenades on him. What do you want to do? Why can't I move? Let me go? You tricked me. Director Liu screamed in terror. I rolled down the window. I've already taken you away from the dormitory building. Now, please do a small favor. Relax, we'll protect you as best we can. What do you mean? You'll really protect me? Then you have to protect me. Director Liu's heart crawled, but he had no choice but to believe him. But when he turned to look at the lab building's doors, he shrieked in even greater terror. The pitch-black entrance was filled with a terrifying aura so thick it was suffocating, nearly scaring the piss out of Director Liu. That was the manifestation of a high-tier zombie monster's negative field, enough to make an ordinary person faint from fright on the spot. That Director Liu had held out until now meant his willpower wasn't bad. The invisible great hand pushed him, closing in on the doors inch by inch. Let me go. I don't want to go over there. I'm the director of Guangxing Academy's admissions office. You can't treat me like this. The closer he got to those doors, the more terrified he grew, struggling violently, exactly like an insect caught in a trap. Nene in the vehicle smiled wickedly, but I stared fixedly at the doors, having sensed a stir of movement. Huff, 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 huff. Heavy breathing gradually came, and 4 points of crimson light lit up first in the black cavity, the terrifying negative field suddenly growing intense. The big thing's coming out. Nene's breath tightened, and she held Director Liu in place. Thud, thud. Amid heavy footsteps, a sharp claw first probed out the door, gripping the alloy threshold with a clacking sound. A giant zombie slowly appeared, over 5 meters tall, for eyeballs rolling eerily, finally all locking onto Director Liu. Both our pupils shrank slightly as we stared fixedly at it. This monster looked as though it had been flayed, its muscles everted all over its body, a dark blood color. Its arms were extremely long, nearly drooping to the ground, growing enormous black claws. Most terrifying was that its negative field carried a fear effect. It had barely revealed its true face when it scared Director Liu, more than 10 meters away, into wetting himself on the spot, unable even to cry out. An atmosphere of terror spread all around, and even the two of us in the distant vehicle felt a kind of dread born of life's own instinct. It seems close to fourth tier. It's a terror. Almost simultaneously, the two of us tagged it. Whoosh! The terror strode with heavy steps toward the speechless Director Liu, its four crimson eyes fixed on him. Nene, see if you can lure it away. I immediately shouted. She activated her ability, pulling Director Liu to withdraw. But the next second, the terror flashed a step, appearing before Director Liu in the blink of an eye, and ran him clean through with one claw, straight from his chest cavity to the top of his head. Director Liu actually didn't die thoroughly on the spot, his limbs still twitching. My face hardened. Nene, do it. Since it couldn't be lured away, then beat it to death. Hee hee. I've been waiting for that line. Nene laughed wickedly, and with a pull of her ability, detonated the 3 high-explosive grenades hidden on Director Liu. Boom! The military high-explosive grenades blasted open, firelight enveloping flesh and blood that splattered everywhere, and the terror let out a shrill roar. This close, it was wounded. I paused, not having seen it all when Nene had hidden the grenades on him, and couldn't be bothered to look into why a zombie monster that should feel no pain would evolve a sense of pain. Hold on tight. I floored the gas, and the vehicle slammed into the terror at high speed. Never mind whether it was blown dead or crippled, hit the damn thing first. Bam! The hard ram guard unleashed terrifying force at high speed, viciously bowling the blood-drenched terror away, fresh blood bursting. I didn't ease off the gas in the slightest, and drove it straight into the wall while shouting, Nene, safety protection. She immediately caught on, unleashed her ability, first simulating airbags to wrap around the two of us, then filling the entire compartment with ability-conjured cushioning material. Boom! The wall crumbled, rubble flying. Violent inertia hit, the ram guard nearly crushing the terror in two and embedding it fiercely into the wall, already deformed. Heedless of my dizziness, I got out blade in hand and hacked fiercely at the terror's head. Nene hadn't yet recovered. Though she'd made protections, that wall ramming had been rough too. Eohu! The terror's vitality was outrageously abnormal. Nearly severed in two, it took several more strokes, yet still didn't die. CRK. The vehicle, having lost power, was forcibly shoved aside by it, and one enormous claw grabbed at me. My heart chilled, and I hurriedly dodged, shouting, Nene, drive the vehicle and ram it to death. No good, let me restrain it. You reverse to build up power and ram it. Nene shook her still-dazed little head and activated her ability to imprison the terror. I got right back in the vehicle, quickly shifted into reverse, then floored the gas and charged wildly. One more time. Boom! This ram sent both the terror and the vehicle through the wall, straight into the first-floor lobby of the lab building, the sound deafening, drawing over even the wandering zombies in the distance. At the same time, the survivors hiding in the materials lab heard the commotion too. How Jian Nan and the others were trying to break through the materials room's blast door and rushed first thing to the doors and windows to peer out. The materials lab was on the 3rd floor, occupying an entire level, divided into many sections, and their hiding place happened to overlook the 1st-floor lobby. In the lobby, the light coming through the entrance was limited, quite dim. But they all clearly saw that the giant zombie that terrified them so had been rammed in by a vehicle. Dust filled the broken wall, smeared all over with bloodstains. Eohu! The terror's aura was faint, its sharp claws still scraping at the ram guard, gouging out ear-piercing streaks. Mister, one more time, it's about to die. Nene shouted excitedly. Despite overdrawing her ability until her nose bled, she still bound the terror tightly. I immediately reversed dozens of meters, nearly out of the lab building, then floored it once more and charged out. Splat! The terror, sprawled on the ground, had just raised its head, right into the ram guard. Its skull burst with a thunderous crack. The terror died on the spot. Yay! Nene shouted excitedly, and with a stir of her ability, dug a finger-sized brain crystal straight out of its head. This brain crystal, in both size and color, was far deeper and larger than an ordinary zombie's. A brain crystal close to 4th tier. Super points plus 36. She toyed with it for a good while before letting the vehicle absorb it, then slumped down wearily. I was panting heavily too. Hacking at the terror with my blade just now, I'd genuinely given it my all. Hurrah! The moment the terror died, those zombies drawn over, originally lingering outside the building, poured in at once and actually began devouring its corpse on the spot. It was the evolutionary behavior of same-kind cannibalism. Almost simultaneously, a wave of ecstatic shouting came from upstairs. Third-floor materials storeroom. Hao Junjie, Wei Yin, and the others had also sensed the commotion downstairs. The terror's dying shrieks had nearly penetrated the entire lab building. This is our chance. We should leave amid the chaos. Wei Yin decided decisively. Someone immediately objected. No, Hao Jianan is still down there, and that bunch eats people. Xiaoyin, how about we wait a bit more? Yi Lianghui suggested in a low voice. He'd clashed with Hao Jianan and genuinely didn't want to face that group of madmen again. The moment he said this, most people actually nodded in agreement. Wei Yin shook her head in disappointment and turned to Hao Junjie. Teacher Hao, what about you? Among their dozen-odd people, apart from her and another girl being evolvers, only Hao Junjie was an ability user, the rest all ordinary people, and two had even fallen ill from the combined assault of hunger and cold. Hao Junjie pinched that radio communicator, pondered for a while, then said, "We can't wait for Hao Jianan and the others to leave first. If we drag it out any longer, this place will soon be occupied by zombies." "How do you know it'll be occupied?" Yi Lianghui retorted with displeasure. Hao Junjie couldn't be bothered with him and only said, "I'll go down and scout the way first. If there's a chance, we still leave. Let me and Xiao Yuan go instead. The two of us are fast and familiar with the place." Wei Yin decided, and taking a round-faced girl, pushed the door open and went downstairs. Though Yi Lianghui and the others were unwilling, they still had to rely on the girls to save their lives, so it was hard to say much. The lab building had 4 floors in total, and there had been few zombies to begin with, long since mostly cleared. If not for that giant zombie occupying the first-floor lobby, they wouldn't have been driven to the point of not even daring to go downstairs. Sisine, the giant zombie's dead. Lots of zombies are gnawing at its corpse. Hao Jianan and the others are here too. The moment they reached the stairwell, the two of them saw clearly that scene of devastation in the lobby. Only 20-some have come in. Good chance. Xiao Yuan, hurry back and call Teacher Hao and the others. Withdraw immediately. Wei Yin calculated swiftly and assigned tasks at once. The round-faced girl immediately turned back to the 3rd floor to relay the message. Hearing it, Hao Junjie stared at the communicator in his hand and hesitated a moment, then finally gritted his teeth. Go. Though the dozen-odd people were reluctant to move, they had no choice but to follow him out of the materials storeroom. Though the storeroom was safe, the food had long since been exhausted, and continuing to hold out was equally a dead end. And at this moment, the zombies in the first-floor lobby had already gnawed the terror's corpse clean. Several of them had visibly strengthened their life fields, growing ever more ferocious. Bad? More zombies have come in. Hurry, let's go. A male student beside Hao Jianan screamed in terror. Call your mother. Fight our way out. Take that vehicle and go. Hao Jianan backhanded him across the face and gathered his strength to charge. The 8 of them were all evolvers, their strength and agility far exceeding ordinary people, having touched the threshold of tier 1.5. Killing a few ordinary zombies was no problem. But new zombies kept wandering in outside, and there were several in the lobby that had devoured the terror and grown fiercer. So many zombies pouring in. Another giant one's coming. Retreat. Retreat. Wei Yin had just joined up with Hao Junjie and the others, and was about to charge out when an unexpected change struck. A monster over 3 meters tall roared as it rammed through the doors, trampling several unlucky zombies to death along the way. It had come for the terror's corpse, but the moment it saw so many living people, it grew excited and frenzied at once. It's a gluttony 3rd tier. In the vehicle, a trace of gravity crossed Nene's little face. This gray-skinned, red blood vessel-covered zombie, she'd heard of it. Seeing the zombies gathering more and more, I frowned. Nene, is there a way to block the doors in that gap? Give me a moment to recover. She nodded, seizing the time to catch her breath. Finding the terror just now had consumed most of her mental power, and she hadn't recovered yet. She was, after all, only a peak tier 2 ability user, and without my help, she'd never dare face such a monster alone. Save me. The gluttony frenziedly pounced and killed all around, and in the blink of an eye someone was torn to shreds and stuffed into its mouth. Blood, screams, exactly the zombie's carnival. Retreat. Upstairs, Hao Jianan's group was scared out of their wits. When had they ever seen such a bloody maw thing? They fled toward the stairwell in droves. But too many zombies had poured into the lobby, blocking the way. Wei Yin, Hao Junjie, and the others, having just reached the first floor, were also surrounded by zombies on all sides. Xiaoyin, hurry, retreat. Yi Lianghui and a few others gripped assorted weapons, but didn't dare take a single step forward. Wei Yin whip-kicked a zombie flying and said sharply, "Don't retreat." Most of the zombies were lured away by Hao Jianan. Charge out to the apartment building convenience store. Continuing to cower here, they couldn't get out and had no food. It was no place to stay long. Since they'd all come down, all the more they couldn't give up halfway. Classmate Wei Yin is right. Charging out is the only way to live. We can't be trapped and die here. Hao Junjie had long since activated his ability and taken the very front on his own initiative. When coming downstairs, he'd already discussed it with Wei Yin. Don't take the doors, follow the lobby corridor, and go around to that wall gap the vehicle had rammed open. Huh, is that Hao Junjie? In the vehicle, I, observing outside while recuperating, glimpsed that corpulent figure at the edge of the corridor, a bit surprised. He was actually an ability user too. Seeing my childhood friend in a bad spot, I immediately said to Nene, "Once you've rested enough, block the doors and the gap first. I'll go down and stretch my limbs." Nene glanced at those dozens of zombies outside the building, not much of a threat to me, then nodded. I got out of the vehicle soundlessly, machete in hand. The moment I left the vehicle, 2 zombies sensed me and lunged to bite, and I split their heads open in 2 strokes, then stealthily made my way toward Hao Junjie. Damn, you monsters. Damn, damn, damn. On the corridor, a dozen-odd zombies were packed so tight there was no room, and zombies were climbing in from the side railing too. Hao Junjie's technique was a mess, but his cursing was ceaseless. He struggled for ages before hammering 3 to death, and turning to look, cursed even more fiercely. Idiots. Keep up already. Wei Yin glanced back and was choked with anger too. Apart from the 3 of them, Yi Lianghui's group was actually still standing frozen at the stairwell, and had even begun to shrink back. Xiaoyin, you clear the zombies first, then we'll come over. Yi Lianghui shouted from over there. Hao Junjie cursed in fury. Fools. The zombies will only keep coming. The words hadn't fallen when another dozen-odd zombies charged into the lobby. And it was just then that Hao Jiannan's group was chased all the way to the stairwell by that gluttony. He swung his club and split the head of someone beside him, then flung the man out to block the attack. That male student ran head-on into the gluttony and was torn in 2 and devoured on the spot. Only then did the gluttony ease its pursuit. Hao Jiannan, what are you doing? Yi Lianghui's group trembled in fright. In this chaos, 2 more zombies squeezed in beside them, lunging and knocking down 2 people. Hurry, let's go. No urging was needed now, and the rest all surged toward the corridor. But it was too late. Zombies, one after another, smashed through the wooden railing and climbed in. Yi Lianghui trembled like a sieve and screamed with a sob in his voice, "Xiaoyin, save me. Cicine, help." The others had long since lost their nerve, tossing their already sorry weapons all over the ground, and several men and women simply collapsed limp to the floor, weeping bitterly. "I'll go cover them." Wei Yin sighed inwardly and turned back. Damn, Hao Junjie agonized greatly, then finally cursed and turned back to save people too. I had just made my way to Hao Junjie's original position, and seeing this scene, my head throbbed. They'd all managed to live until today, and were still such saints? Roar who? And right at this moment, another gluttony blocked the doors, forcing in a dozen-odd zombies in a frenzied crush. The zombies in the entire first-floor lobby had already broken 80, and the situation suddenly turned severe. Even with my swift movements, once the zombies grew numerous, getting close to Hao Junjie became a struggle. That's precisely why my head throbbed. Never mind. Save them if I can, and if I can't, at worst I'll go search that batch of rare metals myself. Combing through the whole building wouldn't be much of a challenge either. Over there, Hao Jiannan's group had just tried to go upstairs, but the stairwell was blocked tight by several ferocious zombies along with a gluttony. Hurry, let's go. Scared out of their wits, they turned and charged toward Yi Lianghui's group, meaning to use these useless people as bait to win themselves a sliver of a chance. Hao Jiannan, what are you doing? The 2 groups collided, and Hao Jiannan offhandedly flung 2 people out, drawing away several zombies at once. Just then, Wei Yin's group of 3 arrived, both alarmed and furious. These useless ones are dead anyway. Feed them to the zombies, and we've got a chance. Hao Jiannan picked up an iron sheet, grabbed a limp male student, and slashed him open to bleed him, then flung him toward the gluttony lunging from behind. The group turned and ran, passing Wei Yin and the others. Shriek. Another gluttony arrived too. Wei Yin's group's faces changed drastically. Hurry, go. With that cry, they dragged and hauled several people toward the doors. Yi Lianghui's group ran for their lives all the more, only hating that their parents had given them 2 legs too few. As for those collapsed on the ground, they had no time to react at all before being utterly submerged by the zombie horde. The zombies in the lobby surged howling toward the corridor. At this moment, I too could only avoid their edge, my figure weaving left and right amid the zombies' onslaught. Nearly 30 points of agility granted me astonishing speed. Hao Jianan and Wei Yin's groups tangled together, rushing toward that gap beside the doors. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Someone beside them was knocked down again, but no one could spare a thought for it. Seeing the exit ahead, everyone's face showed joy. With a thud, a Tier 2 licker climbed in through the wall gap. Hao Jianan and Wei Yin's group's faces changed abruptly, their eyes showing despair. We're done for. Boo-hoo, we're done for. Several people collapsed in fright on the spot. The licker was smaller than a gluttony, only Tier 2, but it happened to block their only escape route. The moment it saw so many living people, it grew frenzied, and its slime-coated flesh tongue shot with a wish at Hao Jianan, who was running at the very front. Hao Jianan's scalp went numb, and he instinctively yanked over the companion beside him to block the attack. No. That person had no time to react before being swept away by the flesh tongue. However great his strength, he couldn't break free, and was instead cut by the sharp teeth on the tongue, blood spraying. Until finally the licker's bloody maw bit his head clean off. Hurrah! Another licker climbed in. Everyone grew all the more despairing. Lickers ahead, gluttonies behind, dense throngs of zombies all around, beginning to scramble and gnaw at this fresh batch of flesh and blood. Hao Junjie and Wei Yin fell into a death trap. Never mind protecting others, they themselves were fixed in the stare of a gluttony. Done for. Hao Junjie panted heavily, slumped to the ground, and closed his eyes to await death. Beside him, Wei Yin held up a wooden chair in weary defense, but was finally pressed to the ground by several zombies. The instant she turned her head, she saw a licker crawling swiftly toward her. This time, there was no dodging it. At the critical moment, a low engine roar suddenly exploded, and a wild off-road RV charged up the corridor, ramming in ferociously. Continuing the translation. Bam, bam, bam. Where the vehicle passed, flesh and blood flew, crushing out a crimson path of blood. Hao Junjie and Wei Yin only felt the zombies lunging at them, all crushed into powder, and that licker was flung high by the ram guard, then had its head split open with one stroke. The two were stunned, and looking up, saw a figure firmly nailed to the hood. That person wore a leather jacket, feet as though grown, onto the vehicle, holding a machete full of nicks, ceaselessly reaping the zombies scooped up by the vehicle's front. Every stroke precise, every stroke lethal, exactly like a fierce general charging on horseback on an ancient battlefield. That's Qinmian. Hao Junjie paused, and looking closely at that face, tears streamed down his aging cheeks at once. It really is Brother Mian. Brother Mian's come to save us. That childhood friend of his, so damn impressive, riding an off-roader to save him. Crying to death. Teacher Hao, is he the childhood friend you contacted before? Wei Yin climbed to her feet, her gaze fixed on that figure slaughtering in all directions, marveling again and again. Nene, get ready to charge the gluttony. Having beheaded the second licker, I shouted quickly. Roger. Nene, driving, executed a beautiful drift and charged toward a gluttony that was buried in devouring someone, flooring the gas while unleashing her ability to shroud the two of us in protection. 5 minutes earlier, there had been too many zombies, and I'd had no choice but to retreat back to the vehicle. By then, Nene had recovered her strength too, and immediately activated her ability, conjuring a heavy door out of thin air that tightly sealed off the main entrance and the wall gap, first cutting off the zombies' reinforcements. Then I had her drive while I mounted the hood, bringing our strongest combat power to its utmost. Ordinary zombies were no concern, just greater in number, having lifted the siege on Hao Junjie and the others. Next, it was the turn of those two Tier 3 gluttonies. The off-road RV, its power ferocious, dragged a trail of blood as it charged straight at the gluttony. The gluttony's bloodthirsty gaze locked on, seeming to instinctively sense that this iron thing charging fiercely would take its life, and it actually abandoned the mangled flesh in its mouth and flashed to the side. Its speed wasn't slow either. Wanna dodge? No way. Nene scoffed coldly, and with a burst of her ability, conjured a cage out of thin air that nailed it fast. The next instant, the hard tungsten alloy ram guard slammed viciously into the gluttony, letting out a dull sound of flesh and blood bursting. The ram guard didn't scoop it up, but instead dragged its legs under the vehicle and, bracing against its corpulent belly, drove it heavily into the wall. Hurrah! The gluttony roared fiercely, its entire abdominal cavity ripped open by the ram guard, rotting stench viscera bursting out. That earlier terror had nearly been rammed in two, whereas this gluttony, thick and fat in the waist and belly, was only rammed into a big hole, its organs spilling out all over the ground. Clang! At the same time, the machete rang out under my high-speed swing, hacking viciously into its head. Nearly 40 points of strength unleashed terrifying killing power in an instant. With a clang, the blade had only cut into half the head when it snapped with a crack. This machete that had accompanied me for over 2 months was, after all, just an ordinary carbon steel item, densely covered with nicks to begin with, and unable to bear the overload any longer. It broke and got stuck in the gluttony's skull. Halo! The gluttony had clearly evolved a sense of pain too, letting out a shrill scream, then erupting with a violent, tremendous force that actually shoved the entire vehicle back several meters in one go. Nene's pretty face shifted slightly, and she shifted into reverse accordingly. Skilled at driving, she backed out dozens of meters, then floored the gas again and rammed back wildly. Boom! This time, the broken-legged gluttony was dragged entirely under the vehicle, its skull crushed on the spot. Screech! The vehicle drifted to a hard stop, ramming several zombies flying and passing. Nene, so excited her little face flushed, had already locked her gaze onto that gluttony still chasing and killing Hao Jiannan's group. Nene, let me out. I rapped on the window. She withdrew her ability. There's still one left. No rush, you catch your breath first, I'll go ask something. I hopped out of the vehicle and walked toward Hao Junjie. The lobby was enormous, and that gluttony, herding them like ducks, had chased Hao Jiannan's group to the other end, even smashing down the composite board partition walls of 2 offices. With only one left, I was in no hurry to go hunt it. Finishing off a few zombies offhand, I walked up to Hao Junjie. You all right? On the ravaged corridor, amid with chips and rubble were bloody bits of flesh, scattered zombie remains, and deep tire ruts. Hao Junjie finally came back from his shock and hugged my leg all at once. Brother Mian, you finally came. Do you know what I've been through these days? If you hadn't come today, I'd have starved to death, boo-hoo. A man doesn't shed tears lightly, but even the most steadfast person, meeting salvation in a hopeless plight, could hardly help crying like a woman. Only, having someone suddenly hug my thigh and rub against me all snot and tears, I genuinely couldn't stand it and kicked him away. Only, why did this scene carry an inexplicable sense of familiarity? I said with a dark face, if you're not dead, get up and walk a few steps, see if anything's wrong. Having just battled zombies, one inevitably carried injuries. Though evolvers and ability users' constitutions had gained resistance to the zombie virus, one still had to be careful, lest one capsize in a gutter. Hearing this, Hao Junjie's group hurriedly checked their whole bodies, and only after confirming they were fine did they let out a breath. Only now did I size up the others. Apart from Hao Junjie, only 2 girls and 1 boy had survived. Hello, thank you for saving us. Wei Yin spoke up on her own initiative, her gaze resting on me all along, gratitude carrying a trace of admiration. My name is Wei Yin. She's Xiao Yuan, and the one behind is called Yi Liangwei. I nodded slightly, by way of response. This girl before me had short hair, and even the bloodstains couldn't hide that pretty face, an extreme contrast. Her slender figure paired with that capable air actually made me take a second look. But I had real business to attend to, and turned to Hao Junjie. Where are the rare metals you mentioned? Are they still there? The group all paused, not expecting that the first thing I asked about was metal. Hao Junjie hurriedly nodded. Yes, still piled up in the materials storeroom upstairs. Then he asked, puzzled, Brother Mian, that stuff you want weighs several tons. Can you carry it away? Is it? That rescue's coming behind you. Yi Lianghui suddenly cut in, his face full of hope. I ignored him and only said to Hao Junjie, take me to look. Hao Junjie gave a little laugh and pointed at Wei Yin. Better let classmate Wei Yin take you. She's much more familiar with it, and the keys are in her hands too. I paused and looked at Wei Yin. She nodded slightly and smiled brightly. I'm a graduate student here, also in charge of the materials storeroom. Inside there aren't just various precious metals, but other non-metallic synthetic materials too, all experimental results. I can take you to get them. A bit surprised, I hadn't expected this beauty of capable heir to actually be a top student. Xiaoyin, how can this be? Yi Lianghui jumped out, his face full of righteous indignation. That's the property of the academy and the nation. How can it be let to someone of unknown origins? These words made Wei Yin's group frown, their faces showing displeasure. As for me, I looked at him strangely. It's already the end of the world. The government has announced its collapse and dissolution. And you're still talking to me here about national property? How could I not see through his little scheme? It was nothing but wanting to guard this pile of things he considered treasures, to trade for preferential status once a rescue team arrived. You've been bitten by a zombie, haven't you? I'd noticed he'd been covering his arm with his jacket all along, and suddenly said coldly. Hao Junjie and Wei Yin's group's faces shifted slightly, and they immediately pulled away, staring at him with stern eyes. I haven't. A trace of panic flashed across Yi Lianghui's face, and he shrank aside again, blustering in a show of false bravado. What do you mean? What right do you have to suspect me? Without his even noticing, his tone was turning frenzied, and dense black blood vessels actually surfaced on his neck. Wei Yin's group took it all in, their eyes turning cold, and they retreated again. Xiaoyin, why are you doing this? I'm fine. As Yi Lianghui spoke, he felt his whole body turn cold, black blood spilling from his mouth and nose, and he was terrified at once. No. I'm fine. Splat. Before he could fully mutate, I'd already hacked down with my broken blade. He died with his eyes wide open, his face full of terror. Why waste words with that kind of person? Speechless, I flung away the broken blade, and my sharp gaze swept over the three again. Are you sure? No discomfort? Hao Junjie and Xiao Yuan waved their hands repeatedly. Really none. Really none. But Wei Yin extended her hand before me. You can check. She was very calm, gazing straight at me. I looked at her for a moment before saying, another day. Let's deal with that gluttony first. No. A shrill scream resounded through the entire first-floor lobby. That gluttony had smashed down the last office, cornering Hao Jiannan with nowhere to flee, and grabbed him, actually yanking his entire spine out along with his skull, a sight too horrific to behold. At this point, that group of theirs had died clean. Nene, get ready to act. In the vehicle, I gave a low command, floored the gas, and the vehicle pounced out like a fierce beast. Leave it to me. Nene's mental power had recovered quite a bit, and she sat in the passenger seat focusing on wielding her ability. In a single thought, a run-up ramp spread out before the vehicle from thin air, clearing all the rubble in the way, then diving to ram the gluttony. The gluttony instinctively smelled the threat, and just as it was about to dodge, found itself nailed fast by an invisible cage. Boom! The hard tungsten alloy ram guard slammed solidly into its chest cavity, flesh and blood splattering, bones bursting. Alo! It screamed shrilly, no time to resist, and was dragged under the vehicle again, trailing a long streak of blood. Take my venomous dragon drill. Nene shouted excitedly, her ability condensing a sharp drill bit that spun at high speed and nailed into the gluttony's eye socket, boring straight through. The gluttony toppled and expired without a sound. Its entire skull flipped open. Yeah, my venomous dragon drill's impressive, right? Nene proudly flashed a victory sign. Even she hadn't expected to bring down a gluttony this easily. Just her mental reserves were a bit depleted. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly, a wave of speechlessness. Venomous dragon drill. Is that how it's used? Should I give her a little sex ed lesson? Screech. The vehicle, drenched in flesh and blood, braked to a stop. At this point, every zombie in the entire first-floor lobby had been wiped out. A rotting, bloody stench spread out, sticky bits of flesh, bloodstains, mangled corpses, and broken bones everywhere. Wei Yin's group of three felt a wave of unreality, the days of having survived a disaster welling up in their hearts. But they soon came around, and, their faces changing abruptly, looked toward the lab building's doors and that wall gap. Yet they were astonished to find that both spots were actually blocked by something. Fixing their eyes, they saw a heavy door formed of a special energy. What was that? An ability? The three were dumbstruck, but seeing that the zombies outside couldn't squeeze in, they finally let out a breath. Impressive, right? That's this pretty girl's technique. The vehicle door pushed open, and Nene hopped down, jutting her chin at them. The three were shocked, and Hao Junjie even stammered. SIS that your ability? That's too heaven-defying. Nene's ability is mental conception, a special ability extended from mental psychokinesis, able to make concrete the things she imagines, of course in the form of ability energy, with strength determined by the amount of mental power. I got out of the vehicle and strode to the front of the doors to look closely. This was Nene's first time maintaining a conception without relying on a mental link, and I was quite curious too. That heavy door was in a translucent energy state, yet heavy as a true steel gate, cracking the very ground under its weight, holding the zombies outside fast at bay. Only, unlike before, she didn't need to link to it constantly. Its duration depended on external impact and the mental power injected. Nene, how long can these two doors hold? I asked. Nene, a lollipop in her mouth, tilted her head and sensed for a moment. If I don't replenish its ability energy now, about 10 minutes. This'll do for now. You've expended too much. I'll still need you in a bit. I nodded and turned to Wei-Yin. Quick, take us to the materials storeroom. Wei-Yin agreed. Having already known what I sought, she cleanly and crisply led the way toward the stairwell. I'll go help. Hao Junjie rolled up his sleeves and followed, and Xiao Yuan hurriedly followed too, all clearly wanting to lend a hand. Only Nene and I exchanged a smile, said nothing, and followed after together. Mr. Captain, though they're a bit saintly, they're not bad at heart. Should we consider taking them in? Nene asked in a low voice. These few days' experiences had made her see clearly too, though the vehicle was a powerful reliance. With too few members, we couldn't muster combat power to match it. I understood this in my heart. Just as, if I'd still been alone, I'd have had no way at all to face Tier 3 monsters and that terrifying number of zombie hordes. And only after having Nene had I discovered how terrifying a combat power this vehicle could unleash. Of course, right now we were still short on hands. For instance, if we had a long-range sniper, our combat power would double again. This way, under the apocalypse, our survivability would be far stronger. At this moment, I suddenly understood how the vehicle's team function ought to be used, and smiled. Let's see first, no rush. The group soon reached the third floor. Wei-Yin led everyone straight back to their earlier hiding place, the materials storeroom. This is where we hid before, a blast-rated secure storeroom, specially for research materials and precious raw materials. She explained while walking to the innermost part of the storeroom, where 5 large safes stood in a row. The safes were enormous, all mechanical combination locks. She opened them one by one, and inside were neatly stacked custom-made boxes. These are raw materials from the Academy's cooperation with the National Research Institute. Apart from a few unknown special materials, they're basically all high-value rare metals. Wei-Yin drew out one of the boxes, printed on top with a symbol and characters, radium. Exactly a rare metal, extremely low in content on Blue Star. She opened the box, the metal inside sealed in a special container. This entire cabinet stores all radium, she said, worth tens of billions. SSSS. Everyone drew a cold breath in unison. I was astonished. Ordinary research wouldn't use this much, would it? Correct. Wei nodded and smiled. Though I signed a confidentiality agreement, I can still tell you. This batch of stuff was suddenly transferred here 3 months ago, and this place was listed as a national first-class research base. Quite unexpected, right? More than unexpected. A mere academy lab building, abruptly upgraded to a first-class research base. Who could have imagined it? There was one more line she didn't say aloud. The keys to open these safes she'd found on the corpse of an old professor who'd kept them. I shrugged. All right, now they're mine. Nene, do it. You don't need us to help. Hao Junjie scratched his head. Wei-Yin reminded from the side. The way these rare metals are transported requires. Before she finished, she shut her mouth. She saw Nene wave her small hand, and the things in the safes flew out on their own, and looking closely, they seemed to be steadily held by some kind of invisible thing, floating smoothly all the way down from the 3rd floor to the 1st. The entire process took under 3 minutes, and under Wei-Yin's group of 3's dumbstruck gaze, the moving was complete. Rare metal plus 1,000. Rare metal plus 1,000. Rare metal plus 541. All the rare metals were absorbed by the vehicle, 3 prompts jumping in a row. Both Nene and I couldn't help growing excited. Truly struck it rich. Taking such a big risk to make this trip, the haul far exceeded expectations. How did they vanish? Wei-Yin's group of 3 stared incredulously at the precious metals that had vanished into thin air beside the vehicle, stammering the question. Hee, this is Mr. Captain's superpower. Nene waved her hand, as if showing off. I glared at her. Get in, we'll study the upgrade direction. Coming. Nene's eyes lit up, and she hurried to follow, leaving the 3 even more baffled where they stood. Vehicle, off-road RV, durability, 29%. Level, basic, 79/100. Basic functions unlocked. Power module, internal combustion engine, plus 50% power. Body module, carbon steel chassis, carbon steel frame, carbon steel doors, blast-proof windows. Drive module, all-terrain blast-proof tires, ordinary suspension. Vehicle functions, silent cloaking, intermediate, exterior collection, basic, ram guard, basic. Super points, 441. Material storage, metal material 16300, non-metallic material 15422, polymer material 12005, composite material 10990, rare metal 2780, fuel 1305. The two of us first checked the vehicle's attributes, getting a rough grasp of the material inventory. The vehicle's durability had fallen into the danger zone, which surprised the two of us a bit. After all, we'd fought several hard battles one after another, having rammed several Tier 3.5 terrors and Tier 3 gluttonies to death alone. Even the tungsten alloy ram guard was deformed from ramming, the body damaged in many places, and the blast-proof windows densely covered in cracks. We hadn't expected there'd still be 29% durability left, genuinely a surprise. Let's see what upgrade options there are. Nene urged excitedly. I wanted to know too, and at a stir of thought, pulled up the upgradable list. The vehicle's super points and materials meet the conditions to upgrade or unlock vehicle functions. Upgradable functions, silent cloaking, advanced, exterior collection, intermediate, power, plus 100%, internal combustion engine type 2, driver's cabin, frame, tires, doors, windows, interior, headlights. Unlockable functions, detection system, armament system, protection system, equipment manufacturing, fuel compatibility, compartment expansion. There were quite a few more upgrade options, and the unlock options especially left the two of us dumbstruck, nearly drooling. And this was only what a basic-level vehicle could unlock. Nene pointed at detection system and cried out, "Mister, never mind the rest. This one must be prioritized for unlocking." She genuinely didn't want to run into something like that zombie python again, absolutely traumatized. With a detection system, we could grasp the situation outside the vehicle in advance. I nodded, deeply aware of its enormous usefulness. Just take this encounter with the terror. With a detection system, we wouldn't have needed to catch a living person as bait at all to ascertain its existence, and could even have generated a whole set of data. Within what the super points and materials allowed, after weighing repeatedly, I first settled on 5 items. Upgrade all-terrain suspension. Consume metal material 1600, non-metallic material 200, composite material 200, rare metal 100, super points 80. All-terrain suspension upgrading. Upgrade bulletproof body and bulletproof windows. Consume metal material 2000, non-metallic material 400, composite material 800, rare metal 150, super points 100. Bulletproof body and bulletproof windows upgrading. Unlock detection system. Consume metal material 900, non-metallic material 200, composite material 100, rare metal 200, super points 60. Basic detection system unlocking. Unlock successful. Unlock armament system. Consume metal material 1000, non-metallic material 500, composite material 600, rare metal 100, super points 60. Basic armament system unlocking. Unlock successful. Basic weapon mounted, electric blade. Unlock compartment expansion. Consume metal material 2000, non-metallic material 2000, composite material 500, rare metal 50, super points 90. Basic compartment expansion unlock successful. Compartment volume plus 10 cubic meters. Note, compartment expansion has no levels. For each additional cubic meter, the required super points and materials multiply, multiplying consumption. In other words, apart from this basic expansion, every future expansion would double on top of this base. It seemed compartment expansion involved subspace rules, the difficulty multiplying and the consumption naturally rising with it. Ka-ka-ka. Blue arcs of electricity crackled and flickered, accompanied by the sound of mechanical gears turning. The off-road RV trembled lightly amid the upgrading, continuously undergoing transformation. This scene, like something out of a sci-fi film, left Wei Yin's group of 3 as though in a dream, shocked beyond measure. The basic unlock functions took the least time, but upgrading functions took a bit more effort. Before this, Nene had already replenished the 2 heavy doors with ability energy once, extending them to a full hour. The entire process lasted nearly 50 minutes before stopping, and this vehicle had already been utterly transformed. The dark body was sharply angular, still radiating residual warmth from the change, and the sticky zombie flesh and blood from before had long since vanished. The off-road RV had grown slightly larger in size, mainly reflected in the driver's cabin. The original 2 doors had expanded to 4. Because the suspension had been upgraded, the ground clearance had risen by a full double, and the functions of the 6 all-terrain tires had been thoroughly developed. All-terrain tires. How Junjie drew a cold breath. Before the apocalypse, he'd counted as half a car enthusiast and had seen the latest off-road tire technology. This set of all-terrain tires before him, paired with the all-terrain suspension, could actually have the rear 4 wheels freely switch between round and tracked forms, exceedingly unique. This was true all-terrain technology, capable of running even through snow without hindrance. The 3 gazed at the newly transformed off-road RV, burning with envy. Even a toe could figure it out. This was an apocalyptic super ability vehicle, and with its current configuration, it could drive to nearly any known place on Blue Star. And the 2 of us inside the vehicle were even more delighted to the extreme, because the vehicle's level progress had maxed out. Vehicle upgrading, upgrade successful, expanding new function content. Intermediate vehicle, 8500s, newly added unlockable functions. Medical bay, ecology bay, intelligent system, folding space. SSSS. These newly added options, so high grade. The 2 of us burned with envy, but checking the super point balance, we could only give bitter smiles again and again. The medical bay and ecology bay were fine. Their consumption weighted heavily toward materials. The intelligent system and folding space were different, though. Each one unlocked would devour a full 400 super points. Folding space was clearly a technical function. Used on the vehicle, it was an advanced extension of compartment expansion. But it could also be used independently apart from the vehicle. In other words, so long as materials and super points were sufficient, it could create things like spatial backpacks, even folding magazines, and other super tech gadgets. Just thinking about it set the heart racing. "Mister, I feel like we've gotten even poorer," Nene murmured, still sensing her own changes at this moment. The vehicle's major upgrade had brought explosive growth to the 2 of us attributes as well. Vehicle owner, Chin Mian. Level, Tier 3, 55%. Evolver, Strength, 44. Agility, 35. Constitution, 41. Spirit, 57. Ability, Super Ability Vehicle. SSSS. Already Tier 3 peak attributes. Passenger, Nene. Level, Tier 3 Ability User. Strength, 36. Agility, 37. Constitution, 32. Spirit, 53. Ability, Mental Conception. Trust, Live and Die Together. Life Status, Active. SSSS. Tier 3 Intermediate Strength. Vehicle, Off-Road RV. Durability, 100%. Level, Intermediate, 8 1/1000ths. Power Module, Internal Combustion Engine, plus 50% power. Body Module, Titanium Tungsten Alloy Frame. Bulletproof Body, Bulletproof Windows. Drive Module, All-Terrain Blast-Proof Tires, All-Terrain Suspension. Vehicle Functions, Silent Cloaking, Intermediate. Exterior Collection, Basic. Ram Guard, Basic. Detection System, Basic. Armament System, Basic Electric Blade. Compartment Expansion, 10 cubic meters. Super Points, 21. Material Storage, Metal Material 8800, Non-Metallic Material 12122, Polymer Material 12005, Composite Material 9805, Rare Metal 2080, Fuel 1305. The newly transformed vehicle attributes had changed considerably, and among them the armament system and compartment expansion were listed separately, showing how unique these 2 functions were. While familiarizing myself with the bodily changes brought by the explosive attribute growth, I looked closely at the armament system's description. Once the vehicle's armament system was unlocked, it could mount all manner of weapons. For instance, the basic weapon gifted upon unlocking, the Basic Electric Blade. Basic Electric Blade, a 50-centimeter alloy blade extends from the body. When consuming fuel or super points, the blade is charged with high-voltage electricity, adding lethality. Looks so impressive. Nene burned with envy, itching to try it. I wrapped her head. Go collect brain crystals, quick. The vehicle's antifreeze and insulation should be upgraded too. The extreme cold is coming soon. At the mention of real business, Nene suppressed her curiosity and activated her ability to focus on digging out brain crystals. At this moment, those 2 heavy doors began to crack, letting out crisp ka-cha sounds, about to dissipate. How Junjie jumped in fright, and turning his head, saw countless zombies desperately squeezing inward, his face going pale. "Come on up." The rear door popped open, my voice carrying over. Seeing the zombies about to flood in again, Hao Junjie was the first to rush onto the vehicle. Wei Yin wasn't so anxious and only nodded to Xiao Yuan before getting on. The girl called Xiao Yuan hesitated for an instant, then hurriedly followed, pulling the door shut in passing. With a pop, the heavy doors Nene had conceived shattered and vanished like bubbles, and the zombies packed into a mass all rolled inward. Their rotting, ruptured vocal cords let out spine-chilling roars, surging in like a tide. Brother Mion, hurry and drive. With over 100 zombies flooding in at once, Hao Junjie's face went green, and he gripped the seatbelt tightly. Nene gave a giggle. Fatty, stay calm. If you piss yourself in fright, I'll toss you off the vehicle. Huh? I wouldn't dare. Hao Junjie waved his hands repeatedly. Somehow he felt this girl was scarier than the zombies. The Wei Yin beside them, on the other hand, curiously sized up the vehicle's interior. This vehicle of yours should be able to shield against the zombies' perception, right? Nene paused. Sis, you're so smart. You can even tell that. I could tell from the zombies' reactions. Wei Yin pointed at those zombies wandering aimlessly outside. That was the clear state of having lost their prey target. Even when a zombie approached the vehicle, it showed no attack tendency, at most scratching at the windows. Over 2 months of survival had given her some understanding of zombies. They possess smell, hearing, and perception of living people's aura all at once, and ordinary cover couldn't escape their pursuit at all. Not bad. I nodded, somewhat surprised, developing a bit of appreciation for her observational power, as expected of a graduate student doing experiments. Only now did Hao Junjie come around, letting out a long breath, but his stomach unhelpfully began to growl. He said sheepishly, Brother Mion, is there anything to eat? I haven't had anything for almost 2 days. Nene's face was full of astonishment. First, tell us how you got that layer of fat. Hearing this, Wei Yin and Xiao Yuan's expressions turned rather odd, not knowing what to say. Their whole group had hidden in the lab, allotted only a little food and water a day. Everyone starved thin, some even collapsing from exhaustion. Yet Hao Junjie, of all people, always carried a layer of fat. At the mention of this, Hao Junjie's face was full of weary resignation. Ask Brother Mion. From childhood to now, it's never left me. I recalled childhood matters too. Back then Hao Junjie had indeed been fat from young to grown, and had suffered no small amount of dirty looks. Just like me, a child from a single-parent household, met with cold eyes, and so the two of us had ended up playing together. Later, when my mother started a new family, I'd already gone away to study. Hao Junjie, this fat of yours is probably related to your ability. At a stir of thought, I suddenly pulled up his attribute panel. Inside the vehicle, I had the authority to view all passengers' attributes. Passenger, Hao Junjie. Level, Tier 1 ability user. Strength, 18. Agility, 15. Constitution, 21. Spirit, 14. Ability, fat hardening. Trust, reliance. Life status, weak. I was a bit surprised. I hadn't expected Hao Junjie's trust toward me to actually be at reliance level, which was already enough to meet the threshold for joining the team. Brother Mion, I feel the same way. Every time I activate my ability, that soft, limp flesh turns hard as iron. Hao Junjie scratched his head, stating his own feelings. I nodded. Had Nene take some things to distribute to the 3 of them, then, without any change in expression, borrowed the vehicle to view the other 2's panels. Passenger, Wei Yin. Level, Tier 1 Evolver. Strength, 22. Agility, 17. Constitution, 24. Spirit, 18. Ability, none. Trust, reliance. Life status, weak. Surprised, I glanced at the girl who was lowering her head to gnaw on an energy bar and raised an eyebrow. Though this top student was only Tier 1, her attributes were quite remarkable, already approaching Tier 2. Only, this reliance trust level, I didn't know how, had come this fast. Passenger, Fang Yuan. Level, Tier 1 Evolver. Strength, 12. Agility, 14. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 16. Ability, none. Trust, friendly. Life status, weak. Now this was a normal trust level, and I let out a breath. Friendly meant the other party was qualified to be brought aboard the vehicle. Having finished eating, Wei Yin's group of 3 felt much better in spirit, and only then had the mind to size up the arrangement of the compartment behind them. After the expansion, the layout hadn't changed much, only looking much roomier. Apart from lengthening the entire vehicle's rear driver cabin row, the compartment's exterior dimensions hadn't changed, yet the interior space had gained 10 cubic meters out of nowhere, converted about 5 extra square meters of standing room. Hey, Mr. Captain, how about it? I figure that Fatty definitely meets the conditions to join, right? Nene pursed her lips, asking in a low voice. Only the vehicle owner had the authority to consult passengers' attributes, so all she could do was ask. I shook my head. When we recruit, we don't just look at trust level, we have to look at character too. At the very least, we don't want saints. Nene understood and said no more. I smiled, started the vehicle, shifted into gear, and stepped on the gas. Sit tight and hold on, we're setting off. The dark off-road RV charged out of the research and study district like a fierce beast, and under Nene's violent driving, rammed to death who knew how many zombies along the way. The low engine roar, apart from drawing a few zombies' glances, stirred no other reaction. What amazing shielding technology! Fang Yuan's eyes went wide, gazing in astonishment out the window. In her view, silent cloaking was an incomparably advanced apocalyptic technology. Only, in a place she didn't know, the vehicle was quietly converting zombie brain crystals into super points. Nene giggled. Of course, right? Once you're out, do you have any plans? Wei Yin and Fang Yuan paused, falling somewhat silent. It was Hao Junjie who hurriedly spoke up. Brother Mian, can I follow you all? Aren't you going to find your family? Nene reminded. Hao Junjie shook his head. They're lying in a nursing home in downtown Guangqing. Couldn't have escaped the moment the apocalypse broke out. Besides, the government radio broadcast about a nuclear bombing earlier, so they're probably gone. A month into the apocalypse, the government, not yet collapsed and dissolved, had organized multiple operations, including carrying out nuclear bombings of frontline cities and other hardest-hit zones. Only the effect was minimal, and it instead accelerated the zombies' spread. Hao Junjie, let's talk about it once we've left this place. I neither agreed nor refused. Everyone understood. This was leaving some time for both sides to weigh things over. Brother Mian, just call me Fat Jia like before. It's the apocalypse, and being able to run into an old friend is really wonderful. Hao Junjie gave a little laugh, an indescribable relief in his tone. I smiled and said to the two girls, Wei Yin and the other, I'll see you off safely from here. When the time comes, you decide where to go yourselves. Wei Yin nodded slightly. Okay. Her expression, though, was somewhat conflicted. Haha, let me try the electric blade first. Nene happily stepped on the gas, activating the electric blade in passing, and charged at the wandering zombies. Bam bam, zing. The electric blade violently sliced open the zombies, and the powerful current directly punched right through them, terrifying in the extreme. Only, watching the soaring fuel consumption figures, my face twitched slightly, and I silently switched off the electric blade's high-voltage current. Nene pouted. Cheapskate. Along this stretch, she charged and barreled about, even circling the research and study district once, ramming nearly 100 zombies to death and accumulating quite a few super points. Of course, in the Academy's center zone with the densest population, she wasn't yet so reckless. Though there was silent cloaking, there was no guarantee she wouldn't get perceived if she rammed into a high-tier zombie. So she relied entirely on the detection system, specifically picking zones with few zombies to speed through. Huh, Brother Mian. Someone's calling for help over there. As the vehicle rounded a high-end apartment building, Hao Junjie spotted someone on the third floor waving a flag, calling for help without a sound. Both Wei Yin and Fang Yuan noticed too, and the latter cried out softly. It's the people hiding in the lounge. Ah, someone's leaned their body out. It looks like Professor Yang and them. Professor Yang and the others on the third floor had clearly seen the vehicle too, and excitedly waved the flags in their hands. They hadn't recognized this transformed vehicle, simply taking it as more outsiders arriving. Brother Mian, the vehicle, probably can't seat this many people, right? Seeing the vehicle drive toward the apartment building, Hao Junjie couldn't help asking. As if I hadn't heard, I continued planning the route ahead. Nene gave a wicked little smile and deliberately slowed the vehicle, gradually approaching the apartment building. The people upstairs calling for help grew even more excited, waving their flags furiously. Even Wei Yin's group thought I was going to rescue them. Screech. The vehicle stopped steadily in front of the apartment building. Nene watched me leisurely, as though waiting for a command, but that faint wicked smile at the corner of her mouth gave her away. This girl was purely preparing to mess with people's heads. Fang Yuan pressed against the window, looking closely. Professor Yang and them. Looks like there are quite a few people there. Which Professor Yang? Hao Junjie also crowded over curiously, his corpulent body squeezing Fang Yuan into a frown, and she hurriedly gave way a little. That Professor Yang from marketing. You mean that guy who fails students' theses and gropes girls' butts? How Junjia's face turned instantly to disgust, and he turned his head to say to me, Brother Mion, this guy is said to have some connections in Guangxing, not good to offend. Huh? It's the end of the world, and you're still looking at a zombie's connections? Nene couldn't help laughing out loud. Cough, cough. I just feel this guy's hard to get along with, and saving him would end up. Who said we're saving him? Nene gave a contemptuous smile. Fong Yuan cut in. Could it be we're not saving them? Nene shrugged and pointed at me. Mr. Captain has the final say. Having said that, she even winked at me. How Junjia's group of three instantly turned their gazes onto me in unison. Among the three, only Wei Yin had stayed silent all along, her gaze resting only on me. She was good at observing and clever, able to hear the irony in the driving girl's tone. The vehicle fell quiet for a moment. Only after I'd settled on the backup route did I look up and say, if you want to save them, go save them. I won't interfere. How Junjia and Fong Yuan exchanged a glance, and the former smiled. No need for Brother Mian to make a move. Isn't it just saving a few people? We'll do it ourselves. With that, he was about to open the door and get out. Fine. But once you're down there, don't get back on my vehicle again. One sentence from me froze their movements in place. Nene folded her arms, a lollipop in her mouth, her face full of derision. Huh? This? How Junjia's face shifted several times, and he was instantly at a loss. WHY. Hilarious. This vehicle is Mr. Captain's. He lets whoever he wants on. With that many people up there, you figure out how to rescue them out yourselves. Nene laughed loudly, her gaze carrying disdain. How Junjia hurriedly shook his head. Then forget it. Too many people, truly beyond our power. But if we don't go, Fong Yuan still wanted to press for it, but Wei Yin held her down, stopping her words. The vehicle sank into silence again, the stagnant atmosphere making the three restless. After a long while, I gestured for Nene to drive, and we drove straight off under that group's despairing gazes. Along the way, Nene didn't speak up again either, and taking advantage of the approaching dark, first drove out of Guangxing Academy. Brother Mian, did we do the wrong thing? In the end, it was Hao Junjia, who couldn't bear that uncomfortable atmosphere, and spoke up uneasily. He genuinely wanted to follow me. Before I could answer, Nene sneered first. If you want to be a saint in the apocalypse, first weigh whether you have the strength for it. Besides, we're not a saint's shelter. On this vehicle, who gave you the qualification to make decisions for Mr. And you damn well plan to rescue those people onto the vehicle. The stuff you just ate, do you know where it came from? That was scraped out bit by bit from the zombie piles by Mr. and me. This string of words scolded Hao Junjia's group of three awake, and they were incomparably ashamed. Wei Yin drew a deep breath and said solemnly, Sorry, we overstepped. I'm sorry. Fong Yuan lowered her head and apologized, her voice not soft. Hao Junjia went so far as to slap himself directly. Son of a bitch, I actually made such a low-level mistake. Nene had still wanted to spew a couple more lines. How did these people admit their mistakes so fast? Was their ideological awareness this high? In the passenger seat, the corner of my mouth suddenly curved up slightly. All right, Nene, find a place to rest. It's about to get dark. In the apocalypse, one really can't play the saint. Come nightfall, the off-road RV parked beside the outer ring road of Guangxing Academy, shrouded in the pitch-black night. The night temperature had dropped below 0 degrees Celsius, and a fine rain had begun to drift down, gloomy, cold, and biting to the bone. Inside the vehicle, however, the lighting was soft and the heating comfortable. The five of us had just finished dinner. Hao Junjia and Wei Yin's group of three felt they'd never been this at ease. This vehicle, on its very first night, had given them an overflowing sense of security. Having been expanded, the compartment didn't feel cramped, and the five sat or leaned, chatting about all sorts of things since the apocalypse began. Brother Mian, Auntie and them. How are they? Hao Junjia picked at his teeth, asking offhandedly. But the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. If they were still around, they'd surely have been on the vehicle already. My expression showed no change, and I continued brewing tea, saying blandly, Gone. I'm sorry, Brother Mian. It's fine. I gave a nonchalant little smile and handed over a cup of tea. This is Tiguanyan worth over 10,000 yuan a caddy. Give it a taste. Then I'm in for a treat, haha. Hao Junjia hurriedly took it and sipped it with an air of connoisseurship. Nene, curled up in the driver's seat studying the detection system, glanced back and couldn't help pursing her lips. She still loved carbonated drinks best. What was so good about tea? I knew she didn't touch the stuff, So after pouring a cup each for Wei Yin and Fang Yuan, I served no more. Hao Junjie blew on his for a good while, then downed it in one gulp, smacking his lips. Brother Mian, are we taking this road tomorrow? No, we'll cross the valley and leave Guangqing. I shook my head, saying offhandedly. As for the matter of Guangqing being about to be shrouded by a negative life magnetic field, the three of them naturally had no way of knowing. Cross the mountains by car. Hao Junjie was shocked. But Wei Yin, cradling her hot tea beside him, said in astonishment, "This vehicle of yours, not only fitted with all-terrain tires, but also equipped with all-terrain suspension?" This girl's observational power was always this meticulous. I nodded and volunteered the itinerary. Tomorrow we cross the mountains, then go search the outskirts of Baluo City for supplies. If you want to leave, you can get off there. Brother Mian, I'm definitely following you. Hao Junjie hurriedly shook his head, stating his position again. It was Wei Yin and Fang Yuan who fell silent. Since the apocalypse, they'd been unable to reach their families and naturally thought of going back to check. Of course, if you want to go home and take a look, you can catch a ride too. My itinerary isn't fixed. Seeing this, I mentioned it, smiling. You can think it over. Brother Mian, will you pass through Shaoyin City? My home is in Zhuishuan County, Shaoyin City, Fang Yuan asked, her face full of hope. I spread out a paper map and found Shaoyin City, 400 kilometers from Guangqing, already in another province. Soon I had it settled in my mind and nodded. After finishing Baluo City, we can head north to Shaoyin City. In any case, it was just searching for supplies and upgrading the vehicle along the way. Wherever we went was about the same. Good, good. Thank you, Brother Mian. Fang Yuan thanked me gratefully, again and again. Fang Yuan trust level, reliance. A prompt suddenly appeared in my mind. I paused slightly, unable to hold back a bit more of a smile, and turned to Wei Yin. Wei Yin, what about you? Wei Yin hesitated a moment before sighing. Before the apocalypse, my father was the mayor of Tianyuan City, my mother was the director of the city's first hospital, and my grandfather and older brother both served in the military in Chongqing. I don't know how they are now. They haven't come to find me, so they may have met with misfortune. The atmosphere sank. After all, this was the norm under the apocalypse. Fang Yuan gently patted her hand, comforting her in a low voice. Cicine, maybe your uncle and Anne evacuated with the government. The moment the apocalypse came, satellite communications all went down, so they'd have no way to find you. I know, but in the first month, a military rescue team entered the academy. If my grandfather were still alive, he'd definitely have sent people too. Wei Yin's tone grew a bit agitated. Then she quickly reined it in and took a sip of hot tea. Have you tried the radio? I hadn't expected Wei Yin to actually come from a highly educated military political family, and asked. Wei Yin shook her head. At first I tried with Teacher Hao's radio, but there was never any response. That's because the channels are too jumbled. The government and military both have dedicated channels. You should try connecting to those. Nene cut in at the right moment. Before the apocalypse, even though satellite communications were advanced, the country had still retained the ancient communication method of radio, even openly published online. And someone like Wei Yin, from a military political family, ought to know more channels. Wei Yin still shook her head. I've tried all the military and government channels I know. The shortwave for Guangqing and the surrounding cities has all been shut down. Then have you tried longwave? Or ultra-longwave? Nene pressed. Without an advanced radio communicator, I can't try. Wei Yin shook her head. Trapped in the academy before, she'd had no chance at all. The most an individual could have was shortwave equipment. Longwave and ultra-longwave were bulky and power-hungry, and ordinary people wouldn't specially prepare them. Nene thought for a moment. As far as I know, downtown Guangqing still keeps an old antique. Of course, that place can't be gone to now. As for other cities, I'm not clear. Does Huiqing have one? Hao Junjie raised his hand, angling for attention. Never heard of it. Everyone shook their heads, and even I hadn't paid particular attention to these things. My hometown seems to have a military radar base. I don't know if there's one over there. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled something, then added, that place was designated a restricted zone, and even the online satellite maps are blocked. You can't find it. That's quite normal, but we can go take a look. Nene snapped her fingers, reclined her seat flat, and lay down comfortably. Wei Yin's gaze stirred slightly, and she looked toward me with some trepidation. I pondered briefly, then made the call. Then let's go take a look on the way. Thank you, Brother Mian. Wei Yin broke into a smile, her little face flushing slightly, whether from excitement or something else, I didn't know. All right, everyone rest up early. I gave a slight smile and rose to clear away the tea set. But Wei Yin rushed over to help, and in a moment of carelessness, her small hand actually brushed against my fingers, her face reddening a few shades more. Fang Yuan, who'd meant to step over and lend a hand, paused, then silently turned her head to look elsewhere. I, for my part, had no particular reaction, and seeing someone helping, let her be. I had other matters to attend to, and headed back to the driver's cabin first. How about it, Mr. Captain? Is Sis Yin's hand soft and smooth? Fatty says she's the Academy's campus belle. The moment I sat down, the corpse-lounging Nene beside me winked wickedly, lowering her voice. Go to sleep. I picked up my notebook and rapped her head crossly. Nene covered her head, humping. Faker. I ignored her and began recording important information. Guangqing Academy, a military rescue team, suffered losses here. A Tier 3 gluttony appeared, and a Tier 3 peak terror as well. Afterward, I checked the apocalypse progress. Apocalypse progress. Virus mutation, 97%, extreme cold. If reckoned by a 100-day count, then, 3 days later, the extreme cold would arrive. 100 days. It couldn't really be this coincidental. I was slightly startled, and hurriedly flipped to the date of the first day of the apocalyptic disaster. Calculating, up to today, it was actually exactly the 97th day. The cold rain pattered down, and the howls of zombie monsters echoed now and then across the deathly still road. Having gone so long without proper rest, Wei Yin, Hao Junjie, and Fang Yuan fell fast asleep early in the warm, safe vehicle. The two girls slept on folding beds, while the corpulent Fatty could only huddle in the driver's cabin's back seat. Nene studied the detection system for a while, found it boring, and was too embarrassed to play games for fear of waking the others, so all she could do was stare at me with her big eyes. I was scribbling and sketching in my notebook, and truly couldn't stand that gaze of hers. If you're bored out of your mind, mull over what supplies we should search for to deal with the extreme cold. What's there to mull over? Grab whatever we find. Best if we find a big mall's warehouse. Nene rolled her eyes, saying it as a matter of course. I sighed. You've got it easy in your dreams. The storage space on the vehicle is limited. As I spoke, I pulled up the vehicle panel to study it. Having killed quite a few zombies before leaving Guangqing Academy, the super points had accumulated past 100, enough to upgrade functions. Of course, I was only looking at the options ahead of time. Late at night, best not to make a commotion. Mr. Captain, see if you can expand the compartment volume a bit more? Nene crowded over, studying along enthusiastically. First compartment expansion plus 1 cubic meter. Consume metal material 100, non-metallic material 50, super points 30. Huh, not much consumption. It's just that now only 1 cubic meter can be expanded at a time. The two of us both showed delight, and couldn't help pulling the expansion volume to 2 cubic meters, and then a second prompt jumped out. Second compartment expansion plus 1 cubic meter. Consume metal material 200, non-metallic material 100, super points 60. The two of us instantly went grim-faced. We hadn't expected the consumption to truly double each time. Mister, let's expand the bathroom first tomorrow. Nene said resentfully through gritted teeth. The only benefit of being able to expand just 1 cubic meter at a time was being able to choose the compartment's interior expansion area. She'd long been unhappy with that cramped bathroom. Fine. I nodded. Now that there were more people, I figured I'd add some bathing fixtures once it was expanded. Or should I separate the toilet and the shower? But thinking of Hao Junjie's tonnage, better forget it. We'd talk about it later when conditions allowed. Compartment expansion's too expensive. Let's see if space folding has any potential. Nene instantly lost interest in expansion and turned instead to study space folding. Space folding was a function the vehicle had yet to unlock, belonging to the super vehicle tech category. Once unlocked, it could be applied to certain objects, letting their interiors open up a dimensional volume. Extremely practical. Only, to use space folding, one first had to unlock equipment manufacturing. The two of us studied for a good while, and could only helplessly give up. Super points were severely insufficient. We couldn't do anything. Starting tomorrow, we've got to kill more zombies. Nene lay back down resentfully, no longer looking at the panel. The more she looked, the more depressed she got. A maddening sense of food she couldn't get into her mouth. I smacked my lips too, looked a bit longer, and simply stopped looking. Sleep first. The night was cold and dangerous, and the zombies' howls became an excellent lullaby, the whole vehicle gradually drifting off to sleep. Only, Hao Junjie's thunderous snoring. Someone stuffed his mouth. Who knew who? The next morning, 6:20. The sky was gray and murky, the temperature -3 degrees Celsius. The gloomy drizzle was still falling, seeming already to have congealed into ice pellets. The moment Hao Junjie pushed open the car window, he was frozen and hurriedly shut it. Don't get rained on. This rainwater isn't right. I stared at the raindrops on the window, warning gravely. Those raindrops looked no different from the ordinary rain before the apocalypse at first glance, but looking closely, one could see that faintly heavy tint within them, exactly like the polluted surface water sources. The rainwater's polluted, same as the tap water. Everyone caught on, unable to keep their faces from changing color. Water source pollution was an enormous problem. To survive, if one hadn't stored up enough clean water, it was far more frightening than having nothing to eat. Though there's still quite a bit of water on the vehicle, from now on when we search for supplies, the focus has to be on stockpiling more water. My face turned grim, and I had Nene take out vacuum-packed bread for everyone to make do with. Afterward, I expanded the vehicle's bathroom by 1 cubic meter. First compartment expansion plus 1 cubic meter, successful. The bathroom's area enlarged by about half a square meter, considerably roomier, drawing a wave of delight from everyone. It seemed everyone had complaints about that bathroom, just hadn't voiced them. Half the super points remained, and at a stir of thought. Antifreeze insulation upgrade. Consume metal material 300, non-metallic material 500, composite material 300, polymer material 300, rare metal 20, super points 35. Upgrade successful. Antifreeze insulation plus 100%. Everyone noticed some subtle changes in the vehicle's interior, but I decided to upgrade once more. The vehicle's built-in antifreeze and insulation were too basic, and no one knew just how low the extreme cold temperature could drop. Antifreeze insulation upgrade. Consume metal material 1000, non-metallic material 1500, composite material 1300, polymer material 1300, rare metal 50, super points 80. Upgrade successful. Antifreeze insulation plus 200%. The super points were nearly drained empty, but the changes inside the vehicle were enormous. The originally crude plastic lining was replaced with thick solid wood paneling, with heating wires embedded within. The floor was laid with a blanket-like synthetic material, soft and warm. The driver's cabin was likewise, with heating wires even running through the glass. Nene and I were quite satisfied, while Wei Yin's group of 3 was full of amazement. Let's go, set off. I waved my hand with gusto, and had meant to let Nene keep driving. But that girl refused no matter what. She wanted to focus on killing zombies to pick up brain crystals. Mainly, we'd have to cross mountains and ridges next, and she genuinely didn't want to drive. Unable to press gang anyone, and with the others not yet vehicle members, I had no choice but to take the wheel myself. I had to hurry and unlock the intelligence system. That way the vehicle could drive itself. With a boom, the vehicle charged up the mountain road like a fierce beast, racing toward the valley. Fortunately, the all-terrain suspension had been upgraded, and the vehicle was far stronger than on the way in, its outstanding performance drawing everyone's amazement. Adding Nene's ability assistance, I spent just over 3 hours getting out of the valley and onto a paved country road. Afterward, I headed toward Baoyuo City, naturally not taking the highway, specifically picking national roads, country roads, even wilderness dirt paths. At some point, the rain had stopped, but the sky remained gray and dim. What on earth is this apocalypse all about? Gazing at the catastrophic scene outside, without a single living person in sight, Hao Junjie was somewhat moved to sigh. But the question he lamented, no one could answer. Virum, virum, virum. At this moment, an explosive motorcycle roar suddenly came from behind the vehicle. Brother Mian, a lot of motorcycles are catching up. Hao Junjie stuck his head out to look. 6 off-road motorcycles were rapidly closing in, each carrying 2 people. Seeing that these people actually held machetes and gasoline bottles, his fat face went pale with alarm. Brother Mian, speed up, quick. That's a gang of thugs. They've got weapons. No need for his reminder. I'd already seen them in the rearview mirror. The detection system had discovered this gang of thugs even earlier. Wei Yin and Feng Yuan in the vehicle had spotted them too, and grew tense like Hao Junjie. After all, they didn't understand the vehicle well enough yet, and subconsciously feared those gasoline bottles. Mr. Captain, do you want me to make a move? Nene suddenly asked in a low voice. One hand resting on the window, she chewed on gum from who knew where. Driving one-handed, my expression relaxed. I gave a slight shake of the head. Let's first see what they want. Vroom vroom. The off-road motorcycles roared and closed in rapidly, one of them overtaking to the front of the vehicle and starting to decelerate, attempting to force us to a stop. Sure enough, up to no good. I didn't indulge them in the slightest and stomped hard on the gas, the vehicle's speed suddenly surging. Bam! The ram guard directly scooped that motorcycle, rider and all, flying, hurling it heavily off, probably dead on the spot. Beautiful. Nene clapped happily. Holy crap. Brother Mion's mighty. Hao Junjie, who'd shrunk back into the vehicle, gave a thumbs up, laying on the flattery furiously. However, this move also thoroughly enraged that gang of thugs. They directly lit the gasoline bottles with windproof lighters and hurled them over viciously. Hao Junjie's group of threes faces changed abruptly. But just as those gasoline bottles were about to hit the vehicle, they eerily halted in midair, as though caught by something, and were then flung viciously back. Bam! Bam! Explosions accompanied screams, and 2 motorcycles overturned on the road on the spot. Someone set alight, rolling and wailing in the flames. The remaining 2 motorcycles braked and retreated in fright, hurriedly turned around, and charged toward their loudly screaming for help comrades. Humph! Though the vehicle's blast-proof, this pretty girl won't allow it to lose a single scrap of skin. Nene humped softly, exactly like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Hao Junjie gave a thumbs up. Nene's so impressive, solved the trouble in a couple of moves. Wei Yin and Feng Yuan nodded in agreement too. That's their trouble. I suddenly spoke up, and with a hard brake and drift, beautifully spun the vehicle around and raced back. Hao Junjie's group of 3 were startled. Weren't we supposed to shake off that gang of thugs? Why turn around and charge back instead? Facts proved they'd guessed right. Boom! The off-road RV violently crushed the 2 motorcycles parked at the roadside, ramming straight at the 5 thugs whose faces were full of terror. Run! The 5 thugs cried out in fright, scrambling and crawling toward a crashed, abandoned bus. 2 of them, wounded in the legs, lagged far behind, were knocked down by the off-road RV and crushed into a mess of flesh. Screech! The vehicle came to a stop. Though I very much wanted to just drive over and finish off the remaining thugs hiding in the bus, I didn't do so, but instead said to Hao Junjie's group of 3, "You 3 go deal with the remaining 3, they should all be evolvers." Huh? Okay. The 3 paused, but still got out of the vehicle with grave expressions. Nene had privately instructed them earlier. Once aboard the vehicle, they had to follow my command, and under the apocalypse, not the slightest saint's heart was permitted. Since this gang of thugs had provoked us first, they naturally couldn't be spared. Exterminating to the last had always been my principle for dealing with enemies. Screw you. You dare get out of the vehicle. Go die, you brats. The moment Hao Junjie's group appeared, the 3 bedraggled thugs instantly flew into a rage and struck first. All 3 were evolvers, extremely fast, and hacked with their blades straight at Hao Junjie's face. Clearly seasoned, they meant to gang up and hack one to death first. Hao Junjie jumped in fright and instinctively activated his ability, raising his hands to block. Squelch! Blood splattered. Hao Junjie let out a scream, both hands taking 3 blade strikes in succession, actually slicing open that tough layer of skin. Fortunately, the fat hardening blocked the blade's edge and didn't harm anything vital. So dumb. Sitting atop the vehicle, Nene grumbled listlessly, but didn't intervene, only preparing to act, as I'd intended, when their lives were in danger. Xiao Yuan go. Wei Yin's pretty face turned cold as she finally came around, and lifted her leg to whip at a thug. Those 2 long legs of hers carried a fierce, powerful force, actually raising a whistling sound of splitting air. Only, those thugs weren't slow either, and dodged with a nimble hop. One of the thugs licked the blood off his blade, staring at Wei Yin, taunting cruelly. Yo, this chick's pretty hot. In a bit, once Big Brother's played you crippled, I'll chop off these pretty legs of yours for a keepsake. The naked words chilled Wei Yin's gaze to the extreme. She bent down and picked up a piece of automobile sheet metal scattered on the ground, sharp and keen-edged. Feng Yuan took the chance to pick up a piece too, bracing herself for battle. By now Hao Junjie had recovered, both arms dripping with blood, his face full of fury. 3 against 3, all Tier 1 evolvers and ability users, it looked pretty fair. Nene practically wanted to munch on sunflower seeds. Charge! Go die! As if by tacit understanding, both sides attacked at once. Hao Junjie was strong on offense low, defense high, and lacking experience besides, so he was suppressed and beaten while fighting, relying entirely on his fat hardening to tough it out. Wei Yin and Feng Yuan surpassed their opponents in speed, but their attacks fell short. Those thugs were experienced after all, and had machetes in hand. Both groups were Tier 1 evolvers, and the fight was fierce indeed. At least Hao Junjie looked the most brutalized, his face even sliced with a gash. Screw it. I'll fight you to the death. Having been suppressed and beaten for a good while, feeling wronged, he truly couldn't take it. and simply toughed out a frontal blade strike, gripping that thug tightly with both hands and bear-hugging him down to the ground. That thug, both hands seized, hadn't yet come around before he was pinned beneath, his entire face as though clamped between two masses of fat, corpulent pecs, breathing even difficult. He hurriedly took a deep breath, and the result was an indescribable sour, fetid stench that nearly killed him on the spot. Screw it. This guy's carrying a chemical weapon. The thought had barely risen in the thug's mind when he felt his neck tighten and get locked, followed by a crack, and his consciousness fell into darkness as he collapsed and expired. No one had expected that the first to finish the fight would actually be Hao Junjie. Number 4. The two remaining thugs' faces changed abruptly. Squelch. Wei Yin seized the chance to attack fiercely, feinted with a move, and drove the sheet metal into that thug's throat, then swiftly retreated. Blood gushed, and that thug, on the brink of death, still hacked out 2 wild strokes before toppling dead. Seeing this, the last thug turned to run, but was surrounded by the combined efforts of the 3 and died at Fang Yuan's hands. The entire struggle ended in under half an hour. All 3 were more or less wounded. Wei Yin's leg was cut open, Fang Yuan was hurt on the waist and arm, and as for Hao Junjie, best not mentioned. Killing for the first time, they were tense to the extreme, yet not as terrified as imagined, only slumping to the ground, gasping in great mouthfuls. I didn't rush them, patiently waiting for them to recover. Having sat dazed for a long while, Wei Yin finally came around and couldn't help looking toward the vehicle. She saw me leaning against the hood, giving her a slight smile and a nod. Wei Yin felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. A sweetness as though of being recognized rippled out. Quite peculiar. Phew, hurts like hell. Hao Junjie came around too, grimacing from the pain. Nene couldn't help rolling her eyes at him. You're tier 2 now. What's this bit of a flesh wound? Here's some medicine to rub on. Just don't ruin your looks. As she spoke, 3 portions of wound medicine were sent to their hands. All things I'd prepared earlier, quite effective. Only there was less each time it was used. If not for seeing Hao Junjie wounded and bleeding so much, she wouldn't have been willing to take it out. Hao Junjie hurriedly rubbed the medicine powder on himself, grimacing from the pain. But when it came to applying it to his face, he stopped, and in the end didn't apply it, only wiping off the blood. Nene was curious. You're not afraid of a scar on your face? Hao Junjie said toughly. I want a scar, that way I'll look a bit fiercer. He'd been somewhat timid by nature since childhood, and wanted to use this to spur his own growth, to adapt to this apocalyptic world. The 3 were, after all, people who'd toughed out 2 months in the apocalypse, and weren't squeamish, quickly tending to their wounds. Congratulations on your preliminary adaptation to this apocalyptic world. Counted as preliminarily escaping the ranks of saints. No discomfort after being wounded, right? I gave a couple of appreciative words of encouragement, my tone sincere, the content cruel. Getting wounded in the apocalypse very easily carried the risk of viral infection. Of course, evolvers and ability users had already adapted on the very day the apocalypse descended, so it should be fine. Hao Junjie's group of 3 shook their heads, indicating they were fine. Nene, tidy up, see what the haul is. I turned my head and called to the girl on the vehicle roof. Nene activated her ability, conjuring a pair of deft hands from thin air, and began searching the corpses. Soon several bodies were stripped clean, yielding for assorted blades, plus some biscuits and drinking water. Huh, there are actually brain crystals. Nene suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, searching out a plastic bottle from one of the corpses. Inside it stored quite a few Tier 1 brain crystals. They're all Tier 1. They must have been collecting them to trade for supplies, she said strangely. Could it be that the Apocalypse Declaration's sphere of influence has already extended this far? As she spoke, she tossed the thing to me. I took a look. There were roughly 20-some zombie brain crystals in the bottle, all Tier 1. I pondered a moment. Not necessarily trading with the Apocalypse Declaration. It's possible zombie brain crystals have already become the common currency for current supply trades. True enough. Nene nodded, and offhandedly flung the several stripped clean corpses far away. After collecting the brain crystals into super points, I suddenly thought of a lot. If the conjecture held, could one exchange supplies to obtain large quantities of brain crystals through trade? This way, the super points, which were the most consuming aspect of upgrading the super vehicle, wouldn't need to be collected so laboriously. It seemed I'd have to make more contact with survivor factions when the chance arose. Pressing down the thought in my heart, I called everyone aboard and left, leaving behind only several corpses and wrecked motorcycles. Only much later did the bloody stench draw a few wandering zombies, scrambling to feed. On the vehicle, Since Nene had her own butterfly knife and usually used her ability more, needing no weapon, the 4 captured blades were divided among the 4 of us. Hao Junjie picked the longest fish knife, a full meter, its edge slightly curled, clearly much used, yet still sharp. Fang Yuan chose the shortest wilderness survival knife, a 20-some centimeter blade, serrated on one side, highly practical. Wei Yin took a recurved scimitar, somewhat similar to the machete, but with a narrower blade and a smaller recurve, light, yet not lacking in lethality. Last, I took a 40-some centimeter machete cleaver, single-edged and honed, thick-spined, without a pointed tip, suited for broad sweeping hacks, which I liked very much. With these implements, the group, in future fights with people, at least wouldn't have to pick up sheet metal off the ground for weapons. Come to think of it, this was my own poor preparation back then. Thinking a machete and compound bow would be enough, I'd sunk all my money into rushing to buy other supplies. It wasn't until a few days into the apocalypse that nothing could be bought anymore. Even robbing was difficult and dangerous besides. Looking at it now, though these blades in hand were carbon steel goods, there was no telling how many days they'd hold up. It seems only by unlocking equipment manufacturing can this problem be cured at the root. I thought of many things at once, and grew a few more shades of anticipation for upgrading the vehicle. There were still other matters to attend to at present, so I said, "Fatty, still want to join my convoy?" Passenger Hao Junjie trust level, reliance, can be bound as a vehicle team member. Hao Junjie was dazed for a moment, then hurriedly nodded. "Of course I do." I said it. "I'm following you for good, brother Mian." Bind Hao Junjie as a vehicle member? After a member is bound, their attributes will rise and sync with the vehicle's upgrade and evolution. With the owner's authorization, members can obtain vehicle control authority. I agreed to the binding at once. In fact, I'd long wanted to recruit Hao Junjie. This fatty was pure and kind by nature, and hadn't lost it even in the apocalypse. Though he carried a bit of a saint's air, seeing his performance killing that thug just now, he'd finally reached my passing line for taking someone in. Passenger Nene is already bound as a vehicle member. Attributes gained a base increase. Panel updated. Passenger Hao Junjie. Level Tier 2 ability user. Strength 36. Agility 21. Constitution 38. Spirit 24. Ability fat hardening. Trust reliance. Life status light injury recovering. The instant he was bound as a vehicle member, Hao Junjie's whole body grew hot, his attributes surging, and he actually broke straight through to Tier 2. THTH this. I feel like my strength is growing. He jumped in fright, feeling boundless power growing inside his body, even his wounds healing a few shades faster. Nene shot him a sidelong glance. "Stay calm. This is Mr. Superpower remolding you. In other words, it's the vehicle remolding you. Only Tier 2. What's there to get excited about? So amazing. Brother Mian's awesome." Hao Junjie was so excited his fat face flushed red, all the fat on his body seeming to swell another ring, letting out crackling, muffled thuds. "Not bad. Your strength is nearly touching the Tier 3 peak." I could see members' attributes, and couldn't help nodding. This meant Hao Junjie's potential was quite remarkable. This change of his made the 2 girls, Wei Yin and Fang Yuan, terribly envious, staring straight at me. "Once you 2 decide to follow me, I'll invite you to join the team too." I gave a smile and said earnestly. The 2 of them still had personal matters to attend to, and neither dared say they'd definitely stay. So there was no rush to consider this until we reached Shine City. Wei Yin and Fang Yuan exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. The vehicle raced along and encountered no other survivors or large zombie hordes the whole way. Half a day later, we entered the outer suburbs of Baoyuo City. Under Nene's direction, I drove straight for a mall warehouse. The Baoyuo warehouse was located in Iha district in the northern suburbs of Baoyuo City, one of the large warehouses in the country's south. Before the apocalypse, the Baoyuo warehouse had an enormous logistics throughput, supplying more than half of a quarter of the southern region's large malls and online shops. Its stock volume and variety of goods can be imagined. Nene chose here not only for the massive quantity of goods, but also because there were far fewer zombies here than in the city and county centers. However, when we arrived at Baoyuo's northern suburbs, we found this place had already been occupied by a good number of survivor groups. Or rather than occupied, better to say targeted, garrisoning before the warehouse's 4 main gates. I drove to the south gate, and from afar spotted quite a few survivors going about. No wonder there wasn't a single zombie nearby. It had been cleared out. So many people. Fang Yuan sized up the assorted survivors in astonishment. This was the first time since the apocalypse she'd seen such a bustling scene all at once. Of these teams garrisoning around the warehouse, some formed convoys of assorted vehicles, some pitched tents into camps, and some smaller groups were scattered about. Among them, the most eye-catching was a heavily armed faction. They occupied a dormitory building beside the warehouse, numerous in strength, with even several people wearing exoskeleton power armor, leveling rifles. These people have guns. How Junjia's expression turned grave and tense. Firearms and other hot weapons represented modern civilization's strongest firepower, and to ordinary people, carried an instinctive dread. Nene's little face turned serious, yet she still spoke to comfort. Relax, our vehicle is bulletproof. But they've got a heavy machine gun. How Junjia pointed at the dormitory rooftop, his face crumpling. Everyone looked up, their pupils shrinking slightly. On that dormitory rooftop, a pitch-black large-caliber machine gun was openly mounted, its dark muzzle seeming to radiate the aura of death. Swept by a burst from that thing, how many carbon-based life forms could withstand it? No wonder this group could monopolize an entire dormitory building. Stop the vehicle. The moment my vehicle neared the warehouse, several people holding machetes stepped forward to intercept. Stopping the vehicle, I lowered the window and directly tossed out a pack of cigarettes. Brother, what's the situation here? Just arrived? Those several people took the cigarettes, their expressions easing considerably, and one of them said, "Stop the vehicle. This place is occupied by us and the Wangba base. If you want to go in and search for supplies, you have to get out first, register, and pay a fee." Huh? Wangba bastard base? And it charges a fee? Nene's group were all shocked. Note, Wangba here is a homophone. Wangba means bastard/cuckold, while the base's actual name uses different characters meaning king's supremacy. That person hurriedly corrected, "It's Wangba base. If you don't want to die, watch the homophones." I fished out a bottle of gin liquor and stuffed it over. "Brother, tell us what's really going on here. And that Wangba base, what deity are they?" With both cigarettes and liquor, those several people turned much friendlier in attitude, even stirred with thoughts of outright robbery. That person first took a fierce swig, enjoying it as if he'd gotten high on drugs, and only after a good while opened his mouth, spilling quite a bit of information. As it turned out, not long after the apocalypse began, someone had already set their sights on this giant warehouse. At first, people had searched out quite a few supplies from within, but later everyone who went in died inexplicably inside, without even their corpses to be seen. Everyone initially thought someone had occupied the warehouse and was killing people deliberately, so quite a few survivor groups joined forces to enter and mount a punitive expedition. The result was nearly a total wipeout, with only 2 or 3 escaping. These few who escaped revealed the truth in terror. There were no living people in the warehouse, nor zombies. All of it densely packed skull monsters. Those skull monsters were like spiders that had grown legs, sinister and savage, staggering in number, yet they seemed never to leave the warehouse, as though treating it as their nest. From then on, no one dared enter lightly to fetch supplies, yet no one was willing to give up such a treasure trove stocked with massive supplies, so the later factions gradually evolved into their current state. As more and more survivors came seeking, the major faction headed by the Wangba base simply sealed the other 3 gates, opening only the south gate in ticket-selling business mode. Truly a commercial genius. Of course, quite a few people risked entering the warehouse to search for supplies, and some did indeed search out quite a bit in the outer areas, which continuously drew latecomers to press forward one after another. Human skull spiders? This doesn't seem like a species mutated on Blue Star after the apocalypse, more like a monster made from a human skull. Compared to how Junjia's group listening with scalps tingling, Nene was full of curiosity, showing not the slightest fear. I pondered a moment and asked, "Brother, how do you charge?" That person was puffing away and replied, "1 tier 1 brain crystal per person. Of course, cigarettes and fine liquor can substitute too, and ammunition and weapons are best. This was a very common way of trading. All right, if you want to go in, go register over there. But don't force your way in, and don't sneak around either. The Wangba base's bullets can shatter people." That person gave a word of reminder, then led his people back to guard the gate. The vehicle fell quiet. I raised the window and turned my head to ask everyone, "What do you all think?" Nene spoke first. "Going in, we're definitely going in. With this many people garrisoning here, the surrounding area's probably long been scavenged clean." She hadn't expected the outer suburbs of Baluo to have gathered so many survivors either. Probably people from several nearby city districts had all come. How about we first find someone to inquire in detail about those, whatchamacallit, human skull spiders? How Junjie scratched his head. Feng Yuan, however, offered an original view. Even if we go in and search for supplies, we probably can't bring out much, and the risk cost is higher than the returns. I nodded slightly, secretly noting that a Guangxing Academy top student's brain really did work well, then looked at Wei Yin. Only now did Wei Yin draw her gaze back from outside the vehicle, and said gravely, "This Wangba base, the clothing on them has a unified special marking." "What marking?" Hao Junjie stared curiously for a good while, seeing nothing. "It's the Apocalypse Declaration's marking. They're actually a subordinate faction of the Apocalypse Declaration." Nene lowered her binoculars and said to Wei Yin, "Sissine, your eyesight's this good?" "My eyesight's naturally quite good. The doctor said my irises are a bit different from ordinary people's, and I might become an evolver, so this aspect got enhanced, I suppose." Wei Yin gave a somewhat embarrassed little smile. I was wondering, from this far away, even my 5.0 vision can't see it." Nene bobbed her little head and gave me a glance without a trace, that gaze seeming to say, "Mister, this is a promising stock. Quick, use your male charms to keep her." I ignored her. After listening to Wei Yin give a brief introduction of the Apocalypse Declaration she was most familiar with, I asked again, "What else have you observed?" Wei Yin felt a kind of delight at being valued and organized her thoughts. On the surface, these people's firepower is already very strong, yet even they can't take the warehouse. This means the things inside are far more terrifying than they let on. Everyone nodded, all agreeing with this judgment. "Brother Mian, I know you want to go in. But if we're going in, I suggest we drive this super vehicle in. At the very least, its bulletproof performance and silent cloaking function might be a big help." Wei Yin looked at me, her tone earnest. Everyone looked at Wei Yin in astonishment, seeing her use such an earnest tone for the first time. Feng Yuan understood her best and hadn't expected the once autocratic, former proud daughter of heaven to actually have this kind of attitude. Truly an eye-opener. "Wow, Sissine would actually say this." Nene, greatly astonished, giggled. "Relax, this vehicle is Mister's turtle shell, and unless it's absolutely necessary, he'll never take it off." Ow. Before she finished, her head took a knock. "What are you going on about?" I withdrew my hand, ignored the girl's indignant expression, and said, "Wei Yin's right. The vehicle is our greatest reliance." Everyone nodded, but Wei Yin quietly let out a breath. Though she'd gotten along with me for over 2 days and harbored a trace of admiration in her heart, she still didn't quite understand me. This man 5 or 6 years her senior. "It's getting late today. Let's rest and reorganize for a night first, and enter the warehouse tomorrow. I want to make a big move." I gave a mysterious smile and added, "Now let's allot the tasks, then settle on a plan." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help sitting up a few shades straighter. "Nene, in a bit you go get some Tier 1 brain crystals to use as tickets tomorrow. Robbing works, stealing works too. If you want to trade, take these cigarettes out. Leave it to me. Fatty, you're in charge of inquiring about the human skull spiders. Take some cigarettes and find out as much as possible." "Roger, Brother Mian." Feng Yuan, in a bit take some supplies out. See if you can trade with these survivors for some homemade explosives, gasoline bottles, and the like. Hot weapons probably no one's willing to trade, but these homemade explosives should presumably be fairly easy to get. "Okay, Brother Mian." Wei Yin. I finally rested my gaze on her, handing over the night vision device and binoculars. "You're in charge of observing whether the other survivors have any anomalies. Stay on guard at all times. If there's a chance, focus on watching that Wangba base." "Okay." Wei Yin took the items and nodded solemnly. She knew the weight of this task of hers. At a critical moment, it might bear on everyone's safety. After all, Nene's group were going to leave the vehicle and go about matters outside. "Hey, mister, what about you? You're not thinking of being the hands-off boss again, are you?" Nene, at this point, eyed me sidelong and began to needle. "You guessed right, minor." I spread my hands. "Detestable. I'm almost 16. Nene, enraged, pounced over baring teeth and claws. "Stop fooling around. It'll be dark in an hour. Go to your work, quick." I grabbed her 2 hands and said crossly, even though the zombies here had basically been cleared out, and quite a few people had gathered, everyone understood. Come nightfall, still best not to linger outside the vehicle. Sometimes people could be even more sinister than zombies. The vehicle door opened, and Nene's group of 3 quickly got out and split up to act. Wei Yin, meanwhile, leaned her body out through the sunroof, lay prone on the vehicle roof, and began observing and standing guard all around. After the vehicle door locked, I switched on the detection system and adjusted the power to maximum. As a result, the moment I turned around, I bumped into two straight, long legs. SSSS. These legs really were fair and long. Wei Yin's face reddened slightly, and she didn't even dare peek into the vehicle. After escaping the academy, she still wore that thin, fitted pair of athletic pants, which had gone through countless fights and had long become tattered. Ordinarily, she hadn't minded, but at this moment, standing between the driver's and passenger's seats, she was surely being seen in full by the man in the vehicle, especially that wound near the top of her thigh. Wei Yin, once we're in the warehouse, remember to search for some clothing. After all, the extreme cold is coming. My voice carried over. Wei Yin steadied herself and replied while observing the surroundings. Okay, Brother Mian, what is the extreme cold? Will it really descend? It's August now. Is it cold outside? I suddenly asked. Wei Yin pulled her thin shirt tighter, and only then realized with a start that the temperature outside had already grown very low. She nodded in sudden understanding. I get it now. The vehicle had accumulated quite a few super points along this stretch, and I was pondering which function to upgrade first, but those long legs beside me, half hidden and half revealed, were truly too eye-catching. So I took off my own long-sleeved shirt and tied it directly around Wei Yin's slender waist. Tie it on as a skirt to prevent flashing, and it's a bit warmer too. Huh? Oh. Caught off guard by being touched by the opposite sex, Wei Yin nearly jumped up, her face reddening over and over, yet her heart felt sweet. After this, neither of them spoke again, each focusing on their own tasks. Not until dark did Nene's group return to the vehicle one after another. With a click, the vehicle door locked, silent cloaking activated, and the vehicle's interior was thoroughly severed from the outside world. SSSS, it's damn cold out there. The moment he got back on the vehicle, the heating brought Hao Junjie back to life. Nene shot him a contemptuous glance. That fat of yours grew for nothing. I'm just naturally afraid of the cold. You're just naturally frail. Having finished her jab, Nene slapped a dozen some Tier 1 brain crystals down in front of me. Not bad luck. Some old lecher had a pretty full purse. Hao Junjie's eyes went wide. You actually went robbing? What robbing? I call this legitimate self-defense. Nene said righteously, then added huffily. He tailed me over, and leering too. Hao Junjie instantly had nothing to say. Cleaned up? I asked. Knowing my principle of leaving no root, Nene nodded and stuffed a marshmallow into her mouth. Brother Mian, I traded 3 packs of cigarettes for 10 Molotov cocktails, alcohol mixture. Fang Yuan carried over a bundle and opened it, 10 glass bottles of varied styles presenting themselves before everyone. These homemade Molotovs were filled with alcohol mixed with other chemical liquids. Their explosive power wasn't as good as gasoline bottles, but the burn time was perhaps longer. Well done. Put them away first. I nodded and looked at Hao Junjie. Hao Junjie immediately caught on, made the rounds inquiring. Inside, apart from the human skull spiders, basically no one's seen other monsters. The warehouse's outer area really has been scavenged clean, and the human skull spiders basically don't appear there. This was all he could inquire about, and it cost him several packs of cigarettes at that. I frowned and nodded at Wei Yin. Wei Yin took out a rough map of the surroundings she'd drawn earlier and said rigorously, "This is the dormitory building the Wangba base occupies. Apart from a heavy machine gun, there's a sniper hidden here too." A sniper? Everyone couldn't help their faces changing. This security office is occupied by a group called the Wind Chasing Convoy. They have guns too, probably mainly police submachine guns and shotguns. Everyone's gazes turned grave, and even Nene grew a few shades more serious. Submachine guns fired extremely fast, and she had no confidence in dodging at close range. This place is occupied by a gang of motorcycle thugs, and this is a camp cobbled together by several small groups. Apart from these few spots, I believe the other groups pose no threat to us. Wei Yin paused. Also, someone came out of the warehouse just now, with very little haul, yet basically no one was injured, so they should have searched the outer area. After this string of words, everyone had an extremely clear grasp of the warehouse's surroundings and couldn't help admiring her a few shades more. I nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Next I'll go over the action plan, and after you've heard it you can ask questions or add to it." "No problem." Everyone nodded. My plan was simple. After entering the warehouse, first search the outer area, then upgrade the vehicle, expand storage, and stockpile more supplies. I planned to stay in the warehouse until the extreme cold arrived, then top up some lacking supplies. After all, I couldn't be sure just how cold the vehicle's prompted extreme cold would actually get. whether it'd be the kind of low temperature of an ice age in their understanding. Beyond that, while going deep to search for supplies, I try to kill human skull spiders and see if I could obtain something similar to zombie brain crystals. Everyone had few suggestions for this plan. However, Wei-Yin proposed, when leaving the warehouse, best not to take the south gate to avoid conflict with the local factions. I nodded and incorporated this into the plan as well. Afterward, everyone chatted no more, and after washing up and eating, each rested. Apocalypse progress. Virus mutation, 98%, extreme cold. Early the next morning, I glanced at the apocalypse progress, an inexplicable weight pressing on my heart. Once everyone had breakfast, I started the vehicle and drove toward the south gate. You're driving the vehicle in? The gate guards had changed to a different batch, not the several from yesterday. I nodded. One vehicle, 5 people. This way we can get more things out. That person choked. Then his face turned all odd. Don't blame us for not reminding you. The commotion a car makes is very dangerous. It's fine. We'll just roam around the outer area. I wore a devil-may-care look. Fine, old Zhang. If they want to go court death, you can't stop them anyway. Give them a 6-person ticket. A vehicle this big, that's letting them off cheap. Another gate guard said coldly from the side. I took out 6 Tier 1 brain crystals and handed them over, then was let through. I gave them a smile, lightly stepped on the gas, and drove into the warehouse. Seeing the vehicle go in, that person then sneered again and again. The more human skull spiders they rammed to death in there, the better. Using their lives to wear down more monsters. That way our Wangba base can lose fewer people when we launch the general assault. Yeah, our boss really does have foresight, casually thinking up an idea that both earns tickets and wears down the monsters inside. That's right, the boss is a martial and divine genius. The several gate guards flattered in chorus, looking utterly arrogant. Little did they know what earth-shattering upheaval the vehicle they'd just let in would stir up inside. The Boluo warehouse covered an enormous area. Its main thoroughfares all 4-lane two-way roads inside. Its scale can be imagined. As I drove in, everyone saw a ravaged warehouse. These were all outer area warehouses, mainly storing textiles like clothing and cotton quilts. Mr. Captain, let's find some clothes to wear first. Nene pointed at a warehouse whose door had been pried open, saying excitedly, "What girl doesn't love pretty clothes?" Both Wei Yin and Fong Yuan were moved. They'd come out of the academy and hadn't changed clothes the whole time, long since tattered. Fine. I wasn't in a hurry and drove over, driving straight into the warehouse. The warehouse was dim inside, but under the vehicle's laser headlights, it was actually brightly lit. The detection system detected no creatures inside, so everyone got out with peace of mind to Zero Yuan shop. The warehouse's clothing and cotton quilts were of complete variety, and having been little frequented before, were relatively well preserved. Wow. JK uniforms. Nene picked out clothing she fancied and gestured happily. The others each dug out plenty to their liking too. These were all big brands here, quality and style guaranteed, and even I picked out a few outfits for myself. But I reminded everyone, each person could take away only 5 sets, since storage was limited after all. That won't do, mister. You absolutely must bring up the vehicle's storage. Nene was quite unwilling, picking and choosing left and right, reluctant to put down any set. Fine, fine, fine. Once we unlock space folding, we'll come back and re-grab them properly. I shook my head, speechless. Under my urging, everyone finally boarded the vehicle with 5 sets of clothing and quilts, reluctant to leave. I drove on searching the outer area, and besides several textile warehouses, also found a farm tool warehouse, an electrical appliance warehouse, and a pet food warehouse that had been emptied out. Clearly, the food warehouses were basically all inside. However, they also noticed a problem. Not a single corpse could be seen here, not even a bone, only dried up bloodstains remaining. This place, night and day, might not be quite the same. Wei Yin suddenly threw out a judgment. Everyone's hearts chilled, and only now did they realize with a start why everyone who came in to search had to leave the warehouse before dark. How Junjia asked somewhat nervously. Brother Mian, then are we still going to spend the night here? I nodded. Then my eyes suddenly lit up. I'd spotted a raw material storage warehouse. I decided at once. Go there to unlock equipment manufacturing and space folding. The raw material warehouse held metal and non-metallic materials stacked neatly, in large quantities, though mostly the more ordinary carbon steel, which I didn't collect. I first pulled up the vehicle panel, selected equipment manufacturing, and proceeded to unlock it. Unlock equipment manufacturing function. Consume metal materials 600, non-metallic material 500, composite material 200, rare metal 120, super points 150. Basic equipment manufacturing bench unlocking. Amid a burst of caca clatter and flashing blue light inside the vehicle, the consumed materials far exceeded my estimate. I'd thought the accumulated super points would be enough for at least 2 uses, but it nearly drained me empty in one go. Basic equipment manufacturing unlocked successful. Please have the owner install the manufacturing platform. Soon, the prompt jumped out. This function's unlock method was rather different from others. Once unlocked, it would materialize in the form of a hyperdimensional printing platform, looking like an oversized microwave, with built-in space folding, quite sci-fi. I thought it over and installed the manufacturing platform at the rear of the vehicle, across from the kitchen. After the last upgrade, the compartment's rear tailgate had been removed and changed into a closable lookout window doubling as a firing port. Zzz. Electric light flickered for a moment, and under everyone's astonished gazes, the equipment manufacturing platform fused onto the vehicle, as though it had grown there originally. So amazing! Though they'd witnessed the vehicle's wonders more than once, Wei Yin's group still couldn't help exclaiming, "This looks like an oversized microwave." Nene wrapped it, and the silver-shelled manufacturing platform gave a muffled sound. I rubbed my hands, and at a stir of thought, started up the platform. It lit up a three-dimensional projection, surfacing all sorts of manufacturing content. Weapons, protective gear, and many things combining offense and defense, though being basic equipment manufacturing. Only Tier 1 content could be viewed at present. Even so, having browsed through it once, everyone was still shocked speechless. Holy crap! Making rifles and bombs is one thing, but it can actually make full coverage power armor. So heaven-defying. How Junjie shrieked, his face full of shock. Feng Yuan distastefully stepped a pace away from him, yet also stared at the manufacturing platform, sighing endlessly in wonder. Wei Yin came around from her shock. But the materials needed for manufacturing seemed to be quite a lot. These words calmed Hao Junjie down considerably. Nene shook my arm. Quick, look how much material it takes to make a space-folding item. She was truly anxious. The vehicle's limited storage space for daily living items had been troubling her all along. The basic manufacturing platform could basically make the overwhelming majority of current conventional equipment, such as conventional hot weapons and high-quality cold weapons, and in addition contained a few super tech-level manufacturing techniques. For instance, the technique to grant an ordinary backpack space folding. This was the thing most needed at present. Even though space folding hadn't yet been unlocked, it didn't hinder everyone's craving for it. I offhandedly tossed my own backpack in, selected Add Space Folding to Ordinary Item, and the platform immediately listed the required consumption. Space folding not yet unlocked. After unlocking, consume metal 10, non-metallic 10, rare metal 10, to grant the backpack basic spatial folding, volume plus 10 cubic meters. Does not have the function to store living creatures. Stored items are in a time-frozen state in subspace. After granting basic space folding to the same item, each subsequent folding adds plus 1 cubic meter, with required materials multiplying again. But fortunately, mainly because there were plenty of bags, this problem could almost be ignored. Mister, this has huge potential. Nene was full of excitement, already planning to get more storage cabinets. By the count of all the storage cabinets on the vehicle, if all were granted space folding, the volume could increase by at least 200 cubic meters. Sink in a bit more money, and this figure would more than double. Not to mention, since the extra volume from space folding had no concept of time, it was equivalent to many perishable things could be preserved permanently. What a heaven-defying super tech this was. The more everyone thought about it, the more excited they got. I, however, switched off the manufacturing platform. Let's go meet those human skull spiders first, and see if we can get super points. Yay! Nene had long been unable to wait. Hao Junjie's group knew what super points were too, and were equally unable to restrain themselves at this moment. They clearly all wanted to own a spatial ring, like in the novels. The vehicle restarted, driving slowly along the main road toward the warehouse's center. By my conjecture, since human skull spiders were products of the apocalypse, they must carry an energy-condensed crystal similar to zombie brain crystals. The deeper we went toward the Boluo warehouse's center zone, the quieter it got, and a faint gray mist began to spread. That was the negative magnetic field of sinister creatures. Alert! Sinister life forms approaching. Quantity 5, life magnetic field strength 1417, judged as Tier 1 creatures. The detection system abruptly sounded an alert. Afterward, a harsh sound came from all around, like claws scraping the ground. It's the human skull spiders. The basic detection system's range was only 100 meters, and Nene, staring outside, soon saw clearly the things crawling in from different directions, a kind of human skull, yet grown with 6 legs, sinister creatures scuttling in at high speed. These legged skulls hadn't even fully rotted their flesh, yet a sinister purple light glowed in their hollow eye sockets, sinister from any angle. Nene, get ready to act. I quickly stopped and turned the vehicle around, prepared to retreat at any moment. Screech, screech. The human skull spiders let out harsh shrieks, and the moment they neared the vehicle, suddenly sprang up and pounced. They moved too fast. Fang Yuan and Hao Junjie hadn't even seen clearly before they were pinned in midair by Nene. Caught them, Nene shouted to me. I immediately stepped on the gas, and the vehicle rapidly pulled away, racing toward the outer area. Soon we returned to the outer area's raw material warehouse, the 5 human skull spiders still held in midair by Nene, struggling violently. Clang! I got out, drew my machete cleaver, and hacked one human skull spider with one stroke. With a crack, that skull split open directly, spraying out dark green, fetid corpse fluid, its 6 legs stiffening, instantly going still. I rummaged inside that skull for a good while before frowning. No brain crystal. Everyone showed disappointment. Hao Junjie spat at the corpse. Bad luck. Screech, 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 screech. One had barely died when the other 4 let out harsh shrieks. It was an extremely low frequency, extremely piercing sound, unlike the earlier strange cries, more like transmitting some kind of signal. Not good. They're relaying information. Nene, kill them quick. My expression changed, and I shouted urgently. Nene activated her ability, and the cage binding the human skull spiders suddenly pressed hard, crushing the remaining 4 entirely, dark green corpse fluid bursting everywhere. Screech ho. Just then, a shrill, sinister cry suddenly rang out from the warehouse's inner area, followed by a harsh crawling sound. It's the human skull spider swarm. So many, so many. The astonishingly keen-eyed Wei Yin was the first to spot the human skull spiders surging out in the distance, densely packed, some scuttling in along the road's surface, some leaping across the tops of the warehouses one after another, a vast swath surging in like a tide. Everyone's faces changed in alarm, scalps tingling. Get on the vehicle, quick. I nearly wanted to curse, and immediately called everyone aboard and activated silent cloaking. Nene, get ready. If silent cloaking doesn't work on the human skull spiders, act immediately. Wei Yin, watch those things and see if there's anything unusual. Everyone fasten your seatbelts and be ready to charge out at any moment. I quickly gave the orders, started the vehicle at once, and gripped the steering wheel tightly. Everyone acted as instructed. The driver's cabin had only 4 seats, so Hao Junjie crouched between the compartment and the driver's cabin, both hands gripping the handrail for dear life. Creak, creak. Countless human skull spiders surged in, making a spine-chilling sound. Everyone inside the vehicle dared not breathe loudly, staring intently outside. Detected super energy dissipating after the death of sinister creatures. Collected? Just as I was preparing to meet the corpse tide's impact, the vehicle suddenly popped out a prompt. I was dazed for a moment, then recalled the 5 human skull spiders I'd hacked to death earlier. Instant delight in my heart, and I immediately instructed the vehicle to absorb it and set it to automatic. Super points +8. 5 corpses yielded 8 super points collected, about the same as absorbing 5 Tier 1 brain crystals. Just where human skull spiders and zombies differed, I couldn't figure out for the moment, and had no mind to delve into it now either. That corpse tide had already engulfed the raw material warehouse. Bam! 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 Densely packed human skull spiders charged into the warehouse, the entire storehouse suffering a horrifying impact, even the door collapsing. The off-road RV inside the storehouse was inevitably affected too, shaking violently a few times. Fortunately, they couldn't perceive us hiding in the vehicle. Only then did the hearts hanging in suspense settle. Nene and I exchanged a glance, both confirming one thing. Silent cloaking was equally effective on these sinister creatures. Having lost their target, the human skull spiders turned about the warehouse in all directions like headless flies. After thrashing about for over half an hour, they gradually dispersed and withdrew to the inner area, leaving nothing behind. Yes, even the 5 corpses of their own kind had been gnawed utterly clean, not a scrap remaining. So terrifying. What kind of monster is that exactly? I'd thought giant zombies were scary enough. Fang Yuan let out a long breath, still shaken with lingering fear. Both she and Wei Yin looked rather unwell. Having just witnessed with their own eyes the densely packed six-legged skulls crawling in, that scene could definitely leave psychological trauma. Though these things are ghostly things born after the apocalypse, they're rather different from zombies. Wei Yin drew a deep breath, unease in her tone. Nene nodded. They are a bit different. But those are all made from human skulls. Ghost knows what the mechanism is. She was only a high schooler, hadn't finished studying biology, and that thing defied common sense to begin with, utterly inexplicable. No idea where so many skulls come from, growing 6 legs and bounding around everywhere, way more sinister than zombies. How Junjia, badly frightened too, grumbled. It feels like they're not even the same kind of creature at all. Nene shrugged helplessly and elbowed me. Hey, mister, any gains just now? I nodded, told them about the vehicle absorbing the death energy, then pulled the topic back. Is there a possibility that human skull spiders are some kind of sinister creature from an unknown dimension under the apocalypse? Like something homologous with the viral energy. Only now had I recalled that dedicated term in the vehicle's prompt, sinister creatures. Sinister creatures? Does that make sense? Nene's group wore blank faces, yet inexplicably felt unease rise. I think Brother Mian makes a lot of sense. Wei Yin suddenly spoke up, voicing the insight from her earlier observation. From a biological standpoint, the viral energy is some kind of unknown hyperdimensional virus. That it makes people mutate into zombies means it successfully killed the host. There are unsuccessful ones too, which produced evolvers and ability users. She paused. Have you heard of the horsehair worm and the mantis? What if the human skull spiders are some kind of hyperdimensional parasite? That they use human skulls to evolve and deform would explain everything. After this string of words, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Put that way, it was indeed much easier to understand. I cast an appreciative glance, took out my notebook to record several key pieces of information, then arranged. Since we've got a preliminary deduction about it, then next, we'll conduct a hunt on them. Everyone get ready. Brother Mian, we're at your command. How Junjia rubbed his fists together, actually overcoming his fear. The others all looked at me in unison too. I thought it over. Nothing much to arrange, really. Junjia, Feng Yuan, you two take the Molotovs and find places to set traps. Wei Yin, find a high spot and note the terrain. Nene, you come with me. I didn't drive, but instead took Nene walking a stretch on foot along the way, looking as we walked, occasionally stopping to examine closely. Mister, what on earth are you trying to do? Nene asked, bored. She'd vaguely guessed my intent, but still wanted to feel out my meaning first. I walked up to a warehouse whose door had been pried into deformation, looked at the goods scattered all over the ground, and said, Nene, if you conceive a cage with your ability, up to which tier of sinister creature could it trap? Nene paused. With my current tier 3 strength, my ability works on tier 5 at most. Beyond tier 5, probably not. The strength can't contend at all. I nodded slightly. Nene, whether in potential or strength, was extremely strong, and having her ability take effect 2 tiers up was already quite astonishing. Besides, the higher a creature's life tier, the more formidable it naturally was, and this was still only theoretical deduction. As things stood, who knew how much difference there was between tier 3 and tier 4? What she said was nothing but conjecture too. Mister, you think there are creatures of other tiers here? Nene quickly grasped the meaning in my words. I believe that batch of human skull spiders just now were merely the lowest grade sinister creatures here. I said in a low voice. There are absolutely tier 2, tier 3, even tier 4 monsters inside. One can't even rule out tier 5. Huh? Is that possible? Then why didn't we see them just now? Nene's face was full of doubt, yet she also knew she was completely in the dark about this warehouse district. Right before the corpse tide appeared, we all heard a special kind of cry, right? That was absolutely an attack command issued by a leader-class, sinister creature. My expression was grave. The negative magnetic field in the warehouse's center zone is so thick, there must be high-tier sinister creatures entrenched inside, and the number is absolutely no small amount. Nene's little face shifted slightly, clearly only now realizing this layer. If this warehouse district held far more than just human skull spiders, then the high-tier creatures lurking within must be even more dangerous. Mister, then what do we do? Do we just pull out? She looked around with some dread, the first time she'd felt uneasy about this warehouse. No. I shook my head, an odd look in my eyes. You've seen the value of these sinister creatures too. They're the source of our super points. With this many human skull spiders, it'd be too much of a pity not to reap a batch. Nene stared at me with a peculiar gaze. Then we might as well go hunt zombies. With zombies you have to dig out brain crystals, And the individual targets are big too. Can you kill a whole swath at once? I smiled and countered. Nene's eyes lit up. I get your meaning now. Mister, what do you want me to do? I couldn't help rubbing her head. Very simple. Borrow your ability to conceive them a passage leading to death. Huh? There are too many. I'm afraid I can't kill them all. Human skulls are pretty hard. Silly girl, don't we have 10 Molotov cocktails? Get some more gasoline. And you conceive a crematorium. Wouldn't that do it? At this one sentence, Nene's eyes shone brightly. Grinding tens of thousands of human skull spiders one by one was of course unrealistic. But if she conceived a crematorium, matched with Molotovs and gasoline, that effect would be explosive. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Excited just thinking about it, she pulled me along, urging, no rush. I shook my head, pointed at the spacious main road ahead, and said darkly, first, we've got to lure them into the ambush zone. You conceive roadblocks, block off as much of the warehouse districts on both left and right sides as you can, and then, having heard the plan, Nene stepped back 2 paces, looking at me with a peculiar gaze. Mister, you really are wicked, but I love it. Why did that sound like I was the one being flirted with? Brother Mian, we've set it up. Just then Hao Junjie and Fong Yuan jogged over, pointing at a warehouse to be used as an ambush point. I'll get to work first. Nene's little face reddened slightly, and she made her escape on that pretext. I couldn't be bothered with her, and said to Hao Junjie and Fong Yuan, not enough. You two come with me, we'll get some gasoline. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding. The captain was about to pull off something big. Back on the vehicle, Wayne handed over a map she'd drawn at the right moment. The map was simple, but the lines were straight, the annotations clear and distinct, showing she had quite a bit of drawing skill. Not bad, I praised, and took up a pen to scribble and sketch on it, and a relatively complete plan table took shape. Then, recalling the manufacturing platform, I got on the vehicle and opened it, finding the explosives manufacturing list. Manufacture ordinary incendiary bomb, metal material 50, non-metallic material 20, fuel 60, superpoints 10, manufacture ordinary bomb, metal material 50, non-metallic material 20, fuel 60, superpoints 10, manufacture ordinary flare, metal material 50. Huh, the consumption isn't high. I showed delight and immediately selected ordinary incendiary bomb, quantity times 10. It wasn't that I was stingy, it was truly that I didn't have many super points. As for why I chose incendiary bombs, the basic platform could only provide these few conventional explosives, and incendiary bombs matched with gasoline had the widest killing coverage. In under 10 minutes, 10 piping hot, fresh out of the oven incendiary bombs were manufactured. I reached in and lifted them out of the platform. Each one came with its own propellant charge and timing function, the configuration thoughtful enough to astonish me. I called over Hao Junjie. Fatty, take 5 and go set them up, expand the ambush range by another double. Don't skimp on the gasoline. This time, we're doing something big. Damn, incendiary bombs too. Awesome, Brother Mian, I'll do it right away. Hao Junjie jumped in fright, then ran outside excitedly, one hand gripping the instructions, the other cradling the incendiary bombs, stumbling as he got out of the vehicle and nearly falling, giving me a cold sweat. 20 minutes later, he and Fong Yuan finished the setup and returned, the two of them already quite practiced. 30 minutes later, Nene returned wiping fine sweat. Mr. Dunn, the obstacles I set with my ability can hold for about 40 minutes. Her expression was somewhat weary, clearly from having used her ability too much, yet her eyes couldn't hide her excitement. Good work, get on. I waved my hand, and everyone immediately took their positions. Vroom, the engine gave a low roar. This time silent cloaking wasn't on, and the vehicle noise was much louder. I shifted gears and stepped on the gas in one fluid motion, racing toward the warehouse district center. The plan's next step was to lure the human skull spiders over, which naturally meant making some noise first. If it really provoked high-tier sinister creatures, then we'd use the crematorium to test their mettle. If we truly couldn't beat them, at worst we'd withdraw from this warehouse district ahead of time. Nearing the inner area, wisps of gray mist spread, and the negative life magnetic field made the two girls, Wei Yin and Fong Yuan, frown in discomfort. Screech, screech. The human skull spiders appeared. This time I didn't stop, but instead rammed forward fiercely, directly knocking several flying and crushing 3 to death on the spot. Super points +5. Sure enough, after killing these sinister creatures, the vehicle absorbed the super energy from within them. Screech-ho. Abruptly, that shrill, sinister cry rang out from the center again. The distance was too close, and the piercing sound waves shook everyone into a wave of nausea. Screech. A hard break, and I quickly turned around. Afterward, densely packed human skull spiders surged out like a tide. Sit tight. I gave a low command, and the vehicle retreated along the predetermined route, a vast swath of corpse tide following behind. Not right. There are other sinister creatures too. Wei-Yin, who'd been staring behind us all along, suddenly cried out. Alert! Sinister life forms approaching. Quantity uncountable. Magnetic field strength 1417. Judged as Tier 1 creatures. Alert! Sinister life forms approaching. Quantity 94. Magnetic field strength 2126. Judged as Tier 2 creatures. The detection system blared alerts at the same time. In just 2 minutes, these things had already closed within 100 meters. Whoosh! Suddenly, several bizarre creatures came gliding at low altitude, crashing directly onto the vehicle roof, and 2 even landed on the hood. These several were actually mutated from human torso skeletons. A spine connected to a row of ribs, the breastbone splayed open outward, a layer of flesh membrane growing within. Ding! 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 These things had the top of their spines raised high, and at the tip actually grew an eyeball. They stood erect like house centipedes, their splayed breastbones exceedingly sharp, ferociously striking the vehicle body. What the hell are these things? How Junjia's face went green. What else could they be? Mutated from spines, just call them spine worms. Nene actually still had the mind to name them, but it was pretty apt. Brother Mian, lots of spine worms are coming. Fang Yuan shrieked. Another batch of spine worms came gliding, most landing precisely on the vehicle roof, and a few landing before the vehicle, crushed on the spot. Super points plus 10. My heart stirred slightly, and controlling the vehicle with full concentration, I directly executed a merry-go-round. Screech, screech, screech. The tire's friction against the ground gave off a piercing shriek, and the 10-ton off-road RV spun and drifted like a great windmill, leaving ring after ring of scorched tire marks. In reality, driving like this would spin out of control after a few rotations at most. But for me, the vehicle was like a part of my body, controlled with ease. Bam bam, splat splat. Countless human skull spiders were knocked flying and crushed, and the spine worms on the roof couldn't hold their footing either, all flung off. Oh, Brother Mion's awesome. How Junjia let out a shriek to rival a sissy's, his whole person pinned firmly against the vehicle wall by the enormous inertia. Super points plus 1. Super points plus 3. Super points plus 2. Super points plus 1. Prompts kept jumping out. The spinning lasted 5 minutes, grinding out a ring of bloody marks, crushing who knew how many human skull spiders and spine worms. But this wasn't the main event. I didn't cling to the fight and straighten the steering wheel, charging toward the ambush point. There were too many human skull spiders, and once deeply mired in an encirclement, it would instead be disadvantageous for the vehicle's maneuverability. Wow, mister, how'd I not think of this move? Nene gripped the seatbelt tightly, full of excitement. How's your rest going? I raised the vehicle's speed higher and higher, gradually shaking off the corpse tide. Seeing there were still 200 meters to the ambush point, I asked quickly. Recovered a bit. I'm good. Nene's expression turned solemn, silver light flowing in her eyes. Good. I nodded and raised the speed a few shades more. 200 meters arrived in the blink of an eye, and I charged straight into the warehouse we'd set up for the ambush. Rise. Silver light surged in Nene's eyes, and a conceived ramp appeared out of thin air beneath the wheels. Everyone just felt the vehicle rush up the ramp, leap into the air, and land steadily atop another warehouse. I quickly switched on silent cloaking, then drove down, rapidly pulling away. The living people's aura was abruptly shielded, and the human skull spiders surging into the warehouse instantly lost their target, searching about in all directions. Detonate. I commanded. Fang Yuan slammed down the remote control. Boom. A violent bursting sound accompanied flames soaring skyward, the sound actually not very loud, but the flames incomparably terrifying, spreading rapidly from that warehouse, yet blocked by some kind of force, tightly confined within a specific range. That was precisely the large crematorium Nene had spent the most time constructing. Screech, screech, screech. Incendiary bombs, Molotovs, and large amounts of gasoline spread out, at least 5 warehouses set as a fire field, blazing heat waves surging within. Some sheet metal was even directly burned through, showing the temperature had already exceeded 1500 degrees Celsius. Atop a distant warehouse roof parked our vehicle. Inside, everyone watched quietly. Wowie! A family's got to be all together, nice and complete. Nene clapped her hands excitedly, feeling incomparably thrilled. Within the enclosed space she'd conceived, the heat of the burning gasoline grew ever more concentrated, and swaths of human skull spiders and spine worms were directly cremated. So terrifying, Wei murmured, the firelight reflected in her eyes. I couldn't tell whether she meant those sinister creatures or this vicious scheme of mine. How Junjie swallowed with difficulty. Good heavens, if we did this a few more times, wouldn't it wipe out all the sinister creatures? Not that easy. The sinister creature's leader isn't an idiot. I shook my head, gazing at the waning firelight, then somewhat awkwardly touched my face. Now I'm a little worried. With this burn, nothing's left. Hunting sinister creatures was for the super points. But this method of burning them in a pit clearly exceeded expectations. It was just that I didn't know whether we could still collect the energy. At my mention, everyone came around. Nene pursed her lips. At worst, we do one loss-making deal. I actually think this creature's super energy won't dissipate so easily. Wei offered a different view. Otherwise, if hyperdimensional things vanished this easily, how could they possibly have invaded our blue star? These words made it hard not to nod. Then let's wait and see. I gazed at that sea of fire, about to go out yet not quite. It's about mealtime too. Let's eat first. Hot pot.